Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
What do you know about bloodlines? Luke broke the silence. Specifically, bloodline skills. Across the tower platform, Allison lay down with his bag as a pillow and his wolf pelt draped over his shoulders. For a moment, he didn't answer. Besides the obvious, like someone inheriting power from a parent, there are other ways, Allison finally said. Sometimes a powerful being can grant their bloodline to someone else. That's how you got yours. Same way I got mine. Luke's brow furrowed. Why would something like that choose me? So where did the first bloodlines even come from, he asked. I mean, the first skills. That question brought silence. Heavy. Measured. Allison exhaled, slowly. What I'm about to tell you isn't public knowledge. Luke sat up a little straighter. This is the kind of thing only the upper tiers of guilds and the world government know. And how do you know it? Allison just shrugged, his face unreadable. I have my sources. Luke didn't push. He wanted answers about bloodlines. Especially his own. There are all kinds of bloodlines scattered across the multiverse, Allison said, his voice quieter now. Some are powerful. Others are useless. It all depends on who granted it, how strong they were. He lifted one hand. A thin layer of frost shimmered along his fingers, icy mist curling in the night air. Luke watched in silence. The system exists everywhere out there, Allison continued. In nearly every universe. Ours was one of the few that was excluded. Until recently. Luke narrowed his eyes, trying to picture it. A civilization where the system wasn't just some magical interface, it was the foundation of reality. Think of a bloodline as an inheritance, Allison said. The further a creature climbs the system, the stronger their legacy becomes. At a certain point, when they've reached true power, they can choose to pass that legacy on. But only once. Luke's thoughts raced. Only once. Not just power, but intent. Purpose. Judgment. They don't choose just anyone, Allison added. They pick someone, worthy. A chill ran down Luke's spine. So why did that being choose me? Just thinking about it raised more questions than answers. It's like succession, Allison said at last. A transfer of legacy. The silence after that said enough. Either he couldn't say more, or he wouldn't. Luke didn't press. But one more question still burned in his mind. What about class mutations, he asked. Are those related? Allison turned slightly. No. That's something the system grants directly. Based on affinity. Or how well you embody your class. Allison folded his arms. Two people can be the same class and still be nothing alike. Mutations are like personalized evolutions. The system watches your growth. If you push far enough, if your path is clear, it offers a new one. Luke thought about that. So, you haven't reached yours yet. Allison sighed through clenched teeth. Frustrated. Not yet. There are hidden conditions. Unique to each person. I just haven't figured mine out yet. Luke stared into the flickering sky above, his thoughts drifting back to something Allison had said. Hidden requirements. He hadn't known class mutations worked like that. So how did I meet mine? His class changed after killing William. But it wasn't just the level up. Something shifted inside him that day. He remembered it vividly. A choice, one he didn't fully understand at the time. Maybe it's not just about stats or strength. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Maybe it's mindset. It's kind of like the philosophy of names, Allison explained. Philosophy of names. There was this ancient culture, long forgotten, from another time, another world. They believed people were born without names and only received one when they came of age. The name wasn't chosen, it was given, based on the person's actions throughout life. Just like the system. Just like the classes we're assigned. Interesting, right? Luke paused, thinking. Names and meanings, the system and classes. That's how I got my name, Allison continued. My name is Allison, not because of who I am as an individual, but because of what the name stands for. He looked at Luke. I believe class mutation works the same way. You don't choose it, it's something you earn. Like a name that's deserved. That thought lingered in his mind, coiling tighter with every breath. Eventually, he noticed Allison had dozed off, his breathing slow and steady beneath the wolf pelt. The faint glow of starlight danced across his face. Luke opened his system window and scrolled to Charlie's profile. The words were right there, bold, undeniable. A familiar prompt followed, almost identical to the one Luke received for his own class evolution. Princess Charlie's warrior class has undergone a mutation. A class molds itself to its bearer. Depending on how it is wielded, its role, tools, skills, race, and even intent, it may evolve into forms more aligned with its master's path. Many factors influence this metamorphosis. Once chosen, certain futures become closed forever. Choose wisely, for the shape of your strength will never be the same. Luke's eyes narrowed. His own class mutated at level 8. Charlie's, triggered at level 6. Why? Was it because she's a monster? Or did she meet some unseen condition? The mutation options materialized before him. Unlike his own experience, which offered 3 paths. Charlie had 4. Luke took a deep breath. He'd already read them once when the prompt first appeared. But he read them again. Every word mattered. This decision would shape her future. Their future. Charlie wasn't just a summon. She was his partner. The first option glowed faintly at the top of the screen. Tomb Fire Warden, an undead warrior who has awakened the fire of the grave. No longer a mere melee fighter, she trades steel for sorcery. The flames of the underworld pulse through her hollow bones, consuming flesh and spirit alike. As she grows, her mastery over pyromancy deepens until her very body becomes an extension of spectral fire, an avatar of cursed flame that devours all in its path. Attribute bonuses per class level, +4 INT, +3 END, +2 STR, +2 VIT, +1 AGI, +3 free points. Luke stopped breathing for a second. This was exactly the monster that killed Charlie in the crypt dungeon. The same burning skeleton that almost took his life. That thing was a Tomb Fire Warden. Choosing this would completely change her combat role. She'd become a mid to long range caster. Her physical defense and melee output would fall behind, forcing Luke to take more aggro and cover for her. That bonus, +3 intelligence and +3 free points per level. That was huge. It meant her low mana pool wouldn't be a problem for long. Stat scaling alone would solve it. Tempting. Extremely tempting. But risky. Because if she focused too hard on magic, she'd lose what made her so reliable up close. And this was just the first option. Luke tightened his grip around his knees. The decision wasn't about what sounded cooler. It was about survival. And if he chose wrong, it could cost both their lives. Skeletal Golem, a fusion of brute force and unrelenting defense. The user's bones thicken, their body becomes a living monument of density and mass. They move like a siege weapon, slow, deliberate, and unstoppable. Strikes that would cripple lesser beings barely register. In time, their body rivals black steel in durability, and their fists alone can crack armor and shatter enemies like porcelain. Attribute bonuses per class level, +5 STR, +4 END, +2 AGI, +1 VIT, +2 PR, +2 free points. Luke frowned. He already knew where this one came from. Iron Fist. Charlie had spent so much time without a weapon, using her bare hands to fight, defend, and protect. The system noticed. And adapted. She hadn't chosen this direction. But every decision mattered. Even the ones made in desperation. Even silence shaped destiny. This was that result, a class forged from habit. Born of necessity. A wall of fists and bone. But not the only path. Another option flickered into view. Ossified Tyrant, a bone-clad berserker who thrives in the chaos of combat. Each wound only fuels the rage, each kill strengthens their resolve. This warrior doesn't retreat. Doesn't fear death. They fight beyond exhaustion, beyond logic. When battle turns into bloodshed, they transform into a reaper made of wrath and marrow. Attribute bonuses per class level, +4 STR, +3 END, +3 AGI, +1 VIT, +2 PR, +2 free points. Luke narrowed his eyes. There it is. This path was pure evolution from the base warrior class. It wasn't a deviation like the golem, it was a culmination. Charlie had always fought on the front lines. She never hesitated. She wanted to be in the thick of it, clashing steel and cracking skulls. A berserker class wasn't a surprise. But it was a gamble. The ossified tyrant would keep her mobility. She'd retain her swordplay. She'd hit like a truck. But she'd become unpredictable. More aggressive. Possibly harder to control in critical moments. Luke hesitated. Between the golem and the tyrant, he knew which one Charlie would prefer. And it wasn't the walking fortress. She liked swords. Liked motion. The ossified tyrant was the obvious upgrade to her style. But then. The final option appeared. This wasn't raw power. It wasn't impenetrable defense. It was something else. Something larger. His fingers hovered over the name as the text filled the screen. Death Knight, a cursed knight who treads the veil between life and death. Shadows follow her blade. Her steps leave behind echoes of the beyond. As she grows, her bond with the dead deepens, those slain by her hand do not vanish. Their souls remain, lingering. Waiting. One day, they will rise again, not as enemies, but as soldiers beneath her banner. Attribute bonuses per class level, +3 STR, +3 END, +2 AGI, +2 VIT, +2 INT, +1 PR, +2 free points. Luke leaned back, staring at the screen. There it was. Not the most brutal. Not the most defensive. But by far, the most complete. A hybrid class. A leader's class. A tank. A fighter. A commander of the dead. The potential here was overwhelming. And the synergy with Charlie's race and role was perfect. It was even more than that. It was his path too. Dark blood. Demon instincts. A summoned warrior forged from bone and bound by soul. Luke chuckled quietly to himself, shaking his head. A death knight. Ha. Of course. He looked at Charlie's figure nearby. You're not just my blade anymore, he whispered. You're the first piece of an army. Standing in front of Luke was a woman. Gorgeous. Shirtless. Pale skin, long golden hair, delicate features, and a body so absurdly sculpted it made his brain short-circuit. One word flashed through Luke's mind, perfect. His eyes involuntarily wandered to the two very prominent, very round reasons he was forgetting how to breathe. Focus, Luke. Look away. Look away. For the love of all that's sacred, look. Away. Give me the necklace, Luke. Her voice was sharp, urgent. And so was the katana pointed at his chest. Luke instinctively raised his kukri, ready to deflect. But his mind was in shambles. Look. Don't look. Look. Don't look. A civil war raged in his head. The blade in her hand was dangerous. But the other weapon. Those hypnotic breasts. Damn it. Luke tossed the necklace toward her and spun around like his life depended on it. Don't turn around, she snapped, diving for the pendant. Luke exhaled slowly. Guess that was it. My entire life's worth of luck, gone. All because I just saw the most beautiful boobs in existence. What the hell are you thinking? The voice was masculine again. Luke turned slowly. Allison was back. The male version. He blinked. I think I just ran out of luck and cursed myself with eternal misfortune. What? Allison still had his katana raised, flushed with panic. Luke stared at her, for a long moment. Wait, so you're a girl? Allison sighed, sheathing the sword. He pulled a shirt from his bag and began dressing. My system gear was damaged. It'll take a while to repair. Good thing I grabbed spare clothes in the village. Luke still looked like someone had hit him in the head with a frying pan. Wait, when you're a guy, do you have? Allison's face turned bright red. No. I don't have a dick when I'm in male form. Luke's eyes widened. That's why you always went to the bathroom so far from me. Allison didn't answer. He just marched up and grabbed Luke by the collar. Don't tell anyone. His voice was low, dead serious. No one can know I'm a girl. Got it? Luke was silent for a second, then nodded. There's no one here to tell anyway, except Charlie. But she saw it all already. He crossed his arms. I won't tell a soul, as long as you keep quiet about Charlie being my skeleton. Allison released him. I'd never say anything about your skeleton, your bloodline, or anything else. I have standards. Luke smiled. So do I. A beat of silence passed. Then Allison murmured, just above a whisper, I ran away from home. Luke shrugged. It's fine. I don't care about your past. Allison looked, relieved. Like she'd expected a wave of questions. But Luke didn't ask. Don't care. Damn it. I care a lot. Why did she run away? Why disguise herself as a man? And that item? He took a deep breath, trying to keep it together. Let me ask you something, he said casually. That item, the one that changes your appearance. Is it hard to get? Allison narrowed her eyes. Why? Planning to disguise yourself as a woman? What? No. Of course not. Luke snapped, a little too quickly. She gave him a suspicious look, raising one brow. I just need to be prepared. Now that I know items like that exist, it means anyone could use one to impersonate someone I know. Gender, face, anything. I need to keep my guard up. Allison folded her arms. Fair point. She glanced at the sealed door behind them. And for a moment, both of them were just quiet. A shared secret hanging in the air. And behind it, a small, strange trust. Allison crossed her arms again. Items like that are extremely rare. Not just on Earth, anywhere. That rare? Luke asked, brow furrowed. An artifact that completely alters appearance? That's overpowered. I doubt you'll ever find another like it. Maybe there are some skills that mimic the effect, but actual items like this? She shook her head. They're basically extinct. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Luke frowned. That kind of item must be worth a fortune. Maybe even illegal. Before he could press further, Allison sighed. I don't want to talk about myself. Luke nodded. Fair. He brushed past her, heading toward a half-open door at the end of the hall. But inside, his mind was chaos. I really spent days next to a woman. Sharing food, fighting side by side, and I never knew. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that thing you said about my body. Allison's voice came low, almost a whisper, tinged with embarrassment. I'm embarrassed. You're the first person who's ever seen me naked since I was a baby. Luke swallowed hard. The first person. Since she was a baby. I'm cursed. Absolutely, irreversibly cursed. It's fine. It's over. He tried to sound serious. Let's just focus on what matters, getting out of this creepy dungeon. Focus, damn it. His brain refused to listen. He'd only ever seen boobs in videos. In real life? Way better. He shook his head like he could rattle the thoughts loose. Life or death, Luke. Get your head straight. He took a deep breath and peeked through the door. The corridor ahead stretched long and silent. Nothing like the sewer they came from. The stone walls were engraved with detailed patterns, elegant and deliberate. Ornate rugs lined the floor, and antique paintings hung between golden sconces. The torches burned steadily in crafted holders, casting a soft, warm light. This wasn't some damp underground passage. This looked like a floor straight out of the Forgotten Temple dungeon. Luke gripped his kukri tightly. No other way forward. We move. Charlie and Allison both nodded. But Luke noticed something strange. Charlie looked tense. More than tense, annoyed. And not just in general. She kept glaring at Allison. Why? Luke narrowed his eyes. What's her problem? Now wasn't the time to dig into it. They had to move. They had to figure out what the hell this place was. They walked for over an hour. The path didn't twist. Didn't branch. Just stretched forward. Occasionally, they came across empty rooms. Tables. Chairs. Single beds. Bedrooms. Then, footsteps. Heavy ones. Metal boots echoing on stone. Luke raised a fist. They slipped into one of the side rooms silently. A shadow passed by in the corridor. Luke activated, identify. Dead Watchman, LVL 10. A knight in full armor. Undead. Luke smelled the rot immediately. He peeked again. No other enemies in sight. He moved. Basic Dark Dash, activated. He vanished in a blur, and reappeared behind the undead knight. One arm wrapped around its throat. The kukri plunged through the visor. Steel met flesh. The blade drove deep. The armored body went limp instantly. Luke caught it before it collapsed. Silent kill. Luke dragged the corpse carefully, laying it out on the bed like a grotesque mannequin. What do you think the odds are there's more of these things around? Allison murmured behind him. Luke eyed the armor, fused into rotting flesh. Pretty damn high, I'd bet. He grabbed the dead watchman's helmet, trying to twist it loose. No use. The steel was melded with decayed meat and blackened bone, as if the armor had grown into the corpse. You want to try it on? Luke asked. Allison gagged. Not a chance in hell. Luke glanced at Charlie. The armor wouldn't fit her, too bulky, too grotesque. But even if it did, he knew without a doubt she wouldn't wear something like this. He tried peeling off one of the gauntlets. Still nothing. The metal refused to come off, sunken deep into what was left of the creature's flesh. So they kept moving. Same rhythm. Same routine. Eyes sharp. Weapons ready. Every time they heard footsteps echo down the corridor, they slipped into a room. Waited. Then, when the enemy passed by, Luke struck. Silent. Efficient. No sound. No trace. Another body, another bed. Another clean kill. As Luke dragged the latest corpse into a side room, he spoke without looking back. Mind if I ask you something? Allison raised an eyebrow. Huh. You've got a powerful disguise item. But you were thrown into the training grounds before this tutorial, right? Allison sighed. Are you still on that? Luke grinned. Naturally. I'm curious. He turned and met Allison's gaze. No way that item came from the training grounds. And you already knew how to use it. He paused, thinking it through. That means you had the item before the training grounds. But that shouldn't be possible. No one's supposed to have access to system-bound items before accepting integration. You'd need an inventory first. Allison blinked, confused. What are you even talking about? Of course I had it in my inventory before integration. Same as you. Luke froze. Wait. You had the system before the training grounds? Allison tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. Yeah. Didn't you? You got your kukris, that crocodile chestplate, and those crypt gloves before the tutorial. Items you can't get in the training grounds. Luke didn't respond. There was something in the way she said it. Like it was obvious. Like he'd missed something crucial. You didn't know that was possible? Allison asked slowly. I thought you were like me. Luke scratched the back of his head. I don't get it. He turned to face her directly. A person can only be born with the system if both parents already have it. But in that case, they don't even receive an integration invite. So, how did you end up in the tutorial? Allison paused, thoughtful. I thought you were like me. She drew in a slow breath. My father has the system. My mother doesn't. Luke raised an eyebrow. I was born with the system, she continued. But it came with limits. Pieces started falling into place in Luke's mind. It was like being in a permanent version of the training grounds. I could awaken skills, but there was a hard cap, my class was locked. Luke was starting to understand. And the only way to remove that lock was by accepting the integration and coming into the tutorial. Her tone was calm, but resolute. That's why you already had the necklace in your inventory. She gave a slight nod, and Luke let out a breath. It made sense now. But then. Allison's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't know any of that. Luke didn't answer. Which told her everything. That means neither of your parents had the system. Her voice was different now. Heavier. So how did you get your items? Luke's jaw tensed. Allison folded her arms, her tone cool and inquisitive. Monsters in the training grounds almost never drop items. She tilted her head slightly. And your kukris, they're too strong to come from there. For a moment, the roles flipped. Allison was the one asking the questions. Pressing. Reading him. I figured it was some kind of family heirloom, she added. Or something from a guild. Luke's thoughts turned inward. If Allison had the system from birth, then that meant her bloodline had been with her long before the tutorial. Unlike him. He met her eyes again. You got your bloodline before this place, or a long time ago. Silence. She looked away. Her voice faltered. I got my bloodline when I was a kid. Luke's breath caught. I don't want to talk about it, she said quietly. Something shifted in her tone. It wasn't a refusal. It was a wall. Then she looked at him again. Clear. Direct. I won't ask how you got yours either. When she said it like that, Luke understood. She could have asked. But she didn't. He looked away. She got her bloodline as a child. Had she gone into a dungeon? Met something outside of one? Luke had questions. Too many. But he let it go. He didn't want to explain his own, either. The three of them continued walking in silence, their boots echoing softly down the corridor. Now that they were inside the wall, it was only a matter of time before they reached the other side. But something hung heavy in the air. They all knew it. This tutorial was far from normal. And it was only going to get worse. The three of them moved through the shadows, silent as specters, until they reached a towering, ornate gate. The hall they stood in looked like the grand foyer of a long-abandoned mansion, swallowed by time and rot. 2 undead sentries stood before the door, completely still. Their rusted armor might have seen centuries of decay, but the weapons in their hands were no less deadly. Luke and Allison locked eyes. No words needed. They leapt in sync, landing with surgical precision right in front of the guards. They struck before the undead could even react. Allison's katana slid cleanly through one guard's neck, the blade whispering through bone and sinew. Luke's kukri plunged into the other's throat, sinking in with a wet crunch. Both bodies began to fall, but they caught them before they could hit the floor. No sound. No alarm. Allison glanced at the towering doors. So, what do you think is behind this one? There's only one way to find out, Luke replied. He stepped forward and pressed a hand against the wood, leaning in to peek through a narrow crack, but before he could make out anything, the door shuddered. With a low groan of metal and stone, the massive slabs began to creak open on their own. Beyond them, a vast chamber stretched out, dimly lit by sparse torches flickering along the curved stone walls. Dozens of side tunnels fed into the space, and at the far end, a long vertical iron ladder was bolted tightly to the wall, climbing toward a hatch high up in the ceiling. The entire structure rose into shadow. Whatever was up there, it was far beyond the torchlight. But there was a problem. The place was filled with undead soldiers. Dozens of them. And now, every one of their rotting eyes had turned toward the intruders. Luke clicked his tongue. So much for a quiet approach. Wherever they looked, there were more undead in armor, lined up like some kind of gathering hall for the dead. Allison tightened her grip on her katana. We're heading for the stairs. Charlie, always fearless, raised her sword. Her empty eye sockets burned with spectral light, gaze locked on the exit. Blades were drawn. The enemies began to move. Luke's identifier flared with so many notifications that he simply stopped using the skill altogether. We'll have to cut our way through, he shouted, raising his kukris. Charlie was already focusing. He moved first, vanishing in a flash of dark energy as basic dark dash kicked in. A sharp gust of wind ripped through the air in his wake as he disappeared into motion. A storm of blades came crashing down on him. Undead knights swung heavy swords in brutal arcs, but Luke slipped through the attacks, dodging each strike with razor-sharp precision. His kukris flashed, slicing through exposed gaps in the armor. One by one, he found the openings, driving his blades in with ruthless accuracy. Limbs dropped. Corpses crumpled backward. He stabbed through the slits in their visors, forcing the kukris deep. You have slain a dead watchman, LVL 10. You have slain a dead watchman, LVL 10. You have slain a dead watchman, LVL 10. He carved a path through the undead, every movement clean, precise, efficient. Charlie burst forward a moment later, basic spectral charge igniting as she plowed into the enemy line, a ghostly blur leaving bodies flying in her wake. She landed at the heart of the swarm, raised her sword, and brought it down in one powerful arc, severing a soldier's neck with a clean, surgical cut. One of the knights went flying, launched by the force of her strike. Charlie slammed a fist into another's helmet, sending it crashing to the ground. Another enemy lunged at her from behind. She twisted, blade already rising. Their weapons clashed in a shower of sparks, blocked just in time. Then came a whisper of air. Allison landed beside her from above, her blade spinning in a lethal spiral. Before her feet even touched the ground, 2 undead were already headless. The 3 fought like a single unit, coordinated, relentless. But the horde didn't stop. Luke's eyes stayed locked on the distant ladder. He kept trying to force a path forward, but it was like the undead knights knew exactly what they were after. More and more of them moved to block the way. They're surrounding us on purpose. Allison shouted, watching the knights fan out to form a tightening circle. One of Luke's kukris flew back to his hand, summoned by the magnetic return. Charlie raised her sword, glanced at Luke, and he caught the look. I have an idea. The feeling passed between them clearly, even without words. She stashed her sword in her inventory and activated her iron fists. With a surge of energy, she activated spectral charge and launched herself forward, slamming into the knights and scattering them like bowling pins. Luke and Allison moved right behind her, sprinting through the path she'd opened. She wasn't killing them outright, but the sheer force of the charge was enough to break through the enemy lines. As soon as the charge ended, Princess Charlie began channeling another. She finished, then surged forward again, punching open the way. Charlie, there. Allison pointed. Without hesitation, she repeated the move, slamming into another cluster of knights as the skill reactivated. We're doing it. Allison shouted. Luke hurled his kukris again and again, using the magnetic return to throw off the balance of knights who were starting to rise. But then, a roar tore through the chamber like thunder. From the depths of one of the shadowed tunnels, something massive surged forward, a knight, far larger than the rest. Bronze-plated armor gleamed in the torchlight. A massive warhammer gripped in one hand. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Dead Watchman Commander, LVL 15. You've got to be kidding me, Luke muttered as the notification appeared. The enemy wasn't just powerful in level, Luke knew that with armor like that, it was going to be even worse in practice. The towering knight crashed through its own allies, scattering them like ragdolls as it barreled toward the group, swinging the warhammer in wide, unstoppable arcs. Bam! The weapon slammed into Charlie's chest, launching her through the air. She smashed into a stone pillar with bone-rattling force. Go! Luke shouted to Allison. Get to the stairs. She didn't hesitate. She understood immediately. Luke would hold the monster off with Charlie, and at the last second, he'd escape using basic dark dash, then reabsorb her soul. Allison sprinted for the ladder, launching herself upward with a double jump. She grabbed the iron rungs higher up, scaling faster with each movement. But just as she reached out for the next grip, a sharp gust sliced past her. A spear tore through the air, missing her head by inches. She twisted midair, eyes snapping to the source. The bronze knight had thrown it after one of the undead soldiers handed him the weapon. He wasn't going to let anyone escape. Luke and Charlie bolted toward the knight, closing the distance with everything they had. Every second mattered. They only needed to buy her enough time. Then the warhammer came down like a falling star. Luke ducked just in time. Charlie raised her sword to block, but the impact struck with explosive force. The floor shattered beneath them. The concussive blast sent both flying. A shockwave. A special skill. That monster wasn't ordinary. It charged Charlie again. She raised her sword. Too late. Crack. The strike shattered her arm, sending her sword flying and bones cracking against the stone floor. Charlie staggered back. Luke tried to reach her, but more undead surged between them, cutting off his path. A blade slashed across him. But Charlie didn't stop. She pushed forward. Her fist slammed into the bronze knight's face. The impact echoed down the corridor as his helmet cracked. He staggered. She didn't wait. Charlie lunged, dismissing the sword into her inventory mid-motion and raising her one good fist, ready for another round. Luke cut down the last soldier in his way and leapt to her side. Together, they struck. Brutal. Coordinated. Relentless. Luke's kukris tore through the gaps in the bronze plating, slicing into the undead flesh beneath. Charlie pounded the knight with her fist, each blow landing like a cannon blast. The knight tried to fight back, but he was being overwhelmed. Luke drove a kukri into the side of its neck. The creature swung at him in retaliation, but he dodged, and in that instant, Charlie leapt onto its back. Spectral charge activated mid-air, slamming into the monster and forcing it down to one knee. She didn't miss a beat. Activating Iron Fist, she brought her one remaining fist crashing down onto its helmet, blasting it apart. Luke didn't hesitate. His kukri flashed and drove straight into the monster's skull. You have slain a dead Watchman Commander, LVL 15. Asterisk your class, Demonic Assassin, has reached level 10. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. You have unlocked a new class skill. The knight collapsed. Dead. This time, for real. Luke staggered back, his breath ragged and uneven. He could hardly believe it. A surge of power coursed through him as attribute points flooded his body, reinforcing muscle, sharpening instinct, making him stronger. We did it, he said, voice breathless but triumphant. Their teamwork had brought down something that powerful. They turned toward the ladder. A deep rumble echoed from one of the side tunnels. A roar followed, shaking the air. Dozens of knights poured into the chamber, but these weren't like the others. Every single one radiated the same brutal presence as the monster they had just defeated. Dead Watchman Commander, LVL 15. 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 Oh no. We're screwed, Luke muttered, eyes darting to every tunnel as towering knights began marching toward them. He clenched his jaw. Allison. The hatch, he shouted, looking up. It's locked. There's a padlock on it, she yelled back. Throw me two throwing knives. Luke hurled the blades upward without hesitation. Allison caught them midair, spinning them cleanly through her fingers. The knights charged. Fast. In a heartbeat, Luke vanished into motion, a blur of black energy darting forward. He slid beneath a knight's legs, slicing the back of its knee on the way through. The undead staggered, but didn't fall. Another brought its weapon down from above. Luke rolled back, narrowly dodging the blow. His kukri lashed out, cutting across another knight's leg, but they kept coming. Then spears filled the air. Luke twisted mid-jump, contorting midair to avoid the storm of piercing steel. Things were getting bad. He couldn't hold them off much longer. He bolted for the ladder and began to climb. Charlie was right behind him. But then. Shit. Luke shouted, glancing down. The undead knights were climbing after them, every last one. He looked up. Allison was still struggling to break the lock on the hatch. Faster, he yelled as he climbed. One of the larger knights was climbing just beneath them. From this height, Luke could see the entire chamber below, now flooded with undead. If they fell, they'd never make it back up. That would be the end. If the ladder hadn't been bolted to the stone wall, it would have collapsed already under the sheer weight. The massive knight, easily twice the size of the others, paused. A soldier below passed him a spear. He took it with deliberate precision, raising it with chilling calm. They're playing dirty. Luke shouted. The spear launched upward with terrifying force. Luke dove aside as it whistled past, smashing into the stone beside him in a burst of splinters. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. They were coordinated, working like a machine, forming a deadly chain. Knights on the lower rungs passed weapons upward. The giant knight was already preparing another. A second spear rocketed through the air. Luke twisted to avoid it, but jagged shards scraped across his arm and cheek. Pain surged instantly through his nerves. I'm almost there. Allison called from above. For the love of, hurry up. Luke shouted, watching yet another spear being passed up the chain. He looked down. Charlie looked up. Her spectral green eyes glowed in the dark. Then she raised a hand in salute. And let go. She dropped like a missile, plummeting through the air. Mid-fall, her body twisted, fist clenched tight. Power crackled around her. Iron Fist activated. She struck the massive knight with a devastating blow, then plowed through another, and another. Her descent smashed through them like bowling pins. Armor and bone shattered on impact. The pile of bodies collapsed in a tangled heap of broken metal and crushed flesh. Charlie went down with them, vanishing into the shadows below. Then. Your servant Princess Charlie has been slain in combat. Luke froze. His breath caught in his throat. The shock swallowed all sound. Below, the undead began to rise again. Go. Allison screamed, pulling herself through the hatch above. Luke scrambled up, lungs burning. He lunged into an open shaft, dragging himself into the light. Allison slammed the hatch shut behind him. The lock snapped into place with a heavy metallic click. Silence. He was breathing hard, but his eyes stayed locked on the hatch. Charlie. We made it, Allison said, collapsing against the wall, breathless. Luke didn't answer. The image of Charlie's final salute burned behind his eyes, silent, unrelenting. Then he looked around. This wasn't another tunnel. They were in the heart of a city. The sky above stretched out in a crushing shade of gray, dark, endless. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell rang, slow and heavy, like it was announcing something neither of them wanted to meet. Hey. Fresh meat. A voice cut through the silence. Luke and Allison spun around, startled. People. A group emerged from the mist just meters away, hooded figures in weather-beaten coats, ragged cloaks, and old, leather-bound armor. Every inch of them looked worn down by survival. Hands hovered near weapons. Their eyes were sharp. Their steps cautious. Survivors. Just like them. But after so many days alone, seeing other humans felt unreal, like something from another world. By the looks on your faces, you just crawled out of hell, one said, voice low as he adjusted his hood. Someone else chuckled. Newbies. Welcome to the Midnight Kingdom tutorial. Luke turned, scanning the city. Stone houses lined the narrow streets. Empty shops sat hollow and lifeless. The whole place felt frozen, like time itself had abandoned it. Far ahead, towering through the mist, a massive castle loomed in the clouds. The weight of it all hit him at once. They had done it. They'd reached the mission zone. But the moment didn't last. We're all in deep shit, but you two especially, one of the survivors said. You've got less than 2 minutes to move, or you're about to experience real hell. The tone shifted in an instant. The group was tense now. Luke saw it in their eyes, panic, barely contained. Midnight's here, someone whispered. The death hour. That bell's not just for show, it's calling something. A cold shiver ran down Luke's spine. Something was coming. And they weren't ready for it. The night was thick and oppressive, the kind of darkness that felt like it pressed in from all sides. Far ahead, a faint shimmer flickered through the gloom, torchlight swaying gently as a small group moved with purpose, cutting a path through the shadows. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. They had made it to a city. But it wasn't alive. The buildings were broken shells of what they once were. Homes collapsed in on themselves, streets buried under layers of debris, alleyways swallowed by shadow. There was no movement, no sound, no sign of life. This wasn't Earth. Not the Earth they knew. It was something older. Something left behind. A medieval ruin, long abandoned and steeped in the silence of a war no one remembered. Then, without warning, an arrow sliced through the air and disappeared into a nearby alley. A sharp crack echoed through the empty streets. Luke turned just in time to catch a glimpse of the impact. A monstrous creature writhed on the ground, its body a twisted blend of insect and something far more grotesque. Its limbs spasmed violently, then fell still. A moment later, the church bells began to toll. Dong. Dong. Louder. Faster. The torch-bearing group stirred. It's midnight, someone shouted. No more time, we have to move. More arrows flew through the air. One of the archers, a woman wrapped in a black cloak, bound nearly as tall as she was, stepped forward. She drew a single arrow and loosed it. Mid-flight, it split into 6. Another sharp impact followed. The beast dropped on the spot. Are you two just going to stand there and die? She snapped, shooting a glance toward Luke and Allison. Without waiting for an answer, she surged forward with practiced ease, her movements precise and sharp. The longbow in her hands moved effortlessly with her, as if weightless despite its size. I get it, she said, closing the distance in a few swift strides. You've been through hell down there. That place was a damn tomb, another voice muttered behind her. She didn't argue. But up here. Her tone dropped, firm and steady. It's worse. She pointed toward the skyline, where the dark outline of ruined buildings met the sky. Every night, when the bells ring, they're not just marking time but they're warnings. Monsters begin to move. Sentinels. Kill on sight. She locked eyes with Luke. You've got 2 options. Come with us, we're heading toward the other survivors. Or stay here and take your chances. She didn't wait to see what they chose. She turned and ran. Luke and Allison had plenty of questions, but it was clear from the way the survivors moved that they weren't going to stick around to answer them. And right now, more than anything, the two of them needed information. They didn't have a choice, they followed. The group moved like they'd done this 100 times. Over debris. Down broken ledges. Climbing where they had to, ducking low where they didn't. Nothing wasted. Every movement calculated. Ahead, one of them fired a grappling arrow across a crumbling rooftop. The rope snapped tight, pulling him upward with practiced speed. Anna. They're on the move, he shouted from above. We've got it handled, she called back. She knocked another arrow, this one with a sleek, metallic tip, and fired it into a nearby alley. A high-pitched ringing burst from the point of impact. Luke stiffened. A sonic lure. It would drag everything nearby away from them. And fast. Move. Anna shouted. They dropped to the street below, landing in low rolls, never breaking pace. Luke hit the ground running. Allison followed close behind. They moved like professionals. Efficient. Synchronized. Battle-worn. The group slowed near a rooftop edge. One of them raised a hand, silent signal. Everyone crouched. Luke felt a wave of relief at the sight of other people. But instincts kept him on edge. This wasn't the time to feel safe. One of the survivors held a strange lantern. He pressed a hand to its surface, and the glow faded to a faint, pulsing light. When midnight hits, Anna whispered beside him, they start to hunt. Luke narrowed his eyes. Who's they? You'll see. The city held its breath. Then it came. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Clang. 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 Heavy metal footsteps echoed down the street, each step deep, deliberate, and loud enough to shake the stone beneath their feet. The ground trembled. Then Luke saw it. Emerging from the smoke and dust, a knight stepped into view. No. Not just a knight. A towering figure clad in solid armor, nearly 3 meters tall. Its spear was as thick as a tree trunk, gripped in one massive hand. The plating it wore was black as pitch, its weight pressing into the air with every step. A low hum followed it, pressure like gravity distorted by its presence. Luke swallowed and activated Identify. No level. No name. No data at all. He tried again. Still blank. Only one thing could cause that. So it was strong enough to block analysis. And probably smart enough to know it. Beside him, Anna whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. It's a Midnight Warden. They always come out around now. Luke felt a chill settle under his skin. Midnight Warden. That was the name of the tutorial. Midnight Terror. He watched as the warden's massive boots pounded the cobblestone, the impact echoing like a drumbeat of judgment fading into the dark. Every step made the air feel heavier, the tension unbearable. His instincts screamed at him, don't move, don't even blink. If that thing noticed them, if it struck even once, he'd be gone before he could react. The giant turned a corner and vanished into the shadows. No one dared to breathe. Muscles stayed locked. Sweat clung to skin, cold as the night around them. Only when the silence truly returned did the group exhale. Seriously, someone hissed, barely above a whisper. If we linger, another one might show. Anna turned toward Luke and Allison. You dropped into the worst possible place. This is a wild zone. Luke frowned, the term repeating in his mind. Wild zone. Anna didn't slow down. We're lucky, though. The safe zone isn't far. But we need to move. There were no objections. The group moved as one, slipping through alleyways and across rubble-strewn paths like trained ghosts. Every movement was intentional, their pace steady and silent. The lantern in their lead cast only a faint glow, just enough to see where to step, nothing more. Whenever it grew too bright, the bearer shielded it with a hand. They couldn't afford to be seen. Or heard. Somewhere in the middle of the group, a voice broke the silence. You're from the new wave. From the portal, right? It wasn't loud, but it carried weight. Luke glanced over, eyes narrowing. New wave? Allison blinked. Wait, you didn't just arrive in this tutorial. The survivors exchanged glances. One of them shook his head. No. We've been here for a while. Luke's stomach turned. Anna looked over her shoulder, her tone low. And by now, you've figured it out. This tutorial doesn't have a time limit. The words sank deep, colder than the night air. How long have these people been trapped? Days? Weeks? Months? He opened his mouth to ask, but the group leader raised a hand. Silence. Then the sound returned. Clang. Clang. Heavy footsteps echoed through the ruins again, closer this time. Everyone slipped back into the shadows, breath tight in their lungs. The footsteps passed by, slow and deliberate, until they faded once more into the distance. Move. They accelerated without a word. We're almost at Robert's hideout, she added as they slipped into what remained of a crumbling building. Mold crept up the walls, torn pages littered the floor, and half the ceiling was gone. They ascended a flight of stairs half devoured by rot and crossed a wooden plank bridging 2 rooftops. Then Anna came to a halt. Her gaze locked on a tree ahead, marked with a large white X, careful here. The lantern flickered once, casting just enough light to reveal faint markings etched into the path ahead. Then darkness swallowed them again. They advanced low and quiet. Growls echoed in the distance, wet, guttural, and too numerous to count. Up ahead, one of the archers stopped and raised a hand. The group dropped behind twisted metal and broken stone. Luke peeked through a gap, and his heart skipped. A pack of creatures sprinted past. Fast. Coordinated. Their claws scraped across the stone with terrifying clarity. Their eyes gleamed like polished glass, full of intent. Recognition hit. Velociraptors. His pulse spiked. Dinosaurs. Here. He held his breath and pressed deeper into the rubble, every muscle tense, unwilling to move an inch. The creatures rushed past, fast, silent, and utterly focused on something deeper in the forest. Not a single one looked in their direction. Only when the last clawed foot vanished between the trees did the archers move again. Without a word, they slid down the loose slope and hit the broken street below with smooth, practiced ease. Luke and Allison followed, staying close, their nerves stretched thin and every step taut with caution. Anna ran ahead but glanced sideways mid-sprint, her voice surprisingly calm. This kind of thing, she said. It's normal here. Normal. Luke blinked, barely able to process it. Prehistoric beasts, cryptids, folklore from every civilization on Earth. If someone believed in it once, chances are it exists here. He swallowed, his throat dry. This wasn't a simulation. It wasn't just a tutorial. This place was its own world. He and Allison stayed at the rear, watching their flank as the group pushed forward. Allison scanned the forest for movement, blades ready. But Luke wasn't watching the trees, he was watching the survivors. Their faces weren't filled with panic. They were far past panic. They were afraid. Not of the dinosaurs. Of something worse. The midnight wardens. The remnants of the city had fallen behind. Ahead, the forest rose up, dense and ancient. Gnarled roots tore through the ground like veins, and the branches overhead wove together into a ceiling of leaves that shut out the moonlight. There were no more streets. No more buildings. Only forest now, untamed and merciless. In the center of it all lay a clearing. The plants towered over them, thick with unnatural color. Some pulsed faintly, as if alive. Giant stalks lined with teeth-like leaves loomed above, surrounding twisted mouths that didn't move but looked like they could at any moment. Anna raised her hand. The group stopped. These plants are blind and deaf, she whispered. But they sense everything through the ground. The instructions were simple. Step lightly. No sound. No sudden movements. They advanced in silence, slipping between the stalks like ghosts. Every footstep felt heavier for Luke, as if gravity itself deepened the farther they went. His spine prickled. With each plant he passed, he felt something wrong. Not movement. Not sound. But presence. Intent. Like they weren't asleep, just pretending. They looked dead. But they weren't. And he knew it. What if one snapped awake? What if one wrong step was all it took? Eventually, the plants thinned out, giving way to a narrow alley barely wide enough for one person. They moved through single file, shoulders brushing the cracked stone walls. At the end, a small hole had been cut into one side of the ruin, a dark opening, just big enough to crawl through. One by one, the survivors entered, sliding into the earth like worms escaping the light. Luke and Allison were the last. The crawl space was tight. No room to turn. The dirt and rock closed in from every side, pressing against their backs and arms. Claustrophobic. Breathless. Silent. Then, finally, they emerged. They were inside a house, or what used to be one. The windows showed only dirt, long since sealed and buried beneath the surface. No light came in. No sound came from outside. It was safe. A perfect hideout. We made it, one of the archers gasped, collapsing against a crumbling wall. Another trembled as he lowered his bow, hands still shaking from the adrenaline. Anna remained calm, her expression unreadable. We'll rest here until sunrise. Luke let out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The silence felt like a fragile thing, one wrong word away from breaking. And then, a voice cut through it. You. Tension snapped through the room like a drawn wire. A bowstring stretched taut. Luke turned. One of the archers stood with his weapon aimed straight at him. The arrow's tip didn't waver. It was pointed directly at Luke's chest. Corner. Now, the man said, voice cold. No sudden moves, or I shoot. Back off. Stay in the corner, no sudden moves. The word struck like a spark to dry tinder. Tension rippled through the air, thick and immediate. Luke raised his kukris, blade steady but eyes scanning. Allison mirrored him, lifting her sword in one clean motion. Muscles tight. Breath short. They were ready. Before anything could ignite, Anna stepped between the groups with a firm, commanding stride. She held up a hand, not pleading, but controlling the space like someone used to managing near disaster. Another girl moved in behind her. She didn't speak a word. Instead, her hands danced in the air, fingers signing something too fast for Luke to follow. Mute? Deaf? The question passed through his mind, but there was no time to dwell on it. The archer didn't lower his bow. His expression was sharp, jaw set like stone, and his arrowhead remained locked on Luke's chest. They could be renegades, he said, spitting the word like a curse. Luke's brow furrowed. He didn't recognize the term, but the hatred in the man's tone made its meaning clear enough. Dangerous. Unwanted. Hunted. You know how they work, the archer continued. Always setting up ambushes. I didn't say anything earlier because one wrong word out there and we'd all be corpses. Allison's blade glinted faintly in the low light. Her fingers tightened around the hilt. If that's how you want to play it, she said, voice icy and still, then I won't hold back either. The air pulled taut. The silence wasn't quiet, it was alive, humming with the threat of violence, the kind that didn't give warnings. Then, a new voice cut through the tension. Calm. Steady. Clear. They're new. You can see it. Another girl stepped forward from the group, her posture composed, her tone level but firm. Her gaze fixed on the archer without flinching. No idea about the factions. No idea how any of this works, said Luke. She stepped again, slow and deliberate. Point your bow at monsters. Not people. That's what our instructor taught us, remember. The archer's jaw worked. His fingers twitched near the string. Then, finally, he exhaled, cursed low, and let the bow lower. Anna let out a breath too, quiet but audible. Crisis averted. But Luke and Allison didn't drop their weapons. Not yet. Not after that. Trust wasn't something that bloomed in a single gesture. Especially not here. One of the other archers sat cross-legged near the half-built fire and took a swig from a dented canteen. Another knelt beside him and began assembling a flame with the kind of muscle memory that only came after dozens, maybe hundreds, of nights in places like this. You two should sit near the flame, Anna said, gesturing toward the growing heat. The cold here's brutal. She smiled, just a little. Besides. Tell us something new about Earth. Been ages since I even touched a phone. Luke raised an eyebrow. Ages since they've used a phone. There was something in her voice, something that didn't match how she looked. His gaze shifted across the others. Their gear was patched, old. Their movements were careful, deliberate. Hardened by time. His stomach sank. How long have you all been stuck in this tutorial? They glanced at each other. The silence stretched for a few seconds too long. I've been here a year, one of them said. 2 for me. Anna looked directly at him. 3. Luke felt the words hit him like a punch to the ribs. His mouth was dry, his fingers still gripping the cookies tighter than he realized. 3 years. What about the exit mission? Allison asked. Her voice was quieter now, shaken. The portal? Anna's answer came with the weight of experience. We're still trying to clear it. But this place. Her eyes grew distant. It doesn't fight fair. It wears you down. Breaks you. Neither Luke nor Allison responded. There was nothing to say. Just the low crackle of the fire and the haunted look in the survivor's eyes. New people drop in every year, Anna continued. Portals bring more. But the longer you're here, the clearer it becomes, monsters aren't the only threat. Her gaze turned darker. Not fearful. Just, tired. There are people out there. Renegades. Survivors who abandoned the mission. Some live in the forest. Others burrowed into the ruins. They've made this place their own, and they don't want it disturbed. Luke frowned. But shouldn't we all be working together? That's the only way out, right? A bitter chuckle came from one of the archers by the fire. It's not that simple. Anna gave a small shake of her head. Her voice didn't rise, but something in it settled like stone. You'll understand once you reach the mission statue. Until then, we won't explain more. No words can prepare you. Whatever this was, it wasn't just another tutorial. Luke and Allison remained on their feet, watching the group huddled near the flames. One of them tossed a piece of dried meat into the fire. Another passed the canteen, not saying a word. Routine. Survival. The suspicion didn't fade. Not completely. Luke met Allison's eyes, and together, they lowered their weapons, but their guard never dropped. Not for a second. Anna gestured toward the group, her tone easy, but measured. You already know I'm Anna, she said with a slight shrug. The archer who pointed a bow at you. That's Johnny. The guy with the lantern is Raymond. Marco was the one scouting ahead, guiding us. She turned to motion toward the 2 girls seated by the fire. Nora and Cecilia. Cecilia, a redhead with a weary smile and half-lidded eyes, lifted her hands and responded with a few fluid signs. Her fingers moved with casual precision, comfortable, practiced. Luke caught it immediately. Sign language. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. He didn't react. Didn't blink. Didn't flinch. But he understood every word. She could hear, she just didn't speak, and he wasn't going to let anyone know he understood. If this group ever tried to communicate behind closed hands, assuming he and Allison were clueless, they'd be wrong. He'd be watching. He'd know. And they'd never suspect it. After his mother's death, the Baumans had placed him in an inclusive school. There, he'd learned enough sign to get by. A quiet edge. Sharpened by grief. Allison sat down beside him, her shoulder brushing his. She leaned in, keeping her voice low. And the princess? Luke didn't answer right away. She must have thought Charlie had just returned to his soul. That she'd faded back the way she always did. But she hadn't seen it. She hadn't seen Charlie destroyed. Luke drew a slow breath. If his guess was right, Charlie would need at least 24 hours to recover. Until then, he had to stay calm. Act normal. No one could know. Count only on me if things go sideways, he whispered back. Allison gave a faint nod. While the archers settled in and began unpacking their gear, Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. They weren't going anywhere for a while. Which meant only one thing, they needed answers. So, tell us about yourselves, Allison said, her tone casual, but her eyes sharp with intent. We only got here a few days ago. She looked toward Anna, her expression expectant. The system mentioned a mission. How far have you actually gotten? Are there other survivors? Anna paused. She didn't answer right away. Then. You'll understand the mission once you see the statue, she said, folding her arms. As for survivors. Her eyes shifted toward the others. There are more. A lot more. This place has more participants than you'd think. She nodded toward the west. There's a survivor village in that direction. A few new people arrived recently, but I haven't had much contact. Then she looked straight at Luke. Her gaze lingered. Unsettling. Measuring. Most of them stayed in Bastion. Luke said nothing. Bastion? What the hell is Bastion? He and Allison exchanged a glance, and for a moment, the fire's crackling seemed to quiet around them. This so-called tutorial wasn't just large. It was layered. Complex. Alive. And they were still standing on the surface. The mention of other survivors brought a cocktail of emotion, hope, curiosity, unease. If so many people had lived this long, maybe there was a path forward. But it also meant one thing clearly. This hell was deeper than they'd imagined. Bastion? Luke finally asked, breaking the silence. Can you explain what it is? One of the archers stirred the meat over the fire with a thin blade. It hissed against the iron like wet stone. Luke watched it sizzle, but something about it looked wrong, too fibrous, too gray to be anything natural. Anna's voice dropped into a lower register, her tone more deliberate. I'll give you the short version. She leaned slightly forward, eyes catching the firelight. I've lived here for 3 years. 3 years. The words echoed in Luke's mind like a death knell. This wasn't a tutorial. It was a prison dressed as a test. It took me a long time to adjust, Anna continued. To let go of modern life. The early days were brutal. No electricity. Food rations. Her gaze drifted, caught somewhere in a memory she hadn't revisited in a long time. Her voice softened, like she was speaking more to herself than to them. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. But eventually. I adapted. Her eyes lifted to meet theirs. And you will too. For a moment, no one spoke. The fire crackled. Shadows danced against the stone walls. Anna leaned back slightly and stared at the ceiling, her eyes distant. This place, it's a massive medieval city. The Kingdom of Midnight. She let the words hang for a moment before continuing. I don't know much about its history. No one does. But one thing is certain, beyond these lands, there's nothing but ice. Luke's eyes narrowed. That sounds like where we came from, he said. Frozen tundra. Anna nodded. Outside the walls, life doesn't stand a chance. The temperature is lethal. Snowstorms rage day and night. The only time the weather gives us a break, is now. She pointed at them. When people arrive in this world, the location is random. Most end up inside the kingdom's walls, but even that places them in the wild zone, which is dangerous on its own. She paused, then continued. When new arrivals show up, the weather eases up for a short while. Just enough time for the unlucky ones, those dropped into the frozen wasteland, to sprint for the walls. So that's how it works. Once that window closes, Anna said, crossing her arms tightly, staying out there is suicide. The cold kills you in minutes. And food? Almost non-existent. She turned back toward the fire. But inside the city, there's still a chance. Snow is rare. The cold's bearable. Barely. The monsters, they're our food source. She took a bite, chewing slowly. We harvest rain. Melt snow. Boil water when we find rivers or springs. Luke absorbed every word. This wasn't just survival. This was a full ecosystem. They were trapped in a self-contained world with its own rules. Anna leaned forward, resting an elbow on her knee. This place is divided into 3 factions, she said, holding up 3 fingers. Bastion. Haven. Renegades. Then she looked at them directly, her gaze steady. We're with Haven. Luke didn't respond. Not yet. Anna continued. Haven is made up of regular people just trying to stay alive. I'm part of a scavenger team. We collect valuables, food, herbs, whatever we can find. She gestured toward the ruined city beyond. This is the wild zone. The most dangerous part of the city. Midnight wardens patrol this area. He remembered that towering night. If even one hit landed, it would be over. And Bastion? Luke asked. Silence settled over the group. Anna chewed, then swallowed. Bastion's the most promising place. More resources. More stability. More safety. Then she locked eyes with Luke. But it comes with rules. And if you can't pay the tribute, you're thrown out. Luke didn't like what he was hearing. A caste system. Inside a nightmare like this? Anna continued. And then, there's the renegades. Luke had already guessed where this was going. They're thieves. Scavengers. They live in hiding and target anyone who walks alone. If you have a shelter far from the main factions, you'd better pray it's still yours in the morning. But then, her tone shifted. Softer. Heavier. They're not the only threat. She shot a grim look at Luke and Allison. Walking alone out here, is as good as signing your death warrant. Not just because of the monsters, but because of the others. Survivors who've turned into something else. Gangs. Killers. Raiders. Luke opened his mouth to ask more but stopped. Allison wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes were down, lost in thought. Shoulders drawn in. Expression dark. Almost desperate. Luke stayed quiet. Even if he wanted answers, he recognized that look. Her mind was unraveling everything, trying to make sense of a world that didn't make sense. He inhaled deeply. He felt it too. This wasn't a challenge. It was a nightmare wearing the skin of a game. And if they wanted to survive, they'd have to accept that. Luke stepped away from the group, finding a darker corner by the wall. With a thought, he summoned his system screen. Name, Luke. Level, 5. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 10. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 401/460. Mana points, MP 229/290. Stamina, 129/230. Soul fragments, 13/1000. Stats. Strength, 42. Agility, 50. Endurance, 23. Vitality, 46. Perception, 43. Intelligence, 29. Free points, 3. He placed 1 point each into intelligence, endurance, and vitality. Stats updated. Endurance, 23-24. Vitality, 46-47. Intelligence, 29-30. Health points, HP 401/460-411/470. Mana points, MP 229/290-239/300. Stamina, 129/230-139/240. Luke exhaled slowly. He could feel it. The subtle shift in his body. Muscles a bit steadier. His breath, slower. Mind, clearer. Then something blinked at the corner of his interface. A notification. You have unlocked a new class skill. Luke looked up briefly. No one was paying attention. Others were checking their own screens too, probably leveling up, managing inventory. Still, he didn't want to draw eyes. He focused back on his interface. This time, it was different. Since his class evolved from assassin to demonic assassin, this would be his first true skill of the advanced path. His fingers hesitated. A wrong choice now could ruin everything later. He took a breath and tapped the notification. Choose your new class skill, 5 options available. The words glowed on the screen. Luke swallowed and read the first. Basic Dance of Death, rare, each kill boosts your speed for a short time. With successive executions, you become a relentless assassin, gliding across the battlefield like a ravenous shadow. The faster your blade finds flesh, the fiercer and more agile you become, until you're no longer just a killer, but a true dancer of death. Luke held his breath. This was something brutal. The more I kill, the faster I get. But surely, there has to be a limit. Still, it was a strong choice. If he got surrounded, he could take down one enemy and speed up. Take down another and his body would grow even sharper. The fight would turn into a deadly dance. A tempting option. Next. Basic Drain Fang, rare, the assassin delivers strikes that extract subtle fragments of the target's essence, draining their mana and wearing down their resistance. He doesn't overpower, he dismantles with lethal precision until the victim can no longer fight or flee. Luke narrowed his eyes. This one was perfect for fighting humans. One hit, and they'd start bleeding strength. Keep striking, and they'd fall from exhaustion like a serpent slowly crushing its prey, coiling tighter and tighter until the last breath. In this world, he had to prepare for the worst. If he ever had to fight another survivor, this skill would ensure he won. Then. Assassin's Mark, rare, mark a target. Lock your perception onto them. No matter where they flee, if they remain within your hunting grounds, you will find them. No prey can hide. The mark lasts until removed or expired. Luke took a deep breath. This was a pursuit skill. Tag a target, and he'd always know where they were. No beast. No human. Nothing could vanish from his sight. But he wasn't the hunter yet. Not in this place. Not now. Right now, he was the hunted. This skill would shine later. But for now, he needed something more immediate. Something that made him deadlier right now. Next option. Demonic Assassin's Claws, rare, your body is your weapon. Channel mana into your hands, your nails become blades sharp enough to rend flesh. A true demonic assassin is never unarmed. His hands are instruments of death, eager to feast on blood. Luke blinked. Insane. Even for him. But it made sense. If he ever got disarmed, if he needed to kill fast, he wouldn't hesitate. He'd be ready. No hesitation. No delay. An assassin has to be ready to strike at any moment. This was pure lethality. Perfect in its own savage way. Then he looked at the last skill. And his chest tightened. This one he didn't need to think. This was the right choice. Luke read the last skill and stopped. His chest tightened, his pulse quickened. A strange chill ran down his spine. Basic Blood Regeneration, rare, the first cut is only the beginning. Whenever you make an enemy bleed, your demonic nature awakens, devouring the life that pours from your prey. You heal as they wither. Your body strengthens with every drop spilled. And your blade becomes a conduit for the insatiable hunger within. In the end, it's not just the enemy who bleeds, it's you who feeds. Luke stared at the screen. This wasn't just power. It was something else. Something darker. Every other skill made him stronger. But this? This made him survive. If he were wounded, if he were dying, this would pull him back from the brink. He could heal through blood. Even a single cut, a shallow wound, could trigger a hemorrhage. That alone could kill someone. But now, he was his own healer. Luke took a deep breath. The other skills were tempting. But this was the one that changed everything. He thought back to the ice fields. If his leg had snapped, if he'd taken a deep slash, he would have died. In this place, one mistake meant death. But not anymore. And then he remembered his profane knife throw. It had a bleeding effect. He could heal at range. Without ever stepping into danger. Without using potions. The synergy was perfect. His blood surged. This was it. The right choice. Luke tapped the skill. The screen pulsed. You have acquired the class skill, Basic Blood Regeneration. Your demonic powers intensify. Then the itch began. It wasn't painful, not exactly, but it spread like static crawling across his skin. Something inside him shifted. The dark blood stirred, alive. Hungry. Luke clenched his fists. His muscles tensed, then relaxed. The feeling passed. He exhaled slowly. But he knew something had changed. He was different now. Stronger. And for the first time since entering this nightmare, he felt ready. Eager. A voice broke the silence. Sun's up, Johnny said, crawling back into the hideout. We can move. The group stood immediately, packing supplies, checking gear, folding the cloth they'd used for warmth. Hours had passed, but Luke and Allison hadn't slept a second. They'd kept watch. Watched everyone. During the night, they had exchanged stories, telling of their brutal journey through the frozen wastes. But the information flow was one-sided. Few answers came back. We can't say much, Anna had said, tightening the strap of her bow. The one who handles introductions is our leader. Luke raised an eyebrow. Leader? But before he could ask, the group was already on the move. They stepped out into the ruined city. The trees began to thin. The forest gave way to shattered stone, crumbling walls, collapsed buildings. The remnants of something ancient. This place wasn't just abandoned. It was a corpse. A dead empire, buried beneath dust and time. Swoosh. An arrow cut through the air. It landed far ahead, silent. Johnny closed his eyes. stood perfectly still for a moment. Then opened them. It's clear. Without hesitation, the archers moved forward. Luke narrowed his eyes. How the hell does he know that, he muttered to Allison, trying to break the oppressive silence that had settled over her. Since the stories about the city, she hadn't really spoken. She was somewhere else, in thoughts Luke couldn't reach. Anna, walking just ahead, caught the question. Johnny has a skill, she said. Perception arrow. When he fires, the arrow creates a detection field. Gives him a snapshot of the area. Luke nodded slowly. Useful. Extremely useful. They reached a towering wall of rubble. The group paused, scanning the surroundings. Beyond the debris, a flock of strange creatures wandered among the ruins. Luke squinted. Ostriches. But wrong. Twisted necks. Eyes wide, vacant, insane. One of them slammed its head repeatedly into a stone column. Crack. Again. And again. Each impact echoed like a hammer on bone. Headbreaker ostriches, one of the archers said with a smirk. They kill by headbutting. Absolutely nuts. When the path finally cleared, the archers uncoiled ropes and shot grappling arrows high above. Luke and Allison followed. Fast. Precise. They climbed. And when they reached the top, they saw it. The safe zone. And the difference was obvious. The street below was walled off with debris, furniture, sharpened stakes, anything that could serve as defense. A group worked steadily, adding more. They were building a wall. It wasn't finished yet, but it was progress. This is the safe zone, Anna said. Monsters still slip in sometimes, but nothing like the wild zone. She pointed to the archers stationed at higher ground, bows at the ready. Every point is watched. We eliminate threats before they reach the heart. Luke scanned the area. Behind them, the wild zone looked like a living nightmare. A colossal castle loomed in the distance. Dark. Intact. Imposing. A relic untouched by time or ruin. He exchanged a look with Allison. That has to be part of the mission, Luke said. Allison nodded. Too obvious to ignore. Anna exhaled. The closer you get to that castle, the more this world tries to kill you. She gestured to the glowing torches lining the safe zone. At least here, we've got light. Magical torches, set up everywhere. But the wild zone? Not so lucky. There are a few scattered flames, but mostly darkness. And no one walks that place at night. Luke tilted his head. Because of the midnight wardens? Anna nodded. They don't enter the safe zone. Her gaze turned distant. But step outside these protected streets after dark, they'll be waiting. Luke didn't answer. He just turned his eyes back to the castle on the horizon. The wind whispered through the ruins. Soft. Hollow. The world felt calm. Too calm. But he knew whatever was inside that fortress wouldn't be. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. The archers moved more freely now, their pace lighter. But even in safety, they remained cautious. We made it back alive, one of them cheered. Barely, another muttered, clutching his arm. The bandage around it was soaked with blood. Don't worry, we'll head straight to the healer. Luke and Allison followed the group a few more steps and then they saw it. People. Dozens of them. Men and women moved in organized chaos, carrying baskets, sharpening weapons, stacking wood to reinforce barricades. The buildings were crude, surrounded by stakes and makeshift walls. But the most noticeable thing? The guards. Armed. Watching every corner. Eyes sharp. Crossbowmen and archers manned the rooftops, their eyes scanning the streets below with unrelenting focus. Every elevated point had someone watching. No blind spots. No breaks. The streets below bustled with a strange kind of order. Improvised market stalls stood at every corner. Not selling gold. Not selling weapons. Pots. Pillows. Rusty spoons. Things that would be meaningless in a normal city, but here, even a fork was a precious commodity. Clean water. Fresh water for trade. A line had formed in front of a man holding a dented bucket. He dipped a ladle into the murky liquid, filling crude tin cups for anyone who could pay. Thank you, a woman whispered, handing him a bundle of misshapen fruit. Luke and Allison exchanged a look. No currency. Everything ran on barter. Coats. Who wants coats? Just back from the wild zone, minimal holes. One trader abruptly froze, his eyes widened as he spotted Luke and Allison's fur-lined jackets. By the gods, those are worth a fortune. If you're selling, talk to me, immediately. They ignored him and kept walking. But then, they stopped. Luke felt a chill crawl up his spine. Children. Scattered between tents. Some laughing weakly. Some just sitting, staring. Their eyes were empty. Not like children. Like survivors. As if they'd already seen more than any child should ever have to. Kids, Allison whispered. Her voice cracked, barely audible. Luke said nothing. But he felt it too. How long? How long have these people been trapped here? He didn't want to know the answer. Anna pointed to a large structure set apart from the market chaos. That's the military compound. Home of King Bartholomew and his men. Luke frowned. King. This place is the city outside Bastion. Everything here, every stall, every street, belongs to King Bartholomew. She folded her arms. Nothing is free. If you want a tent, a bed, even a corner of a building, you pay tribute. They continued walking, leaving the market behind. The noise faded with every step. Eventually, they stopped in front of a large, weathered building. A hotel. Once majestic. now cracked and worn. This is the Columbus Hotel, Anna said. It's where Haven lives. The archers split up, disappearing into corners, rooms, or tents nearby. Anna turned to them. I'm in charge of placing new arrivals. Follow me. Luke scanned the surroundings. Makeshift tents dotted the muddy field. Crude wooden shacks leaned against the hotel's outer walls. People washed themselves with filthy cloths dipped in cloudy water. The smell was overpowering. This wasn't a refuge. It was a dumping ground for survivors. The women looked worn, hair matted, skin smudged, clothes torn. The men weren't much better. And the smell. Well, after walking through a crowd of the unwashed and half-starved, Luke had gotten used to it. Anna tried to sound optimistic. Since it's so cold, we don't sweat much, she offered. Helps us stay clean longer. Then she sighed. There's a river, but it's under militia control. You want water? Pay a tribute. There are other rivers in the wild zone, but those come with monsters. She crossed her arms. Soaps are sold by traders. I try to keep a schedule, 1 solid bath a week. 1 bath a week. Luke wisely chose not to ask how people handled hygiene. Or what they did for toilets. Where's the bathroom? How do they even flush it? Do they flush it? Luke was used to discomfort after days in the snow. But at least out there, he had snow, clean enough to wipe away the worst. But now. A more horrifying thought crept in. I've slept next to a woman for several nights. Without a single bath. He froze. Allison raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, he replied quickly, eyes darting away. They approached the hotel entrance, only to be stopped. 2 guards stepped in front of the door, weapons at their sides. Anna, one of them said, voice sharp. Who are these people? New arrivals, Anna answered calmly. Cecilia and I found them. We're taking responsibility as veterans. The guards scanned Luke and Allison with hard eyes. Hand over your weapons, one said. Any items too. No outsiders enter armed. The meaning was clear. They didn't trust them. More men nearby stepped forward, ready to disarm them by force if needed. Allison's hand instinctively moved to her blade. Her posture shifted, tensed for a fight. I have zero intention of giving up my gear, she said, voice cold. Luke scanned the area. A child ran past, laughing, toward a woman who scooped them up in her arms. They were just people. Tired. Dirty. Human. But that didn't mean he was going to surrender his weapons. Let's not escalate this, Luke said, tone calm but firm. I'm sure we can talk this through. Cecilia signed frantically to Anna, her expression panicked. Anna opened her mouth to intervene. But then, a voice came from inside the building. It's fine. Everyone froze. They're just fresh from the training field. How dangerous could they be? Luke turned. A young man stepped from the shadows of the hotel, his expression unreadable. The guards immediately backed off, sheathing their blades. If you say so, Paul, one of them muttered. His eyes narrowed. Of everyone they'd encountered so far, this one felt different. Stronger. Strong enough that even Allison beside him wouldn't make a difference if it came to a fight. Paul gave them a small, unreadable smile. See. Problem solved. He looked young, mid-20s at most, but there was weight in his stance. Confidence. Command. I'm Paul, he said, folding his arms. Second in command around here. You're free to enter, as long as you store your weapons in your inventory. Luke and Allison shared a look. No choice. They couldn't afford to alienate these people. Reluctantly, they stored their gear, and stepped inside. I'm sorry. Anna said softly, guilt thick in her voice. I should have warned you. This is my first time being someone's veteran. Cecilia signed her own apology, her face flushed red with shame. Allison simply shook her head. It's fine. But Luke said nothing. His body was still tense, 1 second away from violence just minutes ago. Now. They followed Paul deeper into the hotel. The smell hit first. Old wood. Dust. Food. But beneath it all, blood. Wounded survivors lay on the floor, groaning, bandaged with whatever rags were available. Women knelt beside them, sewing wounds with shaking hands. Some had eyes that were already fading. Death lived here. It breathed here. Paul didn't slow. So, he said without turning, how'd the mission go? Anna exhaled, her face dropping. Nowhere, she replied. We still haven't found the mechanism, and Marco got injured. Mechanism? Luke frowned. I warned you it was dangerous to keep going, Paul said quietly. Anna didn't answer. They kept walking. Every room they passed offered a new glimpse of this world. In one, women patched together shredded clothing. In another, survivors cleaned meat from monster corpses. Luke couldn't tell if it was meant for food, or something else entirely. The halls were packed. People moved with urgent purpose, carrying supplies, weapons, scraps of metal or cloth. No one walked slowly. No one wasted breath. Then, guards appeared ahead. They said nothing when they saw Paul, just stepped aside. He stopped at a wooden door, took a breath, and knocked. Knock. 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 Silence. Then a voice, sharp, impatient. Who is it? Paul swallowed. It's me. Angelica. It's Paul. Silence stretched again. Then the door opened. A girl in an apron rushed out, nearly bumping into them. Hi, Thiara, Paul said, his tone uncertain. She flinched slightly. Hi, Paul. She looked around Luke's age, maybe a little older than Allison. I just got chewed out pretty hard. I need to go. And she was gone. Anna sighed. She's always like that. She's getting better, Paul said softly. They stepped into the room. Angelica was already watching. Her presence hit like pressure in the air. She studied Luke and Allison with cold, assessing eyes. Who are they? Paul stepped forward. These are. He hesitated, glancing toward them. I'm Allison. Luke. The tension thickened. Angelica exhaled through her nose, folding her arms. I see, newbies. She leaned back against the table, rubbing her temples. I'll be blunt. Her eyes were sharp as glass. Forget going home. Luke's heart stopped for a beat. Forget the mission. She clenched her fists. No one's ever completed it. My advice? Her voice was cold steel. Accept it. A chill ran down Luke's spine. Angelica's voice dropped lower, measured and unshaken. This place has existed for 8 years. The words hit like thunder. 8 years. Luke and Allison stood frozen. That number echoed in their minds, over and over. Impossible to ignore. 8 years. And no one. Her gaze pierced through them. Not one person has ever gotten close to the castle. The sound around him vanished. Voices became nothing more than a distant hum. His brain refused to process. Luke could see mouths moving. He knew people were talking, knew Allison was asking questions. But he couldn't hear a thing. The air felt thin. The floor stretched farther beneath his feet. 8 years. His heart pounded like a war drum. 8 years. His blood ran cold, rushing through his veins like ice water. If he couldn't find a way out, if he was trapped here, if there was no return, he would become another name on a missing persons list. Just another corpse no one ever found. Then the thought hit him. His mother. 13 years gone. 13 years without a trace. A chill coiled around his spine. Did she go through something like this? Is she still trapped somewhere? His thoughts spiraled. Why didn't the government ever say anything about this kind of tutorial? Spending months or even a year in one is already insanely risky. But 8 years? That's insane. He dug deeper. Maybe, no one knows. After all, the only ones who understand this hell are the ones trapped inside it. He took a deep breath. There's no way, in 100 years of tutorials on Earth, this has never happened before. Or did I just get unlucky enough to land in the hardest tutorial of all? Forcing himself to snap back, he tried to listen. Angelica was still speaking. Allison stood silent beside him. Her breathing had slowed. She'd shoved the fear down deep, just like he was doing. I'm not saying give up on returning to Earth, Angelica said at last. She crossed her arms, locking eyes with both of them. I'm saying accept the possibility that you won't. Her words hit like a cold blade. If you want to help us finish this tutorial, you have to think long-term. Hope is fine, her gaze sharpened, but hope without realism will get you killed. Silence. Then. I'm giving you a dose of harsh reality. She raised 3 fingers. There are 3 factions in this world, Angelica said, her voice level, practical. She repeated what Anna had told them before, but now, there was more. The renegades appeared 5 years ago. Led by a man named Marshall. Her eyes darkened. They've been at war with Bartholomew's faction ever since. Territory raids. Ambushes. Executions. Angelica leaned forward slightly. The wild zone isn't just dangerous because of monsters. If the renegades see you, they might think you're with Bartholomew. As if the monsters weren't already bad enough. She reached down, picked something off the table, and tossed it toward them. It clattered against the wood. A tooth. No. A fawn. Jagged, thick, yellowed with age. Luke stared at it. Definitely not from any dinosaur he'd seen. This world holds more than just prehistoric beasts, Angelica said. There's something worse. She tapped the fawn with her finger. Orcs. The word made the room colder. They're not like the other monsters. They're smart. Her expression hardened. They hunt in groups. If they see you, they'll track you until you're dead. And they don't just hunt for food. Her eyes narrowed. They hunt for sport. Luke and Allison exchanged glances, both remembering the nightmare back in the village. In the deeper parts of the wild zone, orcs have villages. Caves. Encampments. Some ride velociraptors. Others command larger beasts. They wield spears, slings, axes. Luke's stomach sank. Now it made sense. That's why reaching the castle is nearly impossible, Angelica continued. The orcs own everything. She reached for another object on the table, a crude wooden figure, a king's crown carved clumsily into its head. In the first year of this tutorial. Her voice dropped, steady, grim. It was a massacre. She spun the figurine between her fingers. Everything you see now, this whole city, was once just wild zone. By day, we were hunted by orcs. By night. Her eyes darkened. By the midnight wardens. Luke and Allison shivered. The memory was still sharp, the towering black knight that walked like death itself. Angelica's voice sharpened. That's when Bartholomew and his group made a suicidal decision. Stolen content warning, this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. She tossed the figurine onto the table. They attacked. Luke felt his shoulders tense. They invaded what we now call Bastion. Over 50 people joined the mission, to kill the warden who ruled that zone. She paused, eyes distant, staring into memory. That night. Silence tightened its grip on the room. Only 4 returned. Luke and Allison barely breathed. Bartholomew and Marshall were among them. Paul spoke then, still facing the window. They were friends once. His tone was heavy. But the fallout from that night broke them. That's when the renegades were born. No one spoke. Luke's mind reeled. 50 people died. Just to kill a single midnight warden. His throat tightened. That thing he'd seen, it wasn't just a monster. It was an army in armor. Angelica pressed on. The closer you get to the castle. She pointed at the map sprawled across the table. The more midnight wardens patrol the streets at night. And the more orcs rise with the dawn. Allison bit her lip. And the deeper you go into the wild zone. Angelica's gaze locked onto them, cold and unyielding. The worse the predators become. She leaned forward. Now do you understand why no one's gotten near that castle? Silence. Luke ran a hand down his face. The weight of it all, it was suffocating. Angelica crossed her arms. After Bartholomew killed that midnight warden, none of them ever came near this place again. Paul finally turned from the window. Over time, we started blocking routes. Cutting off access. Fortifying whatever ground we took. Angelica rolled another wooden carving between her fingers. This one was different, a replica of the hotel they stood in now. That's how the safe zone was born. Paul exhaled. But the problem is. He looked at them now. Bartholomew rules this place like a king. Luke raised an eyebrow. His men patrol the streets like a militia, Paul continued, his voice laced with quiet bitterness. They offer protection, in exchange for labor. He gave a dry, humorless chuckle. In exchange for labor. Luke didn't blink. Control the security. Control the people. Monopoly on force. Monopoly on survival. Paul pointed out the window. Anyone with a profession awakened through the system. They're pressured, sometimes forced, to work for him. Luke's jaw tightened. They handle monster attacks, Paul said. They sell meat from the kills. They run the farms. Control the water. They own the forges. The weaponsmiths. And of course. His voice dropped. They control the healers. Luke drew a sharp breath. In a world like this, injuries were death sentences. If the healers were under Bartholomew's control, then he didn't just rule the city. He ruled life and death. Angelica stood and tossed the carved hotel onto the table with a dull thud. To live under that protection. Her voice dripped with disdain. You pay tribute. Luke understood instantly. You contribute, she continued. Sewing. Cleaning streets. Dumping carcasses. Chopping wood. Hauling rubble. Another wooden figure spun between her fingers, this one shaped like a man. Bartholomew and his soldiers are the strongest here. Best gear. Highest levels. And finally, Luke could see the full system at play. The more beasts they kill, Angelica said, the stronger they get. The more monsters they hunt, the more loot they secure. She smiled bitterly. I heard they obtained a powerful item. Luke looked up, tense. Something they took after killing the Midnight Warden. She picked up the wooden hotel again. And then, there's us. Haven. Just regular people, Paul added. The ones who just want to survive. Angelica took a breath. Not everyone who came here wanted to be a warrior. Luke felt the weight behind those words, because his mother had been the same. She hadn't come here to fight. She came, to earn a better life. To find dignity. To most people, Angelica said softly, the tutorial was supposed to be a way to change their future. To get a better job. A better place in society. Her eyes darkened. But now. She let the carved hotel fall back onto the table. They're trapped in hell. The meeting with Angelica was over. Luke and Allison walked through the crumbling streets of the city, guided by Anna and Cecilia. The mute archer signed quickly, sharp, deliberate movements. Anna translated. She says you don't have to worry about food or shelter. We'll assign a tent for you too. Thanks, Allison replied quietly. Anna didn't stop there. That is, if you choose to stay with Haven. Luke raised an eyebrow. You're free to survive on your own. Anna continued. You can try to live on the edge of Bastion. She hesitated. Or join Bartholomew's faction, and become one of his soldiers. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. I've been trying to complete the mission with my team, Anna added, her voice heavier now. But you'll understand soon, why most people don't even try to leave this place. A shiver ran down Luke's spine. The city was alive. Even in ruin. Even in decay, it pulsed with grim vitality. The sound of vendors shouting. The scent of roasted meat. The constant clink of tools sharpening blades. Then they saw it. A massive statue stood in the center of the plaza. A king carved from stone, holding a scroll in one hand. People were gathered around it, eyes wide, faces pale. The new arrivals, Anna explained. They're gathering here. Luke and Allison stopped. Those people, they were like them. Fresh arrivals. Survivors who had only recently entered this twisted tutorial. Luke watched closely. All of them were staring at the statue. There was something about it. Something wrong. The newcomers stepped closer, hesitant. And then, one by one, their expressions shifted. Panic. Terror. Despair. Allison swallowed hard. What's making them look like that? Luke said nothing at first. He studied their faces, the sudden horror. It must trigger something in the system, he said quietly. Something bad. Allison's voice wavered. You think it's... Luke took a breath and stepped forward. As he reached the statue, a notification appeared. Mission statue activation detected. You have reached the heart of the kingdom, the grand capital. Well done, Challenger. The fate of this world now lies in your hands. Hidden across the vast city lie 3 ancient mechanisms. They hold shut the castle gates, sealing the path forward. You must find them. Activate them. Only then will the way open. But be warned, the journey ahead will test you. Each mechanism is protected by one of the 3 lords, sovereigns of their domains and unyielding in their power. The Orc Lord, who bathes the weak in blood and rules through brute force. The Beast Lord, whose primal dominion commands the creatures of the wild. The Midnight Lord, the tireless guardian of the capital and eternal servant of the throne. But know this, there is a cost. Once the ancient seal is broken, the Midnight Wardens will never again rest. They will rise and march without end, consuming all that stands in their path. Even the long-abandoned lands will fall once more beneath their shadow. The Midnight Lord himself will awaken, bringing swift and merciless punishment to those who dared to defy the sealed order. Beyond the castle gates lies a portal, the only exit from this world. But passage through it is not freely given. It is watched endlessly, guarded by forces that do not permit escape without challenge. At the very heart of the castle, upon a throne forgotten by time, waits the Midnight King. Those who cross into his domain must face the witch, once sealed away for endangering the balance of the realm. But she is not the final trial. For the one who truly rules these lands watches still, unseen, awaiting the moment to pass final judgment. Luke stared at the glowing words, each sentence carving deeper into his mind. This was the truth. The reason no one ever made it out. Everyone who tried to complete the mission, vanished. If anyone activated the mechanisms, the Midnight Wardens would awaken in full force. They would never stop. If someone reached the portal, they'd face enemies that made the orcs look tame. And if somehow they survived all that, the witch and the Midnight King would be waiting. Luke clenched his fists, his breath growing shallow. This wasn't a tutorial. It was a death sentence. The system alert still pulsed across their screens. Luke and Allison stared at it, frozen in place, trying to process what they'd just read. The shock was inevitable. Now it all made sense. Why so many had been trapped here for 8 years? Why no one ever spoke of completing the mission? Why those who tried simply vanished? Luke slowly looked up. The castle loomed in the distance, dark and unreachable. The vast ruins stretched before them. Endless forests teeming with monsters. Everything about this place screamed war zone. This world was flooded with predators, and the only way out was at the end of hell. And even if they reached the castle, it wouldn't matter. The gates were sealed. To open them, they'd need to find 3 ancient mechanisms. The mission was clear. The cost was not. Because once the 3rd mechanism was activated, the Midnight Wardens would rise. They would march without end. They would slaughter everything in their path. Even the safe zone wouldn't be safe. This wasn't just hard. It was cruel. Luke felt the weight of the truth sink deep into his chest. There was no timer. No ticking clock. Only one rule, complete the mission or stay trapped forever. Allison's voice pulled him back. Come on, Luke. We need to gather information. We're not giving up, right? He took a breath. The words grounded him again. Of course not, he said, steady. I won't give up. I can't. They stepped closer to a gathering of survivors, but something immediately stood out to Luke. A group of men near the center didn't look like the rest. Their clothes were clean. Their expressions calm. One of them even wore a suit and tie. At the center stood a well-groomed man holding a clipboard. He took notes while speaking to the newcomers. Then he clapped his hands, drawing all eyes to him. I see a lot of new faces, he said, voice smooth and practiced. I imagine most of you have realized just how hopeless this tutorial really is. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. The locals won't stop you from trying to leave, the man continued. But we'll let you discover for yourselves what this mission really means. For those of you who spawn directly inside the safe zone, take a walk through the wild zone sometime. Then you'll understand exactly what we mean. He smiled. My name is Oswald. I'm the chief administrator of Bastion. I manage logistics and civil order on behalf of King Bartholomew. And today, I'm here to offer you something important, an opportunity. At that cue, several men appeared, hauling out a wooden crate. They opened it in front of the crowd. Inside were wine, cheese, fresh vegetables, and canned food. Luke's brows furrowed. What the hell? The bottles were sealed. The produce looked newly harvested. The supplies were high-grade, untouched. Then another group arrived, rolling in a barrel of clean water. Oswald adjusted his coat with deliberate precision. Think of this as a courtesy, he said. For the past month, we've been offering these supplies each afternoon. Those who arrived earlier already know, newcomers are given a daily food allowance. He folded his hands behind his back. This is a gift. And for those who join us, who pledge themselves to Bastion, you'll never go hungry again. Healers are honored. They live inside the fortress walls. Those with offensive skills, don't worry. We have teams waiting. And we'll help place you where your talents can shine. Oswald stood tall, his confident smile never once fading. I invite you all, he said, voice calm and charismatic, to live without hunger. Come, help yourselves. And if you choose to enlist, I promise you hot baths, a roof over your head, 3 meals a day, and a warm bed at night. We're all trying to complete the mission, but tell me, how do you expect to survive out there on an empty stomach? He stepped back and opened his arms, letting the offer hang in the air. The reaction was immediate. Dozens of newcomers surged forward, driven by instinct more than thought. Some remained frozen in place, wary. Others simply watched, fear flickering in their eyes. Bastion wasn't just survival. It was control dressed in velvet. I'm a healer, a boy shouted suddenly, stumbling forward. Oswald's expression softened, controlled warmth behind calculated eyes. Ah, wonderful. You're the 3rd healer we've recruited this week. You won't have to risk your life recklessly anymore. The boy collapsed to his knees, trembling. I almost died. I woke up surrounded by monsters. I didn't know what to do. His voice cracked into whispers, tears trailing down his face. Luke narrowed his eyes. Perfectly played. Oswald didn't need to chase anyone. They came to him. He didn't just offer food and safety. He was extracting names. Classes. Skills. A quiet registry of power. A system of invisible chains. Name and class. The voice came from a soldier beside Luke, though it wasn't aimed at him. I'm not interested in your food or drinks, Allison answered without pause. The soldier huffed. Let's see how long that pride lasts in the wild zone, boy. Just say your name and class, there's no harm in it. You'll still get your daily rations. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Allison didn't answer. She walked away, straight toward Anna and Cecilia. The soldier's eyes then shifted to Luke. Name and class. Luke offered a thin smile. Not hungry. And moved on. But his mind remained focused. He studied every movement, every interaction. Oswald stood like a recruiter on a throne of rations, surrounded by the desperate. People weren't being conscripted. They were volunteering. Begging to be used. We have plenty of knights and warriors, Oswald said to one man. You'll need to prove yourself on patrols and hunts if you want to eat. He turned to another. A fire mage? We already have a few, but with this cold, you're useful. I can't promise a healer's life, but maybe a hunter squad. Maybe the forge. I'll evaluate. Luke saw it now. Value inversion. Bastion didn't plead for soldiers. It made soldiers plead for placement. A roof. A bed. A hot meal. That was all it took. And beneath the surface of generosity, control reigned. They didn't need to force anyone. Hunger would do that for them. Luke kept watching, thoughtful. If Bastion really trained and equipped its people, how did they manage their growth? Then it clicked. The final blow. In system mechanics, kill credit often went to the last hit. If only trusted soldiers were allowed to land those, then only they leveled. Only they looted. It wasn't just a military system. It was a harvest pipeline. And now, he had a theory. One he needed to confirm. Luke moved through the plaza, his thoughts caught on a single detail. How does Oswald even have a crate full of wine, cheese, and canned food? And more importantly, how can he afford to hand that out every single day for an entire month? That was too much food. Even in a structured tutorial, that kind of supply was rare. And Bastion was throwing it away like candy. To buy loyalty. It didn't make sense. Luke turned to Anna. Anna, he said, how did that guy from Bartholomew's faction have a whole crate of wine, cheese, and canned goods? And he said he's giving it out every day for a month. That's insane. Anna hesitated. Her eyes swept the area. Then she let out a slow breath and stepped in closer. You're going to find out eventually anyway. She dropped her voice to a whisper. There's something called a reward event. Luke frowned. What kind of event? Chests appear in random parts of the city, Anna said. Some are small, some big, but what's inside is always valuable. What's in them? Allison asked. Anna crossed her arms. High-quality food. Cheese. Wine. Meat. Grains. Even canned stuff. Bastion got most of their farming seeds from these chests. They appear regularly, so they just stockpile everything. Luke nodded slowly. So that's how. He narrowed his eyes. And who usually finds the chests? Anna gave a humorless laugh. Who do you think? Bartholomew's soldiers. They've locked down every spawn point in the safe zone. Luke felt a tightness in his chest. Of course. The king of Bastion controlled it all. Food. Healers. Fighters. And now, even the tutorials loot. So the rest of us can only get chests in the wild zone. Luke muttered. Anna nodded. If you want one without becoming Bastion's lapdog, that's your only choice. Luke exhaled. This wasn't going to be easy. How hard is it to grab one of those chests? Anna's hesitation said everything. They only appear at midnight. The air felt colder. Luke and Allison shared a glance. They already knew what that meant. The Midnight Wardens, Allison whispered. Anna nodded. Yeah. The chests spawn when they start patrolling. A chill ran down Luke's spine. This tutorial wasn't just difficult. It was cruel by design. It handed you hope with one hand, then crushed you with the other. I've already lost 2 friends trying to get those chests. Anna said, voice barely above a whisper. Pain lingered beneath every word. This place wasn't built for them to survive. It was built to break them. Luke stayed quiet, letting it sink in. Then asked, is there any other way to get supplies? Anna nodded. There are a few. Outside the reward events, there are missions in the wild zone that give decent payouts. And then there are hidden chests, not tied to the events. They could be anywhere. Inside abandoned buildings. Underground tunnels. Hidden corners of the ruins. They don't spawn on a schedule. But when you find one, it might hold gear, weapons, or food. Luke's gaze hardened. So there was still a chance. Even if the system was stacked against them, there were still cracks in the wall. And if he could find them, he'd carve his own path out. They were approaching the Columbus Hotel, the heart of the refuge faction. Anna walked ahead, her voice heavy with exhaustion. That's why they basically run this place. More people. All the food chests. Dozens of water sources. And they're stronger than anyone else. People beg to work in Bastion. Luke listened in silence. He'd already seen it firsthand. This wasn't just survival. It was a power game. And Bartholomew sat at the top of the board. But something caught his attention. The camp around the hotel was busier than usual. People in cleaner clothes moved through the area. He spotted soldiers, bastion soldiers, openly carrying weapons. Up ahead, Paul stood in the middle of a tense conversation. Facing him was a refined man dressed in elegant clothing and a polished monocle. "We only want to know if one of you took our chest," the man said, voice calm but unwavering. Paul sighed, arms crossed. "We'd never do that." The man adjusted his monocle, expression unreadable. "A reward event chest was looted last night. We're investigating." Luke's eyes narrowed. Paul didn't move. No one here would dare. The man scanned the camp with detached interest, like he already knew what Paul would say. "Even so, we'll need to search." Without another word, soldiers began ransacking tents. They opened packs without asking, pulled bags from people's hands, tossed aside supplies, ignoring protests. "Hey!" Paul snapped, stepping forward, only to be met by 2 spears leveled at his chest. Anna tensed beside Luke. "Don't," she whispered. "We can't stop this right now. Just let it happen." Luke watched in silence, eyes cold. He hated this. But now wasn't the time to act. The soldiers pushed into the hotel. The doors slammed open, and Angelica stormed out. Her voice cracked like a whip. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Her words echoed through the plaza. The soldiers didn't stop. "I have an agreement with Bartholomew. He stays out of our area. We stay out of his." The man with the monocle didn't flinch. "I'm just following orders," he said, polite and emotionless. "King Bartholomew has his concerns. So we investigate." But Luke saw it, the faint smile playing at the man's lips. He wasn't just here for a chest. This was a message. The soldiers moved toward Luke and Allison. "Need to check your bags." Luke said nothing. He met the soldier's gaze. A moment passed. Then. "I said cooperate." Allison's voice cut through the air like a blade. "No one's touching my bag." Her hand rested on her sword. Tension cracked like ice. Luke felt it. This was spiraling. "If they check my bag. There's only some clothes in there, but also the canned food from the village and healing potions. Enough for someone to draw their own conclusions. They'll think we're the thieves." The soldiers were already watching them with suspicion. Luke spotted one stepping forward, grip tightening on his spear. "Open the bag, boy. Now." Allison didn't even flinch. Her hand moved with practiced ease, and her blade flashed into view. "Then try your luck." A bitter taste crept up Luke's throat. "Damn it, Allison. This is only making it worse." He raised a hand, trying to steady the tension before it snapped. "We're not part of any faction," he said, voice calm, controlled. "We just got here. We didn't steal anything. But we've got personal stuff in our packs." He scanned the crowd. It didn't matter. The soldiers didn't care. More were gathering, closing in, spears pointed. Pressure thickened with every passing second. "Last chance," one of them barked. "The bag. Or we use force." A chill ran down Luke's spine. They were out of options. He opened his mouth to try again. Voom. The air cracked. "You're dead." The voice came from nowhere. Cold. Precise. Luke froze. A blur of movement snapped into existence between him and Allison. A figure, clad in black, a skull-shaped mask covering their face. Then, gone. A heartbeat later, the figure was behind him. Luke felt the cold press of a blade against his spine. Teleportation. Instinct twisted his body around, but the presence vanished before he could react. He turned just in time to catch the figure now perched on top of a barrel, lazily spinning a dagger between gloved fingers. The air shifted. Soldiers stepped back, spears lowering slightly, every man instantly on edge. A phantom assassin. Luke recognized it immediately. His deduction might have been wrong, but based on what he'd learned when he chose his new class, the assassin in front of him most likely had the phantom powers mutation. The assassin chuckled, low and sharp. Ha ha ha. The dagger twirled in smooth circles. "They're newbies. Doubt they pulled something that stupid." His tone was amused, but beneath it, the edge was surgical. His head tilted, eyes fixed on the soldiers. But the locals, the ones who feel oppressed, they might have listened to the sweet little whispers of the renegades. The playfulness vanished. His voice dropped. Precise. Cold. And those are the ones with something to gain. The dagger disappeared. He turned as if to leave, but paused, glancing back over his shoulder at Luke and Allison. Still. His tone shifted again, lighter now. "I want to see your bag." Voom. Air warped. A blink, and the assassin was standing right in front of Allison. His hand shot out, ripping the bag straight from her grip. "Bastard," Allison snapped, raising her sword, but before the blade could touch him, he vanished. A rush of air brushed her face. He reappeared several meters away, spinning the bag around his finger like it was a toy. Another chuckle. "Heh. You didn't even hesitate." His gaze lingered on Allison, sharp with interest. "I like that. You've got guts." A small nod. "Maybe there's a brain in there too, and you'll realize joining us is the smarter move." Luke's fingers hovered near his kukris, ready. But then more soldiers appeared, dozens now. Spears leveled. Mages whispering incantations under their breath. "Shit. Not the time to fight. Give me back my bag." Allison snapped, fire in her voice. The assassin ignored her. His fingers were already at the flap, pulling it open. Time slowed. Luke felt his stomach drop. He's going to see it. The canned food. The potions. Everything. The assassin paused. His hand dipped inside, then stopped. A beat of silence. What the hell is this? Luke barely breathed. His hands clenched. Then the assassin yanked something out, and doubled over laughing. Ha ha ha. He shook his head, shoulders shaking. You've got to be kidding me. In his hand, a piece of fabric. White. Thin. Laced. Underwear. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Bro, you're a freak. You've got a bunch of women's clothes in here. His hand went deeper. Another burst of laughter. Oh my god, even panties. This is gold. Luke's eyes went wide. His thoughts scrambled. No way. She didn't. She took the clothes from the village chest. The assassin turned slowly toward Allison. Her face was red. Not from fear. From pure, seething embarrassment. All right. The assassin laughed, tossing the bag back onto the ground. Those two boys are innocent. Weird as hell, but innocent. He tilted his skull mask slightly toward the camp. The playfulness vanished from his voice. Now listen up. His tone shifted, sharper, colder, leaving no room for misunderstanding. If any of you are working with the renegades, or had anything to do with the missing chest. The air tightened, heavy like a storm about to break. I'll visit you myself. Silence. Not a breath. Not a whisper. And you won't like how that ends. The soldiers immediately started pulling back, murmuring, shifting their weapons away. A long, collective breath rippled through the camp as tension finally cracked and released. It's all right now, everyone. Paul called out from somewhere near the back, scrambling to restore order, his voice strained but trying to sound reassuring. Back to your duties. Luke exhaled slowly, watching the soldiers scatter, pretending none of this had happened. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Allison kneeling, grabbing the bag in silence. Her face was stiff, eyes narrowed. Not a word, she muttered, almost hissing. Luke raised a brow. I wasn't going to say anything sarcastic. A sigh left him before he could stop it. I almost died, because of panties. Then another thought crept in. Wait, there weren't any bras in there. Is she, the type that doesn't like to wear? Her gaze snapped toward him, sharp as a blade. He felt it like a dagger pressed to his ribs. What are you thinking? She asked, voice low, suspicious. Your face looks weird. Luke cleared his throat, averting his eyes quickly. Nothing. Just thinking. His attention drifted to the soldiers as they finished dispersing. The fight hadn't even started. And yet, he knew. That assassin could have killed him in an instant if he felt like it. I need to get stronger. A lot stronger. Inside the tent, things were quieter. The space was cramped, stitched together from faded fabric and patched animal hide. The air smelled of damp cloth and cold dust, heavy with the scent of old materials that had seen too many storms. Anna stood by the entrance, hands fidgeting slightly. I'm sorry about what happened earlier, she said, a little flustered. I swear, that almost never happens. Sure. Allison muttered, avoiding eye contact. Anna pointed to the tent walls. This one's for newcomers. You can expand it later with more hide or scrap fabric. If you don't know how to sew, don't worry. We've got people with crafting professions who'll help. It gives them EXP, so they're happy to take the job. Beside her, Cecilia gestured with both hands, quick, practiced motions. Anna smiled, understanding her instantly. She doesn't have the profession, but she loves sewing. If you need help, she's happy to do it. Luke and Allison both nodded. Thanks, they said almost in unison. The two women left, leaving them alone. Silence settled over the space. Luke peeked out through the tent flap. Their spot was tucked near the edge of camp, half hidden behind a cluster of stacked crates and scrap. Think anyone saw the women's clothes in your bag? He asked casually. Shut up. Allison's reply was instant, sharp. Luke crossed his arms, leaning against one of the tent's flimsy supports. He'd noticed it during the chaos. Only the masked assassin and Bastion's men had seen what was inside. Probably no one else. Probably. Look, I'm just worried about what people might think, he added, completely deadpan. Allison spun toward him. What? That's what you're worried about? We could have died, Luke. He shrugged. Well, you're the one who pulled a sword on armed soldiers. Her face twisted, caught between anger and humiliation. I didn't want them to see the clothes, all right? Luke exhaled, slowly. He got it. Honestly, he did. But the thing gnawing at the back of his mind had nothing to do with that. You're right, he said quietly. I hated being that powerless. The sky outside had already shifted to full night. Luke stepped out of the tent, glancing upward. The ruins stretched against a backdrop of stars, their broken shapes silhouetted in the dark. The air was cold, sharp, filled with distant echoes of life deeper within the ruins. After a moment, he stepped back inside and dropped down to sit on the floor. Anna said they serve food at the same time every day. His hand flicked, opening his system menu. The glow reflected in his eyes. I'm not going. Allison frowned, tilting her head. Then what are you doing? His gaze shifted, focusing on a notification blinking at the edge of his vision. Your servant Princess Charlie, Skeleton, LVL3 has recovered from her injuries. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to plan our next move. Luke sprinted through the forest, boots slicing through wet grass, heart steady, breath sharp. The rising sun painted the sky in streaks of gold, signaling the end of the Midnight Warden's patrol. Somewhere in the distance, the city's warning bell had rung exactly at 6 a.m., offering the survivors a brief window of fragile peace. But Luke hadn't slept. Couldn't. In this world of monsters, survivors, and silent war, every second of rest was another inch surrendered. He skidded to a stop at the base of a massive tree, cookeries already in hand. His eyes locked onto the trunk. Then he moved, fast, fluid. Blades pierced into the bark, becoming footholds as he climbed upward with practiced ease. His breath stayed steady. Grip precise. Movements automatic. Reaching the top, he balanced on one of the highest branches, shoulders relaxed, gaze scanning the horizon. The wild zone stretched in every direction. Endless forest, a sea of ancient trees clawing toward the clouds. A silver river cut through the greenery like a living vein, weaving between shattered ruins half swallowed by moss and ivy, ghosts of a city long dead. In the distance, mountains rose, jagged and sharp, untouched by anything human. And beyond them all, the castle. A colossal silhouette resting on the far edge of the world. Dark. Silent. Unforgiving. A shape that seemed to absorb light itself. Luke narrowed his eyes. Took it all in. Calculating. Processing. Below, velociraptors prowled the undergrowth in tight packs, lean and merciless. Down by the river, monstrous gnu's drank from the shallows, their twisted tusks catching the sunlight. Grotesque boars rooted through the dirt while vine-like plant creatures slithered between collapsed walls, dragging themselves across concrete and bone. Predators. Everywhere. This wasn't a forest. It was a battlefield. A constant, breathing war zone. Only the strong lived. The weak were eaten. Luke's hands tightened around his cookeries, pulse steady but rising. Focus sharpening. Resolve turning razor thin. I cleared the forgotten temple dungeon, he muttered. The wind stirred the leaves around him. I killed 13 armed criminals. His heartbeat kicked harder. I became a demonic assassin. This world wasn't going to consume him. If this was a place ruled by monsters, then he'd become the apex predator. He stepped off the branch, and dove. Time to hunt. But then, a glint of blue. High in the canopy of a distant tree. Instinct took over. No thought. No hesitation. A knife left his hand. Clean. Sharp. Perfect. It spun through the air, fast. Thunk. And then. Mission orb acquired. The notification flashed in front of him. Luke landed smoothly, boots hitting the dirt in a crouch. His head snapped toward the source of the prompt. His breath caught. What the hell? Eyes narrowed, jaw tightening as he stared. The notification still hovered, glowing in front of him. And the second he read what it was, his eyes went wide. Luke narrowed his eyes at the system notification. Mission orb, hunt the iron tusk boars. Objective, kill 10 iron tusk boars. Progress, 0 out of 10. Reward, equipment, unrevealed. He dropped silently from the branch, landing with feline grace. The blue orb had already vanished. So that's what Anna meant, hidden missions scattered throughout the wild zone. If side quests like this existed out here, they could be a huge edge. Luke had already made up his mind, power came first. Always. To complete the tutorial, he had to find the 3 ancient mechanisms sealing the castle. But he had a theory. Each one was probably guarded by a lord. And if he activated all 3, the Midnight Wardens would march again. Day and night. Without pause. Luke clenched his fists. He wasn't the sentimental type. But still, there were children and civilians in the safe zone. He couldn't unleash a bloodbath and walk away like it meant nothing. He pushed the thought aside. Right now, he had one goal. Strength. Luke moved carefully through the city ruins in the wild zone, crouched low, hugging the sides of broken buildings as he kept to the shadows. Whenever footsteps echoed nearby, he dashed across crumbling streets and dove into abandoned houses without hesitation. A system prompt flickered in the corner of his vision. Dead watchman, level 10. So, zombie soldiers patrol the city too. The undead guard shuffled past, slow but steady. Right behind it came 2 more, moving together in formation. They didn't roam alone, they moved in groups. Back in the forest, he'd already managed to evade a pack of velociraptors, using the treetops to bypass them. But getting chased by monsters inside the city? That was a different problem entirely. Open ground, tight alleys, no trees to climb. Worse, any chase here, even in daylight, would draw too much attention. This run wasn't about fighting. It was about learning. Understanding. Mapping the place out. He needed to gather as much information as possible before committing to deeper pushes. That was why he'd refused the Haven's offer to assign him a guide. If I'm gonna survive this place, I need to feel it myself. I need to learn how it moves. Stealth was everything. The wild zone was massive, but the division between the forest and the city was clear. The forest was dangerous, sure. But it was manageable. The ruins? A whole different ecosystem. One designed to kill you. Especially after sunset, when the Midnight Wardens started their patrols. But the deeper you went into the city, the better the loot. Clothes. Supplies. Abandoned chests filled with food, materials, maybe rare gear. The risk was suffocating, but so were the rewards. The catch? Time control. If you went too deep and didn't make it back before midnight, you were dead. No negotiation. No mercy. Once the curfew hit, the Midnight Wardens hunted anything that moved. And then there was the light. Daytime exploration was dangerous, but manageable. Night? The wild zone turned pitch black. Sure, Luke had demonic perception, but even that had limits. You could sense shapes, movement, but not everything. Not perfectly. And yet, even knowing all that, he still wanted to try. To push. To figure it out. To conquer it. Once the undead patrol rounded the corner and vanished, Luke slipped out of the building, climbed its side using broken ledges and cracks, and pulled himself onto the rooftop. From there, he scanned the streets below. Damn, this place is huge, he muttered. His priority was clear: level up. Himself. Charlie. Both. But that led straight into another problem. His skeletal companion was, well, a skeleton. Having her walk around with him was basically announcing his bloodline to anyone watching. That secret was one he couldn't afford to lose. Luke sighed, casting a glance toward the forest in the distance. Time to head back. Pushing deeper into the ruins without a better plan was reckless. He wasn't ready for that. Not yet. And besides, he still needed to check out that mission orb he'd picked up earlier. As he started moving, the realization fully clicked. Something that had been slowly forming in the back of his mind finally locked into place. He understood now, really understood, why so many survivors refused to leave the safe zone. It wasn't just the monsters. Wasn't just the curfew. It was health. HP doesn't regenerate. That was a harsh truth he had no choice but to accept. If someone with 100 HP took 70 damage, they'd be stuck with only 30. Permanently. No recovery. Unlike mana or stamina, your health bar stayed exactly the same. Even if you treated the wound manually, like stitching it up or something, every point of HP lost brought you one step closer to death. Sure, you could restore HP when leveling up your race. But that required killing enemies, which came with its own risk of, well, taking even more damage. Same with leveling up your profession. The loop was brutal. The more you fought to survive, the more likely you were to die trying. It was a death spiral. That's why healers were worth their weight in gold. And healing potions? Priceless. Controlled by exactly one person. Bartholomew. But Luke. Luke had something else. A loophole. A skill. A way to bypass the entire problem. And he was dying to test it. Luke moved swiftly through the undergrowth, each step measured, every sense sharpened to a razor's edge. If game logic applied here, and it usually did, the mission zone shouldn't be far from where the orb had been. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Then a sound hit him. A low, heavy snort, deep enough to vibrate through the ground. He dropped instantly into the brush, body pressed low. His eyes scanned the clearing ahead. And then he saw them. Boars. But not the kind anyone would expect. These weren't woodland pests. Each one was the size of a full-grown bear, their bodies packed with dense muscle beneath thick bristled hides. Their eyes glowed with a dull, burning aggression, pure, undiluted rage. Beside him, Princess Charlie stood silent. Her skeletal form motionless, hollow gaze fixed on the beasts. No breath. No sound. Just perfect stillness. Luke slid one kukri free, grip tightening. A single motion, clean. Thunk. The blade spun through the air and buried itself deep into the side of one of the monsters. The boar shrieked, staggering back, tusks shaking. Then, those tusks began to glow. Bone shifted, reshaping. Metal bloomed across the surface like liquid steel hardening in an instant. Smooth, cold iron. Luke's stomach dropped. They have skills. One of them roared and charged, a bull made of muscle and fury. Luke dove sideways just as the creature slammed into a tree, the impact splitting the trunk in half with a deafening crack. Splinters rained down. Another came from his blind spot, slamming into him shoulder first. The hit knocked the air out of his lungs. Luke hit the dirt hard, sliding through the mud and leaves, coughing, ribs screaming. He gritted his teeth and recalled his kukris, the blade snapping back into his grip. This wasn't a fight he could end quickly. Not cleanly. This was going to be rough. A third boar lowered its head and charged, tusks gleaming. Luke shifted his stance at the last second. The beast thundered past, momentum sending it crashing straight into one of its own. Flesh and bone collided. Both creatures staggered. There. An opening. One breath. One step. His body moved faster than thought. A clean arc, a sharp twist, kukri slicing straight through muscle and tendon. The blade ripped into the boar's neck. Blood sprayed, warm and heavy. The beast shuddered, took one broken step forward, then collapsed. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL-13. No time to breathe. Another boar barreled toward him. Luke leapt, landing square on its back. With a savage twist of both blades, he drove them deep into the creature's thick neck. The boar thrashed, but Luke whispered coldly, time to sleep. He twisted again, its throat tore open. He hit the ground running, pouring mana into his legs mid-fall. Shadow wrapped around his body as he surged forward like a living blur. He crashed into another boar like a wrecking ball. The creature flew backward, slammed into a tree with enough force to snap the trunk clean in half. Two more down. Then came a sharp, piercing cry behind him. Luke barely turned in time. A tusk ripped through his arm, white-hot pain exploding as flesh split open. Blood poured down his sleeve. But something shifted. The boar's wound glowed, a deep, pulsing red. His body reacted before his mind caught up. Instinct flooded in, clear and undeniable. Basic blood regeneration, available. The skill surged within him, demanding to be used. He raised his hand instinctively. A crimson mist lifted from the wounded beast and flowed into his body. His HP ticked upward. The burning pain vanished. Muscle knitted. Skin sealed. He stared, almost stunned, watching the gash on his arm close right in front of him. This is. He shut it off, the mana drain was brutal. But it worked. It actually worked. The boar roared and charged. This time, Luke didn't move. He stepped straight into the hit. The tusk slammed into his ribs and crushed him against a tree. His breath caught sharp in his throat. His teeth clenched. TCH. His arms moved faster than thought. The kukri punched straight into the boar's skull. The creature convulsed, trembling violently. Luke released the blade and vaulted upward, catching a branch just as the remaining boars smashed into the trunk below. The entire tree shook under the repeated impacts, bark splintering, leaves raining down. He steadied his breathing, scanned the group, and focused on the most injured one. Mana flared again. Blood lifted from the creature's wounds, dissolving into red vapor before flowing straight into his body. The energy drained fast. The boar crumpled instantly, dead before its body even hit the ground. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL 13. Luke grinned. This is insane. If he left enemies at low health, he could finish them instantly and heal in the process. He dropped from the branch, landing light. The surviving boars were still furious, stomping and snorting, blood dripping from their hides. Luke whistled. A silent signal. Princess Charlie leapt from the treetops. The skeleton warrior landed like a thunderbolt, her blade plunging into a boar's hide. Luke moved right behind her. Cutting between enemies. Striking weak points. Dodging just before impact. Fluid. Precise. Lethal. Charlie crushed the front line, holding back the stampede with brute force. Together, they carved through the chaos. In less than a minute, 4 more boars lay gasping, twitching, bloodied. Luke extended his hand. Goodbye. Shah. A red wave pulsed through the clearing. The beast shuddered, and dropped. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL 11. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL 12. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL 12. You have slain an iron tusk boar, LVL 11. The mission prompt flashed. Mission, hunt the iron tusk boars. Progress, 10 out of 10. Mission complete. Reward granted. Luke opened his inventory. A new item sparkled in the slot. Iron tusk boar hide pants, uncommon. Description, durable leather pants crafted from the reinforced hide of an iron tusk boar. Infused with raw metal from the creature's own tusks, offering superior defense. Requirement, level 5+ in any class or race. Luke let out a low whistle. Not bad at all. He looked over at Princess Charlie, who stood amid the corpses, her skull tilted curiously. We make a damn good team. Princess Charlie puffed out her chest. Obviously. You've got me. He chuckled, eyes drifting back to the screen hovering before him. The new gear was solid, much better than the default adventurer's pants he still wore. But then he looked at her again. And made his choice. You should have these. Charlie tilted her skull slightly, confused by the offer. In Luke's mind, her role was clear, she'd be his tank. He was agile, and his perception stats let him dodge most incoming blows. But Charlie? She needed to take hits, tank enemies, and hold the front line. Putting defense gear on him would just slow him down. But she'd need every edge to survive. Still, she hesitated. Luke crossed his arms. Take the gear. It'll be way more useful for you than me. You're going to be my knight, remember? Her green spectral eyes flickered, considering. Are you sure? Absolutely. He sent the item through the system. In an instant, the pants equipped themselves, snapping into place around her skeletal form. Luke blinked. It didn't just hang loosely on her bones. It was as if the system had filled in the rest of her body, invisible to the eye, but real enough for armor to take shape. Charlie turned slightly. Luke's eyes widened. She had a butt. What the? He stared. Then squinted. How is that possible? Did the system actually shape the armor around an invisible body? Charlie noticed the stare. And if a skull could blush, she was definitely doing it now. Luke coughed and quickly turned away. Sorry. Still flustered, he couldn't help but think. If I give her a full set of armor, she'd look just like a regular warrior. A walking tank no one would question. That was perfect. Charlie, he said, serious now. Don't be shy about asking for gear. We're a team. If you see something that'll make you stronger, even if I'm using it, just say it. She paused. Then slowly raised a hand, and pointed to his finger. To the ring. Then to her ring finger. Luke blinked. You want the ring? She nodded rapidly, eyes glowing. He couldn't help but laugh. You forgot it requires level 8 in class or race to equip. Charlie froze, her shoulders sagging in pure disappointment. Before Luke could say anything more, a rustle came from the brush. Luke tensed immediately. Something was nearby. His instinct screamed, fighting now was a terrible idea. His mana was running dangerously low after repeatedly using basic blood regeneration. Let's move. He slipped through the underbrush, silent and swift, with Charlie gliding close behind. A new target had emerged, an orc. He needed to find it, follow it, track it back to its origins. If the ancient mechanisms were hidden within the territories of the lords, then the center of each domain would likely harbor one. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but it made sense. Too much sense. Strange that no one else had thought of it, or perhaps someone had and didn't live to tell the tale. How was your trip into the wild zone? Anna asked. Luke sat at a worn wooden table, staring into the bowl of monster stew in front of him. The smell was sharp, feral, earthy, but he'd grown used to it. The mess hall buzzed with quiet tension. Survivors crowded around cook fires, boiling scavenged meat or patching gear. Others hunched over their bowls, eating in near silence. Survival left little room for conversation. Luke stirred the broth with his spoon, not really hungry. Killed a few boars, he said, voice flat. Tried tracking an orc too. Beside Anna, Cecilia immediately started signing. Anna translated without missing a beat. She says to be careful. Orcs are never alone. If you see one, assume there are more nearby. They use signals, horns, traps, alarms. One mistake, and you're surrounded. Before Luke could reply, Allison dropped into the seat across from him. One look at her face said everything, exhausted, drained. How'd your day go? Luke asked. Allison let out a long breath. Went out hunting with the others. Honestly thought everyone would be focused on the mission every day. Anna gave a quiet chuckle. Most people here are just trying to survive. We need food, gear, someone to fix the fences, someone to tend the crops. If we stay out too long, the haven's defenses fall apart. Luke nodded. It made sense. A constant grind would burn out anyone. Low HP, no rest, even elite hunters would collapse eventually. He glanced back at Anna. How do you even carry what you kill? I took down some boars earlier, but there's no way I could drag their corpses all the way back. Anna smiled, raising her hand to show a silver ring. Storage items. With a simple snap of her fingers, a folded shirt materialized in her palm. Luke blinked in surprise. I stash everything in here, Anna said, slipping the shirt back into the ring. Beats hauling it around in a pack. Cecilia lifted her own hand, showing an identical ring. Allison frowned, leaning in. Are those common? Anna shook her head. Not even close. They're rare. And the capacity varies. Some hold as much as a backpack. Others, as much as a small room. Luke's eyes narrowed. I need one of those. Storage meant mobility. Mobility meant survival. Carry gear, loot, emergency supplies, without dead weight slowing him down. He opened his mouth to ask more. Help. Where's Thiara? The shout cut through the air like a blade. Instantly, the hall exploded into motion. Chairs scraped. Bowls clattered to the floor. A group shoved through the crowd, dragging a man soaked in blood. They dropped him to the dirt. The entire room froze. That's Jonathan's team, someone muttered. Luke's eyes locked onto the man's body. One arm was gone, ripped clean off. What remained was a shredded stump, pumping blood into the ground. A blur of movement hit his peripheral. A girl sprinted through the chaos. Thiara. She dropped to her knees, hands glowing bright green as she pressed them together. Healing magic. Light shimmered around her fingers, pouring into the wound. The bleeding slowed, but not enough. The magic fought to close the injury, but the damage was brutal. It's not holding, someone whispered. Get him to the infirmary. Paul's voice rang out, slicing through the panic. Calm. Commanding. Unshakable. A group of men lifted Jonathan's bloody body and rushed him toward the infirmary tent. Luke's eyes tracked them until movement beside him caught his attention. Cecilia's hands flew in frantic, sharp gestures toward Anna, fast, urgent. Even without translation, Luke caught the key words. Mission. Mechanism. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. His pulse tightened. Whatever had happened out there, it was big. Anna signed something back, her expression darkening. Her fingers slowed, not frantic like Cecilia's, but firm. Focused. Controlled. Before Luke could speak, the hotel doors slammed open. Angelica strode out, her face grim, pace brisk, eyes locked forward. A mage followed close behind her, staff raised, energy already swirling at the tip. The moment they stepped into the infirmary tent, the air shifted. Silence. Instant. Total. No groans. No whispers. No wind. Luke's eyes narrowed. Sound barrier. Quietly, he stepped back, blending into the edge of the crowd, making sure not to draw attention. Whatever was happening inside that tent, they didn't want anyone hearing it. And that, in itself, was telling. 8 years. 8 years trapped in this so-called tutorial. The deeper he looked, the clearer it became, the veterans were hiding something. What do you think happened? Allison asked, arms crossed, her gaze locked on the tent. Luke didn't answer. But Anna did. If it's Jonathan's team, then it's about the mission. Luke turned to her, surprised by how blunt she sounded. Allison frowned. Then why the hell is everyone just accepting this? Why aren't they fighting harder to get out? Anna's sigh was long. Heavy. You saw the statue. You read the mission. Her voice stayed steady, but the fatigue underneath was obvious. You know what happens if the third mechanism is activated. The Midnight Wardens will march, unstoppable. They'll wipe out everything in their path. Luke stared at her. And yet, you still try. Anna lowered her gaze. Her fingers traced the edge of her spoon. Then she nodded, small, tired, but certain. Most are afraid. But not all. Some of us still believe. Believe in what? Luke asked. She hesitated, thumb running along the silver ring on her finger. Bartholomew. Luke exchanged a sharp look with Allison. What about him? Anna exhaled, eyes drifting toward the hotel. He's not just a tyrant. People follow him because he's the only one with a plan. Her voice softened, but the edge never left. He controls the water. He controls the walls. The food. The safety. He commands the strongest fighters. Even if we hate him, even if everyone curses his name, he's still the best shot any of us have at surviving this. Luke stayed silent, watching her carefully. Anna's hand tightened around her spoon. I came here 3 years ago. Left a family behind. Everyone did. No one gave up. Not really. Her voice hardened. Bartholomew wants to purge the wild zone. Push forward. Take ground. Map the 3 mechanisms. Build a path straight to the castle. She paused, gaze distant. Haunted. But he won't activate the final mechanism until every survivor is ready. Until every man, woman, and child can run, all the way to the castle gates. All or nothing. Only then, Anna said quietly, will we stand a chance against what's waiting. She picked up her spoon and resumed eating, but her shoulders stayed tense, stiff. She wasn't calm. Not really. Underneath, she was afraid. It's not simple, she added, voice lower now. The wild zone is massive. Twisted. The lords rule their territories like war gods. The renegades hunt the weak. Bandits own the ruins. And the monsters, they roam everywhere. Hunting anything that breathes. Luke's thoughts lingered on the barricades, the makeshift walls, the armed patrols stationed on every rooftop, the battered gates of the safe zone barely holding together with rusted metal and desperation. This place wasn't built to last. It was patched, repaired, and reinforced with whatever scraps people could find. We protect this place the best we can, Anna had said. But there are too many mouths to feed. If we send everyone charging toward the castle and the safe zone falls behind us, what then? She'd laughed after that. Not out of amusement, but out of sheer frustration. That's the dilemma. Do we push forward? Or make sure there's still something left to come back to? Now, sitting in silence, Luke leaned back in his chair, her words looping through his head like a weight that refused to leave. Safe zone. Wild zone. Castle. And above it all, Bartholomew. Preparing. Waiting. Watching. But what waited inside that castle? What was really behind all of this? Luke glanced down at his arm, the same one that had been slashed open earlier that day. It was fully healed now. Not even a scar. Basic blood regeneration worked better than he could have hoped. And it only pushed him further. He wasn't going to wait for others. Wouldn't sit back depending on hope, or faith, or someone else's plan. Wouldn't rot in this purgatory pretending this was life. No. He'd fight his way out. On his own terms. Luke moved like a shadow through the wild zone, each step precise, every sense sharpened. Anna's voice still echoed in his mind, so many had already accepted their prison, resigned to wait for a savior that would never come. Not me. No time to waste. Every step forward, every fight, every drop of EXP mattered. His eyes caught it, a soft glow against the wreckage. A mission orb floated atop the fractured remains of a stone house, resting there like a relic left on an altar. No hesitation. Luke sprinted, scaling the cracked wall with the fluid motion of someone who'd done it 100 times. His hands and feet found every hold without pause, momentum carrying him to the top in seconds. Fingers reached out. The system window popped into view. Mission orb acquired. But before he could even read the details, a sharp current sliced through the air. His instincts flared. Luke dove sideways just as an arrow shattered against the stone where his head had been a second earlier. Another followed. He twisted, body dropping low, narrowly slipping out of its path as it splintered into the debris behind him. His gaze snapped toward the tree lean. Shapes emerged from the brush, 6 men, armed and grinning. Got one of them said, voice casual, confident. These orb traps never fail. Almost too easy, another chuckled as he stepped forward. Luke's grip tightened around the handles of his kukris. His eyes swept the group, cataloging threats with brutal efficiency. 3 archers positioned in the rear. 2 melee fighters taking point. A mage stood behind them, staff already humming with energy, arcs of violet lightning crawling along its surface. A lightning caster. Bad news. Then the leader stepped in front, relaxed, wearing a smirk that dripped with arrogance. 2 choices, rookie. Leave your gear, especially those pretty knives, or die. The mage's staff pulsed, the air shimmering as electricity built, heat and static crawling across Luke's skin. A shift in the undergrowth pulled his attention left. More figures. Crossbows drawn. 4 of them, settling into elevated positions along the brush line, perfectly angled to cut off any escape route. 10 total. Surrounding him. Full ambush formation. The leader spread his arms wide like he was delivering a sermon. So, he asked, grin widening. You want to live, or die? 10 bandits. Luke counted them in a heartbeat, 4 crossbowmen, 3 archers, 2 warriors, and a mage. Damn. They were prepared. You move quiet, kid, one of the warriors said, spinning his axe lazily. His grin didn't reach his eyes. The mage stepped forward, raising his staff. Orbs of lightning crackled into existence, humming as they floated in lazy, deadly circles. Hand over everything, the second warrior added. We're already pissed. Meant to catch you before you touched the orb. Luke's eyes scanned the terrain. Every exit was covered. It's nightfall, the mage said, voice sharper now. Midnight wardens will be out soon. So unless you want to end up tied to a tree as bait. Luke didn't have time for this. Charlie was still sealed in his soul. Summoning her would take seconds he didn't have. Not against this many ranged weapons. If I give you my gear. Luke's voice stayed level. You'll let me walk. The warrior chuckled. As long as you don't try anything, yeah. You walk. Now. Empty your inventory. Crossbows leveled at him. The tips glowed with mana, primed to fire. Luke raised his hands. Slow. Controlled. The kukris. Drop M. He obeyed. Carefully placed both blades on the dirt. His muscles stayed taut. Ready. The warrior stepped forward, axe in hand. If he moves, shoot him, he ordered. Luke's mind raced. Inventory items can't be stolen. Only traded. If he died, everything in the inventory would be locked, lost to everyone. That's why they needed him alive. He had to willingly transfer it through the system. The warrior stooped, scooping up the kukris, testing their weight. Nice blades. He grinned, then raised his axe. Now, touch my arm. Transfer. All of it. Luke stepped forward. Hand extended. And in the same motion, snapped a throwing knife from his belt and flung it straight at the mage. The mage's eyes widened. His body twisted, barely dodging as the blade hissed past his cheek. Luke exploded into motion. The warrior's axe came down, too slow. Luke vaulted backward just as a storm of arrows and spells tore through the space he'd been standing in a heartbeat earlier. A bolt of lightning detonated against stone, ripping it apart in a cascade of light and debris. Luke twisted midair, landed hard on the broken wall of a collapsed building. His fingers flicked up. Magnetic return. Both kukris ripped free from the warrior's hands, flying back into Luke's grip. What the warrior gasped. But Luke was already gone. A blur of motion diving from the wall into the shadows of the forest. Chaos erupted behind him. Get him. Footsteps hammered the dirt. Light him up. Crystals soared through the air, glowing shards that burst mid-flight into searing spheres of white light, flooding the woods with broken, flickering brightness. There. Fire. Bolts sliced through branches. Arrows shattered bark. Lightning ripped holes in the ground, sending showers of dirt and roots flying. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Luke dove over a fallen log, rolled beneath a thorn bush, then pivoted hard, slamming into a tangle of vines. You're dead, kid, the warrior roared behind him. This is our territory. Luke didn't answer. His mind was already 3 steps ahead. Detection arrows flew through the trees, trailing green sigils, probing the dark, scanning for movement. The glow of tracking crystals bounced through the woods, casting fractured light across slick bark and twisted roots. Every breath was a risk. Every footstep a calculation. He had seconds. Maybe less. Then came the low rumble. Not magic. A storm. The first drops whispered through the canopy. Gentle. Deceptive. Then a hiss. Then a wall of water, a downpour so dense it drowned sound, blurred sight, and devoured footsteps. A sharp crack split the dark. There, an archer barked. Arrows tore through the rain, silent streaks of death. But they weren't alone. Knives erupted from the shadows, sleek, spinning, multiplying midair like reflections in broken glass. Shit, a crossbowman screamed as steel punched through his hand. The forest dissolved into chaos, wet leaves, broken branches, scattered light, and the relentless pulse of rain masking everything. The lead warrior didn't flinch. His fingers spun the axe lazily. Come on out, little kitten, he called, voice dripping with arrogance. Let's see those claws. Archers answered with another volley of perception arrows, lines of green sigils fanning out into the trees. Nothing, one muttered. He's not running. The warrior grinned. Greed sharpened his gaze. I want those blades. Both of them. They're mine. And then, the line snapped. A sharp whistle sliced through the storm. One crossbowman staggered back, a black blade buried in his face, blood gushing down as he crumpled into the mud. The kukri spun midair, caught a flash of lightning, then vanished. Where the hell is he? Someone shouted, breath hitching on panic. More blades burst from the dark. The mage slammed his staff into the dirt, wind exploded outward, scattering the knives mid-flight. Lightning lit the world, just for a breath. And in that breath, they saw him. A pair of eyes. Faint. Unnatural. Watching from above. Perched on a branch. A phantom stitched from rain and shadow. The warrior's heart seized. No. Too late. The figure dropped like a guillotine. Pure, merciless velocity. The black kukri drove straight into the warrior's eye. A scream ripped the air as the man collapsed, clutching his ruined face, blood streaming through his fingers. Kill him. Kill the bastard. An archer spun toward footsteps in the mud, loosed an arrow. But what lunged from the dark wasn't Luke. It was something worse. A skeleton. Eyes burning with spectral green fire. Rain glazed its bones, each step snapping with unnatural force. It slammed into the archer, lifted him clean off the ground, and drove him spine-first into a tree. The scream barely escaped before steel punched through his chest. Charlie's blade, clean, brutal, final. Crossbows whipped around, too slow. A gasp behind them. A gurgle. Flesh dragged into the roots. Gone. Another tried to turn. A flash of black, his wrist split open, hand crashing to the mud. He screamed, only for the second blade to punch through his jaw, shearing teeth and shattering bone. The body folded, twitching once, then stilled. The shadow vanished again. There's 2 of them, the crossbowman shrieked, clutching the stump of his hand. His voice garbled, blood gushing from a ruined mouth. Silence answered. Then a blade whispered through the storm, punched clean into the man's skull. His body dropped into the mud, shivered once, then stopped. Kill the brat, the one-eyed warrior bellowed, voice hoarse, dripping rage. Blood sluiced down the ruined side of his face. The mage slammed his staff down, conjuring 10 orbs of searing light, hurling them outward like vengeful stars. A flash of blue split the storm. For a heartbeat, the forest glowed like midday, banishing every shadow. Just long enough to catch a glimpse. A blur. Fast. Inhumanly fast. Darting between the trees like something unbound by flesh. He's here, an archer shouted, voice cracking. Blades rained from the canopy, obsidian arcs spinning through the storm. One slammed into a crossbowman's shoulder, punching clean through bone. He folded without a scream. Then came a soft splat, a rock, tossed into the mud. Instinct ruled. The archer spun. Arrows loosed into empty trees. Nothing. It was bait. Before anyone could correct, steel collided with steel. The second warrior turned toward the sound, eyes wide, as a figure stepped from the shadows. Tall. Sword drawn. Silver glinting under the downpour. Help me, the warrior screamed, barely raising his axe in time to meet the first strike. Arrows sliced toward them, frantic support. But elsewhere, a crossbowman never even got the chance to fire. A shadow slipped behind him. Two blades flashed, one severed the throat, the other tore through the ribs. The body crumpled, folding into the mud without a sound. The mage twisted, staff raised, lightning screaming toward his palm. Too slow. A silhouette dropped from the treetops. A streak of motion. A falling star made of flesh and rage. The boy landed, silent. Precise. The archers panicked. Arrows shot wildly. Luke swatted two from the air mid-flight, kukris slicing them aside like they were nothing but wind. One archer stumbled. His mouth opened. Breath hitched. Too late. Luke surged forward. One heartbeat, he was standing. The next, he was on top of him. A panther closing jaws around prey. Steel bit through flesh. Again. 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 Merciless. Surgical. Efficient. Every stab painted the dirt red. Every movement peeled skin from muscle, muscle from bone, until there was nothing left but a ruined corpse, twitching once, then still. The mage screamed. Lightning tore from his staff, ripping through trees in wild arcs. Luke was gone, rolled beneath roots, slipped into the underbrush before the spell detonated. Smoke and ozone filled the air. The archer convulsed once, then didn't move again. The storm thickened. The surviving warrior stumbled, mud, blood, and terror dripping from his face. And then, he saw it. A skeleton. Its eyes burned green, cutting through the mist. It moved. Fast. Faster than anything undead should be allowed to move. A fist crashed into his face. The world spun. His feet slipped. The sword came down. Clean. Ruthless. Bone split flesh. The leg tore free, trailing blood in a wide, sickening arc. The warrior collapsed, a raw howl splitting the rain. The skeleton stepped forward, silent. Unstoppable. The sword lifted once more. Then dropped. A clean line. A clean end. The body twitched. Then didn't. Now there were 3 survivors. 2 monsters. And nowhere left to run. Only 3 remained. A mage. An archer. And the commander. And the darkness watched them. Shit, how the hell did this happen? The one-eyed leader roared. His voice cracked under the weight of panic, blood running in thick streams down his jaw. The air stank of blood, steel, and rain. The archer spun, eyes wide, trembling. I'm done. Screw this. He bolted, boots slipping in the mud as he vanished into the trees. Coward, the commander spat, but his voice was strained, rage drowning beneath fear. Then a scream. Not the scream of someone escaping. The scream of prey. Something dragged him into the dark. Something fast. Something that didn't miss. The mage swallowed, chest heaving. The commander turned on him, wild-eyed. Burn your mana. Light up the whole damn forest. The mage hesitated. We should run. It's almost midnight. No. The commander's jaw clenched. We kill the boy. Thunder shattered the sky. Lightning flashed through the canopy, warping the forest into a landscape of twisted shadows. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Not charging. Not fleeing. Circling. Hunting. The boy wasn't escaping. He was playing. You scared, brat? The commander shouted, turning in circles. But his hands shook. His voice trembled. He'd seen those eyes. Eyes that didn't see a man. Only prey. Another step. Closer. Measured. Then, a shadow burst from the trees. Fire, the commander roared. The mage raised his staff and unleashed lightning. The explosion tore through the clearing, shattering mud and root, throwing sparks into the air. A figure was hit, flung back, limp. The commander's mouth twisted into a grin. Got him. But then. No, the system didn't notify a kill. The mage didn't finish. A cold hand clamped around the back of his neck. Steel slid clean across his throat. Effortless. His breath caught. Blood sprayed. Eyes widened in disbelief. And then, collapse. Limbs folding. Silence. Shit. The commander spun. Too slow. The boy was already there. A dash. A fist drove into his face. His body lifted, slammed into a tree. He gasped, chest crushed, tried to raise his sword. Pain. A slice. Clean. He blinked. And watched his own hand fall to the dirt, fingers still locked around the sword hilt. His scream tore out, raw, animal, broken. Blood gushed from the severed stump. Another impact. A knee crushed into his ribs, pinning him against the tree. One blade pressed to his throat. The other slid between his teeth, metal scraping against his tongue. The boy leaned in. No rage. No glee. No cruelty. Just silence. Just judgment. Behind him, something moved. Bones. A skeleton with a sword in hand. A knight of death, standing guard. The commander froze. Chest trembling. Breath shallow. Please. He rasped. I'll give you everything. Just, let me live. Luke said nothing. The blade at his throat pressed harder. A bead of blood welled, thin, red, trembling against the steel. Their faces were inches apart. Locked. But Luke's eyes weren't human. Not anymore. Cold. Merciless. Hollow. How many of you are there? His voice was quiet. Controlled. Sharp as the knife. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. The commander blinked, stunned. What? How many? The blade twisted, just a fraction. Is this all of you? Luke asked again. Calm. Steady. Or is there a camp? The man hesitated. Luke's expression didn't change. 23, he blurted. We were 23 total. You killed 9. 13 more are back at camp. Luke's eyes narrowed. You're lying. The punch shattered his thoughts. His skull hit the tree. Before he could breathe, another hit. Harder. I swear. I swear to God. Where's the camp? Luke's voice didn't waver. Check the mage's bag, the man gasped, coughing blood. It's all there, map, supplies, everything, just let me go. I'll disappear. I won't tell anyone. Luke didn't answer. Take my gear, the man sobbed. All of it. Yours. No response. The blade slid in. Clean. Precise. His hands shot to his throat, reflex, futile. Blood mixed with rain. His body trembled. Twitched. Then fell. And the last thing he saw was the dark that ended him. You have slain a human, LVL 6, warrior, LVL 12. Asterisk your class, demonic assassin, has reached level 11. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. You have reached level 6. Half demon, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point, asterisk asterisk. Princess Charlie has reached level 4, skeleton, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point. The rain poured harder. Thunder cracked above. Soul fragments gained, +8. Luke stood still, water trailing down his face, mixing with the blood on his cheeks. Right then, the bandit's gear meant nothing to Luke. He wasn't a thief. All that filled his mind was a truth, heavier than the rain hammering against his skin. My mom's dead, Charlie. His voice broke. Small. Fragile. She probably died in a tutorial, to people like them. Over items. Over loot. The realization carved into him deeper than any wound. Something inside cracked, something he had buried, suffocated, ignored his whole life. It rose now. And it wasn't going away. Then. Ding dong. The warning bell tolled. Midnight. The world shifted. Subtle, but undeniable. Like the air itself had forgotten how to breathe. Luke yanked the mage's satchel off the corpse, the leather slick with blood. He didn't check the contents. Just slung it over his shoulder in a single, practiced motion. A flash of green. Charlie vanished, retreating into his soul. Then, he ran. His legs tore through mud and tangled roots, pumping like pistons. Standing still now, meant dying. Midnight in the wild zone wasn't just dangerous. It was death incarnate. And the safe zone was still too far. Then, he heard it. A footfall. Metallic. Precise. Too heavy, too measured, too clean to belong to anything human. Another. Then another. Rhythmic. Relentless. Cold dread coiled through Luke's spine. The sound echoed like a war drum made of steel, each step a hammer against the bones of the world. Not one warden. Several. His instincts screamed. Run. He pushed harder, weaving between trunks slick with rain, ducking beneath broken branches. His boots splashed through puddles. Leaves whipped against his face. His breath tore out ragged, raw. The trees thinned. Ruins. The forest gave way to the skeletal remains of a dead city. Cracked asphalt stretched into the dark. Buildings, half swallowed by earth and time, slumped against each other, rotten skeletons of concrete and rust. The air reeked. Burned metal. Old smoke. Sour decay. But the footsteps didn't stop. Worse, they split. 2 directions. Closing fast. His pulse spiked. Think. Move. His gaze swept the wreckage. Then, there. A collapsed structure. Steel beams twisted together, forming a jagged arch where the floor had caved. At its base, barely wide enough, a narrow crevice, swallowed by shadow. No time to think. No time to check. He dove. Darkness swallowed him whole. Luke crawled fast, dragging the mage's satchel behind. The air thickened, dust, mold, rot. Broken concrete shredded his sleeves. His ribs scraped stone. Shoulder to rebar. His breath shrank to shallow gasps. Then, movement. A shadow shifted across the sliver of light near the entrance. A metal boot. Inches from his face. The warden. It stood just above him. Luke stopped breathing. His heart slammed against his ribs, so loud, so violent, it felt like the creature must hear it. The warden didn't move. It listened. Silent. Calculating. Then, impact. The creature leapt. The rubble groaned. Dust rained down, choking the air. A steel beam caved, collapsing inches from Luke's back. The weight shifted, crushing. Stone pressed into his ribs. His chest constricted. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Panic clawed at the edges of his mind. His vision swam. Move. Luke gritted his teeth and forced himself sideways, grinding deeper into the crawlspace. Ribs scraped against concrete. Steel tore his clothes. His shoulder jammed between rebar and rock. Every breath was agony. But forward was the only direction left. And behind him, death waited. Above, the world fell silent. Then the impact hit. The tunnel shuddered beneath the weight, a brutal jolt that sent fractures through the stone, dust raining from every crack. Concrete groaned. Steel strained. And then, nothing. No footsteps. No breath. Silence returned, absolute. Luke didn't move. 5 seconds. 10. 15. Only then did he dare breathe. Carefully, he shifted into a crouch, wincing as rusted rebar scraped against his shoulder. He dragged the mage's satchel into his lap and unclasped the buckle. His fingers worked fast but quiet, easing the flap open. He tipped it. The contents spilled into the dirt, soft, controlled. Junk. Mostly. A bent spoon. A cracked canteen. Scraps of twisted metal. A shattered flask. Then, paper. Fragile. Water-stained. Edges frayed with age. A map. Luke unrolled it carefully. The ink had faded, but the lines remained clear enough. Hand-drawn markings crossed the terrain, routes weaving through forest, sigils warning of hazards, circles drawn around key locations. His eyes scanned, tracking landmarks. There, the ruined house where he'd found the mission orb. The forest trail. The perimeter of the safe zone. And south. Further than he'd gone before. A camp. Their camp. Luke's jaw tightened. This wasn't about survival anymore. This wasn't about clearing a dungeon. They'd ambushed people. Slaughtered unarmed survivors. Hunted others for sport. Treated the tutorial like a game where only they were allowed to win. Now it was personal. He slid his fingers across the system interface, opening the mission panel. His eyes narrowed. And then, he saw it. Special mission. The orb he'd taken wasn't for an ordinary quest. A week had passed since the ambush. Since Luke had bled inside those ruins, hunted by bandits deep in the wild zone. It had been a heavy week. A quiet one. Because in that silence, he'd accepted something he'd spent years refusing to face. The truth about his mother. Not a theory. Not a hope waiting to be disproved. Just truth, final, merciless, undeniable. And now, the weight of it sat with him. Heavy as stone. The blade sliced through the air, clean, controlled. Princess Charlie pressed forward without hesitation, moving like steel wrapped in bone. A wet crack echoed through the trees. Flesh split. Muscle tore. The velociraptor shrieked, a raw, piercing note of panic, before folding into a heap of blood, teeth, and scales. Princess Charlie has slain a cunning velociraptor, LVL-10. The Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 7. Death Knight class bonus, +3 strength, +3 endurance, +2 agility, +2 vitality, +2 intelligence, +1 perception, +2 free stat points. Luke blinked, surprised by the sudden notification. It was the first time Charlie's class had leveled up since she'd evolved into a Death Knight. A second notification followed. Mission orb, hunt the cunning velociraptors. Objective, slay 10 cunning velociraptors. Progress, 10 out of 10. Mission complete. Reward received. Charlie casually wiped her blade clean, then lifted her chin like a knight accepting applause after a duel. Luke smirked. Nice work, Charlie. Over the past week, he'd uncovered a few important facts. First, according to Anna, a person could hold up to 3 active orb missions at a time. Trying to claim a 4th would simply fail. Second, and far more interesting, Charlie could pick up missions too. And then came the final surprise. Boots of the cunning velociraptor, uncommon. Description, crafted from the durable hide of a cunning velociraptor, these boots offer speed, flexibility, and surprising resilience. Ideal for quick-footed warriors. Bonus, increases movement speed slightly. Requirement, LVL5+ in any class or race. Luke tapped the item in his system. The boots materialized instantly, slipping onto Charlie's skeletal feet and tightening into place like they'd always belonged there. This world might be brutal, but it rewarded the bold. Charlie now wore the Iron Fang boar hide pants and the velociraptor boots. She was getting closer to looking like a fully armored warrior. Once she hit level 8, he planned to give her a chestplate and gauntlets. Then all she'd need was a helmet to complete the illusion. Allison had helped confirm something critical: Charlie couldn't be identified. Just like with regular humans, the system blocked her data from others. Which meant, unless someone saw her materialize from Luke's soul, they'd have no idea she was a skeleton. He closed the inventory screen and pulled up her status. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 4. Rank, F. Class, Death Knight, LVL-7. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 201/230. Mana points, MP 80/80ths. Stamina, 157/180. Stats. Strength, 27. Agility, 16. Endurance, 18. Vitality, 23. Perception, 9. Intelligence, 8. Free points, 3. Princess Charlie was getting stronger. But Luke knew there was still plenty of room for improvement. Her speed was excellent. Her strength, too. But her reflexes, they could still be sharper. He opened her stat panel and allocated the remaining points. Stats updated, Princess Charlie. Vitality, 23-24. Perception, 9-11. Free points, 3-0. Health points, HP 201/230-211/240. Over the past few days, he had continued running more tests on Charlie's damage recovery. If Charlie was injured or running low on stamina, he could simply return her to his soul. Inside, she would begin to regenerate. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The only drawback was time. Depending on how badly she was hurt, full recovery could take up to 24 hours. Still, it made his summoning skill far more strategic. Charlie stretched, rotating her shoulders like she was testing her new physicality. Luke nodded. Let's move. Without a word, she retrieved her blade and stepped into formation beside him, silent, watchful, and ready. Luke moved through the crumbling ruins with quiet precision, eyes scanning the area for anything remotely useful. His pack was already heavy, but he always found space for more: wooden mugs, broken buttons, lengths of durable rope. In this world, even scrap could be worth gold. The Haven had split its survivors into two main roles: hunters and scavengers. Hunters worked in teams, going head-to-head with monsters to bring back food. Scavengers, on the other hand, worked alone, combing through abandoned homes, shattered buildings, and piles of debris for anything salvageable. Luke belonged squarely in the second group. Some buildings still held loot caches. Others had stashes of preserved clothes, basic utensils, or something far more valuable: potions and seeds. But the so-called safe zone. That name was generous. It was free of midnight wardens and orc patrols, sure, but that didn't mean it was safe. Vicious beasts still roamed the outer edges. No one could afford to drop their guard for even a second. Bastion controlled the heart of the safe zone, guarded by Bartholomew's private militia. Around it sprawled makeshift shelters and scavenged homes. And beyond that, on the fringes, lay the Haven. The position was dangerous. Always exposed. Always watching. A single pack of raptors could rip through the outer barricades. Or worse, a raid from one of the roaming bandit clans that haunted the wild zone's edge. Luke tucked a few gathered herbs and plants into his pack, requested ingredients. Then his gaze fell on something buried at the bottom of the bag. The map. The one he'd taken off a bandit's corpse a week ago. He'd been watching their base since then. The disappearance of several of their members had left them anxious, but strangely, they hadn't moved. They were still holed up in that ruined mansion deep in the wild zone. At first, he thought they might be renegades. But the more he watched, the more certain he became, they weren't part of any faction. They were independent. Dangerous. Isolated. He pushed the thought aside for now and focused. Then, with a quick gesture, he opened the system interface, tapped the mission tab, and saw the special mission orb he picked up the other day. Special mission orb, find the treasure. Objective, locate the treasure of Samuel the Inventor. Location, church. Reward, Artemis invention. His brow furrowed, thumb tracing the edge of one of his cookeries. He'd already spent a week searching, rummaging through ruins, chasing old trails, climbing broken rooftops. Nothing. No sign of a church. He'd considered asking a veteran. Maybe someone who'd survived longer in this hell knew where to look. But the moment he had that thought, he dismissed it. It was a special mission, which meant nobody else had it. Asking questions would only put a target on his back. And then, one night, while returning from another fruitless search, he realized something painfully obvious. The bell. Every night at exactly midnight, a distant toll rang through the wild zone. Soft. Eerie. Carried on the wind like a whisper from the grave. And every morning, at precisely 6, it rang again, right as the midnight wardens returned to their dens. The sound wasn't random. It came from somewhere. It came from the church. That was the clue. That was the answer. But it also meant something else. To find the treasure, he'd have to track the bell. Which meant diving deeper into the wild zone while the midnight wardens were awake. While they hunted. While the worst monsters in this world were on the move. This wasn't just another quest. This was his kind of mission. And the only way forward was through the dark. He had to get used to moving while the midnight wardens were active. If he wanted to survive here, he couldn't afford to keep running from them forever. Luke closed his eyes and drew a slow breath. So that's it. I'll follow the sound of that bell. He stepped quietly into the tent. It was just a tent, shared between him and Allison, but a fabric divider split the space into two sections, one for him and one for her. Allison was asleep, curled near the fabric wall, breathing steady. The last week had worn both of them down. Back when they were just two survivors trudging through snow, sleeping close was just a survival tactic. Warmth meant life. Nothing more. But ever since he found out Allison was a woman, things had gotten awkward. He set his pack down carefully, trying not to make a sound. But Allison stirred almost immediately. Her hand shot to the hilt of her sword, and the blade was out before she was even fully conscious. Her half-lidded eyes flared with cold, deadly instinct. "It's me," Luke said quickly, voice low. Allison blinked a few times, registering his face. Then sighed, lowering the blade. "Sorry," she muttered. Luke sat down beside the pack, fatigue weighing on his bones. He'd learned a few things about Allison over the past days. One of them explained a lot. The reason she always looked tired. The artifact that masked her gender drained mana constantly. It explained why she rarely used spells in combat. If her mana ever hit 0, her disguise would shatter. Allison had also explained that she'd acquired a race skill that allowed her to meditate and accelerate the recovery of mana and stamina. According to her, it was a standard skill all humans received upon reaching race level 5. However, since both of them had unlocked a bloodline, the order of available skills had shifted. That was why Luke hadn't received the skill yet. "What about your scouting?" Allison asked, voice raspy from sleep. "Still nothing," Luke shook his head. "There's a stretch of the wild zone that runs toward the mountains. Just forest. Might be hiding a mechanism. He paused. But, word is, that's orc territory. Allison sighed and sat up, rubbing her face. I've been volunteering for hunting parties, she said. Trying to earn their trust. She looked at him, eyes shadowed with frustration. Jonathan's group hunts and scouts deeper in, but they don't accept just anyone. Luke nodded slowly. That made sense. The deeper you went into the wild zone, the more even a dropped coin could summon a predator. And I think. Allison glanced at the tent flap, even though they were alone. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I think they're hiding something. Luke tilted his head. What do you mean? She hesitated. You've noticed it too, right? There's only one healer in the entire camp. Thiara, Luke said quietly. Allison leaned closer. Bartholomew monopolizes all the other healers. Every single one of them is under his thumb. Luke was silent, but the pieces started clicking into place. And yet, Allison continued, Thiara is allowed to stay here. He frowned. Why would a man who called himself a king, who ruled Bastion with absolute control, allow another faction to operate inside his territory? Especially one not under his command. It didn't make sense. Why let another kingdom exist inside your borders, she whispered. Luke's eyes narrowed. Unless. Angelica knows something, he said slowly. Something Bartholomew doesn't want getting out. Allison nodded. And maybe. She bit her lip, brow furrowing. Maybe it has to do with the location of one of the mechanisms. Something right under everyone's nose, Allison whispered. And no one's noticed. Luke met her gaze. Where? He asked. Her answer was soft. Certain. Bastion. Allison's words echoed in Luke's mind. The idea that Bastion, Bartholomew's fortress, might house one of the mechanisms that could help everyone escape the tutorial felt both logical and unlikely at the same time. Yet, as he thought it over, the notion of one of the three mechanisms being hidden within that fortress no longer seemed out of place. In fact, it made perfect sense. Allison crossed her arms, gaze sharp as a knife. She watched Luke process it. If you really think about it, doesn't it make sense? Luke frowned. Something about the equation felt wrong. No, he muttered. If he already activated one of the mechanisms, why wouldn't he announce it? He could push everything forward. Speed the process up. Allison let out a dry, humorless laugh. Because you're thinking like someone who wants to leave the tutorial. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean? You. Me. Everyone else here, we want out. That's the whole point. Escape. Survival. But. Her arms tightened across her chest. What if Bartholomew doesn't? Silence stretched between them. The idea hit harder than it should have. He'd always assumed everyone wanted out. Desperately. Obsessively. But what if someone was stalling? Allison's voice sharpened. Look at Angelica. Look at Bastion. You think it's a coincidence she runs a whole faction inside his territory? You think that happens without permission? Luke's jaw tightened. You think she knows something? I think she knows a lot more than she lets on. The pieces slid into place. If Bastion was hiding one of the mechanisms, then Bartholomew wasn't a key to escape. He was the wall keeping them trapped. By the next day, Luke was back at the edge of camp, pack heavy with scavenged supplies. The strap dug deep into his shoulder, a quiet reminder that he was getting stronger. Faster. Sharper. He walked straight to Paul, the man in charge of logistics for the Haven. Here. Think I got everything on that list. Paul took the bag and peeked inside. His eyes widened. Damn, this usually takes our teams weeks. You're ridiculously fast. Luke shrugged, keeping it casual. Got lucky. Too much attention was dangerous. But Paul was still staring, visibly impressed. Before Luke could change the subject, someone stepped quietly beside them, small, familiar. Silent as always. Cecilia. She signed rapidly. Paul squinted, trying to follow. Something about spices? Oh, she says the herbs you brought are used to season food. She works in the kitchen. I think she's thanking you. Cecilia offered a polite nod, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Luke scratched the back of his neck. All right, no problem. With the delivery done, he turned to leave, then paused. Someone was sitting quietly away from the crowd, hunched over a collection of glass vials, sorting them with steady hands. Thiara. The healer. Luke hesitated. His left shoulder ached, a sharp, grinding pain he'd been ignoring. Turns out basic blood regeneration was great for cuts and surface wounds, but less effective for fractured bones. He didn't want to waste one of his last potions. So he walked over. Thiara. She jolted, nearly knocking over a flask. And Mr. Luke. You scared me. Luke blinked. Not the first time. His footsteps had become problematic. Another note for the mental checklist, start making deliberate noise around camp. Sorry, he said. Thiara pressed a hand to her chest, trying to steady her breath. You really don't make a sound when you move. I know. His voice stayed even. I need a quick heal. Left shoulders wrecked. Not sure how the payment works, but I'll compensate you after my next run. Thiara shook her head, letting out a soft laugh. Don't worry. I heal people for free. Luke frowned. For free. She nodded. My class gives me experience every time I heal. So technically, the system pays me. I prioritize hunters and explorers, though. The ones who keep the Haven running. That made sense. If he wanted to keep pushing deeper into the wild zone, having a healer in his corner wasn't optional. It was survival. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Thiara reached out, resting a hand on his shoulder. A faint green glow bloomed beneath her palm, soft but radiant. Warmth flooded the joint. The ache vanished, replaced by a soothing clarity that spread through his ribs, his spine, even the fatigue in his legs. His breath escaped in a slow exhale. Relief. Pure and absolute. The glow faded. Thiara pulled her hand back. There. Good as new. Luke rolled his shoulder. Smooth. No pain. Not even the dull soreness. Incredible. He checked his status. Even my HP's back to full. Thiara smiled, gentle but steady. That's how healing magic works. For a moment, Luke just stood there, genuinely impressed. Having someone like her in a world like this, felt like a luxury. You're valuable, he said quietly, meeting her eyes. But her expression shifted. Softer now. Hesitant. I use a lot of mana to heal, she admitted quietly. And I only really level my class through healing. I don't go into combat. I don't have any offensive skills. So. I'm not that amazing. Luke caught the tremor beneath her words. Couldn't you awaken combat skills eventually, he asked. He'd seen it happen. Charlie developed a punching skill just from fighting barehanded. Thiara looked away. I could, but. Her voice dropped. I'm scared. He didn't answer right away. Yeah. He understood. More than anyone. That makes sense, he said at last. It's dangerous out there. But knowing someone like you's here, ready to patch us up, honestly, that gives me more courage than you think. Her eyes brightened, a small, genuine smile forming. Luke returned it. Anyway. I'm glad you're here. Next time I get smashed into a wall, I know exactly where I'm running. It's my pleasure, Mr. Luke, she said softly. He turned to leave. But he felt it. Her gaze. Still lingering. Mr. Luke, Thiara called, quieter now. He paused. Yeah. She glanced around. Subtle. Checking the crowd. Making sure no one was listening. Then, she leaned in. Close enough for her breath to brush his ear. I saw it, she whispered. That day, what was inside Mr. Allison's bag? Luke froze. His brain flatlined. She saw it. The women's clothes. A cold spike crawled down his spine. But then, her hand touched his shoulder. Gentle. Warm. And she smiled. It's okay, Mr. Luke. A beat. I don't judge gay couples. His soul left his body. What? Days had passed. Luke and Princess Charlie carved their way through the wild zone. Relentless. Precise. Ruthless. Each fight fed into the next. Each kill pushed their levels higher. And now, he was here. Perched in the shadows. Motionless. Eyes sharp. A predator. The bandit camp sprawled below, nestled against the ruins of an old mansion. Even after losing several men, they hadn't moved. At first, it didn't add up. Until Luke caught pieces of their arguments. A fracture. One of them wanted to side with the renegades. The others didn't trust him. That's why they stayed. Luke memorized every patrol path, every guard rotation. Every lazy glance, every blind spot. The camp sat perfectly balanced, right at the border between the safe zone and the wild zone. Neutral ground. A limbo. And the midnight wardens didn't cross it. Luke had noticed it days ago. The wardens steered clear of this place, the ruins, the mansion, the forests around it. At first, he thought it was coincidence. Now he knew better. Each lord controlled territory. The wardens avoided stepping into domains that weren't theirs. His lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. It didn't change anything. He opened his system. Fingers flew across the interface, dragging points into place. Because tonight, none of them were walking out of here alive. Name, Luke. Level, 6. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 11. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 510/510. Mana points, MP 288/330. Stamina, 231/250. Soul fragments, 21/1000. Stats. Strength, 47. Agility, 55. Endurance, 25. Vitality, 51. Perception, 48. Intelligence, 33. Free points, 4. He was stronger than he had ever been. Not just in stats. In mindset. He wasn't the same person who arrived in this nightmare. He eyed the floating system window and made his choice without hesitation. Stats updated. Intelligence, 33-37. Free points, 4-0. Mana points, MP 288/330-328/370. Heat surged beneath his skin as mana pulsed through every nerve. The more mana he carried, the more life he could drain. Someday soon, he'd be able to rip the soul straight out of anything that bled. His gaze locked onto the camp. Time to begin the hunt. The crossbowmen stood watch near the forest's edge, perched atop the skeletal remains of an old outpost. Farther ahead, the others laughed around the fire, oblivious. Then. A whistle. Soft. Precise. The sentry turned. Alert. Searching. Too late. A hand clamped over his mouth. Fingers dug into his jaw. He was yanked backward, vanishing into the dark behind the outpost, silent, weightless, like prey pulled underwater. His back struck the dirt. Breath punched from his lungs. His vision spun until something blocked the moonlight. A skeleton. Looming. Blade raised. For a split second, the edge caught the moon. Then it fell. Fast. Surgical. Final. Darkness swallowed him whole. Princess Charlie has slain a human, LVL 5, crossbowman, LVL 10. Asterisk the Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 8. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Princess Charlie has gained a new class skill. Luke smirked from the shadows. Charlie had leveled up. More free points. More strength. More speed. More lethality. But what truly mattered was the new skill. Then he noticed it. Level 8. His eyes narrowed. His breathing slowed. It was almost like feeling something snap into place inside his mind. He looked at her. The smile sharpened. Now I can equip you with armor pieces. The system interface popped up in front of him. As he dragged the items into Charlie's inventory, a thought settled in his mind. Now I have an armored knight guarding me. Luke handed her the crocodile chestplate and a pair of reinforced gloves. The moment Charlie equipped the pieces, something shifted. This wasn't just some basic equip animation. The armor, molded. Assembled. It locked into place, closing over the bones like synthetic muscle, filling every gap with unnerving precision. Every plate, every joint, every segment snapped together as if it had always belonged. It didn't stop there. The metal merged seamlessly with the boar leather pants and velociraptor boots, reinforcing every fiber, every stitch, forging everything into a single, flawless extension of her body. No exposed ribs. No open joints. When it finished, what stood before him wasn't a skeleton anymore. It was a knight. Tall. Sharp. Fully armored. A silhouette built for war. Plate hugged the frame perfectly, curved hips, armored chest, reinforced limbs. The only thing left untouched was the skull. White. Smooth. Expressionless. Hollow sockets burned with ghostly green light. Luke crossed his arms, scanning her. The armor gave you, hips, chest, a full figure, he muttered. Honestly? That's kinda amazing. You look completely human now. All you need is a helmet. Charlie tested the weight. Rolled her shoulders. Swung her blade. Fluid. Perfect. She looked right. A knight forged from bone and steel. But Luke didn't have time to admire the transformation. He needed to move, fast, before the bandits realized one of their own was missing. He opened her system menu and navigated to available skills. 3 options blinked at him. Shield proficiency, uncommon, to protect one's master and hold the front lines, the knight learns how to wield shields with deadly precision. Increases block efficiency without sacrificing offensive output. Luke frowned. Useful, but she didn't have a shield. At least not yet. Right now. Useless. Crescent slash, uncommon, a slashing technique that strikes in a horizontal arc, cutting through multiple enemies at once. The knight's blade moves with precise speed, slicing anything in its path. Now that was interesting. Perfect for crowd control. Especially in close combat. Warrior's Eye, uncommon, through countless battles, the knight sharpens their perception. Recognizes attack patterns and exploit weaknesses, improving evasion and opening enemies to devastating counterattacks. Luke squinted at the screen. One skill taught a new fighting style. Another offered immediate offense. And the last improved battlefield awareness and long-term advantage. His choice was already made. Princess Charlie has learned a class skill, Crescent Slash. He left her 2 unspent attribute points untouched, for emergencies. Then his gaze turned back to the bandit camp. Time to move. Luke was watching the camp from the trees, hidden among the shadows. The bandits hadn't noticed that one of them had disappeared yet, but it was only a matter of time. Luke had waited a few days for one reason, confirm if they were really wild zone bandits and if there were others nearby. Attacking and running into reinforcements wasn't an option. What he confirmed was exactly what he expected. They were bandits. Criminals who specialized in ambushing people near orbs, robbing anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. And of course, they were fully prepared to kill anyone who resisted. These were not good people. Not in Luke's eyes. They didn't deserve to live. Because if someone back then had had the guts to do what he was about to do, maybe his mother would have survived her tutorial. Luke scanned the camp again. Originally there were 13. Now there were 12. Charlie had just taken one out. He counted. 11 were in the camp. One was inside a tent, sleeping. It was time to move. His plan was to strike while most of them were asleep, but there was a problem. They didn't follow fixed shifts. Sometimes one slept. Sometimes 3. Sometimes none. Completely random. They were too comfortable. Too used to the false sense of peace in their territory. They knew no one would dare. At least, not any regular person from the safe zone. The soldiers under Bartholomew didn't really care about bandits as long as they weren't causing chaos inside the safe zone. And honestly, it made sense. Why send troops to deal with bandits when there were bigger problems to worry about? Besides, the gangs didn't attack each other. Each one had its own turf. Something to do with Marshall and the renegades. They had set up some kind of order between the factions. Even if they hated each other, they followed certain rules. But Luke didn't care about any of that. He moved carefully, circling around the camp's perimeter. Makeshift alarms, vines tied to cans, were strung between the trees. Meant to catch beasts, monsters, or people. Luke climbed one of the taller trees. Sat on a sturdy branch. Watched. Memorized every position. Out of the 11, he could pick out a few classes. At least 3 were archers. 4 were mages. The others were some kind of melee fighters. Could be warriors, knights, mercenaries, or thieves. One of them was carrying a machete. So he ranked the threats. The archers and the mages were the real problem. Ranged attacks. Especially magic. I'm telling you, man. Focus on becoming a crafter and learn how to brew. That guy Joe opened his own tavern near Bastion, said one of the archers, getting up from the campfire. And how the hell am I supposed to level doing that, genius? I don't even have the materials to practice. Should have picked something else. Screwed myself big time, the other snapped, clearly frustrated. Stop whining. The first one walked toward the forest. You're a damn lumberjack. Just cut trees. How the hell am I supposed to make booze? Pull brewing equipment out of my ass, the frustrated one grumbled. The other ignored him and kept walking, unbuttoning his pants. Piss somewhere else, shouted a third. Bunch of crybabies, the archer muttered as he stepped up to a tree. The moment he was about to start pissing, something blew across his face. He looked up. And then. Luke hung upside down from the tree branch like a bat. His hands dropped fast. Both kukris crossed horizontally over the archer's throat. It lasted only a moment. The man's eyes went wide. Then the blade sliced clean. A faint, wet gasp escaped as his hands instinctively flew to his neck. His body collapsed backward. But Luke released from the branch, catching him before he hit the ground and made noise. You have slain a human, LVL 8, archer, LVL 14. You have gained +1 soul fragments. He dragged the corpse quickly into the bushes and laid it down. 10 left. There wouldn't be another chance like this. They would realize something was wrong soon. He needed to move fast. Luke circled around the camp, keeping low. 2 mages sat off to the side, playing something that looked like cards. On the opposite end, the melee fighters were chatting. One of them was sharpening a weapon. The other 2 mages were sitting by the fire, and the last 2 archers were posted as sentries. Each one perched on a rock, watching over key angles. Crouching, Luke grabbed a stone and tossed it. It clattered against a tree. The sentry archer snapped his head toward the sound. In that instant, Luke hurled a kukri with full force. The black blade spun through the air and buried itself into the archer's face. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. You have slain a human, LVL 4, archer, LVL 9. You have gained +1 soul fragments. Luke dashed forward, leaping in one fluid motion. As the man toppled backward, Luke caught him mid-fall. The body was heavy, but he managed to lower it without noise. Footsteps. Shit. No time to drag the body into the forest. He grabbed the corpse and slipped into a nearby tent, dropping it inside. The footsteps grew closer. Someone was coming. Damn blood on the ground. Luke peeked out. A clear trail of blood led right to the tent. They were going to notice. He rushed back inside, yanked the archer's jacket off, and threw it on. Grabbed the man's bow. Then stepped out of the tent and climbed onto the rock where the sentry had been. The footsteps approached. Cold as hell tonight, the man muttered. Luke said nothing. The man's eyes drifted downward. What the fuck is this? He blurted, staring at the blood trail. Luke lunged, kukri aimed for the neck. But the man dodged, throwing his hand forward. A mage. Fireball forming. Luke dashed. Drove the blade straight into the mage's chest. Buried it deep into his heart. The mage choked. Eyes wide. Blood bubbled from his lips. You have slain a mage, LVL 6, mage, LVL 13. You have gained +1 soul fragments. The mage's hand faltered, but the fireball still flew. It shot wild, slamming into a tent. Explosion. Shit, Luke cursed as flames burst up. The entire camp heard it. Heads turned. Eyes locked onto the fire. Attack, shouted the distant archer, raising the alarm. Luke let the mage's body fall and sprinted toward the tree line. Sound off. Who's alive? Confirm your names, someone yelled. Luke ducked into the bushes. Crap. They had countermeasures. Calling names. Forming up. Everything went wrong. Luke couldn't let them get organized. If they did, it would only get worse. Taking a deep breath, he burst from the bushes, hand reaching down to the holster strapped to his leg. Daggers materialized in his grip. He threw 3 into the air and duplicated them. 6 total. The blades scattered, clattering across different spots in the camp. I heard something, one of the fighters shouted. Luke sprinted toward him. The man had his back turned. A kukri flew. The man screamed. Luke threw the second one. You have slain a. You have gained +1 soul fragments. He ignored the notification. Kept running. Group up, someone yelled. Luke sprinted and tackled an archer holding his bow. Both crashed to the ground, rolling. They scrambled to their feet. Locked eyes. The archer fumbled for an arrow. But Luke was faster. In less than a second, dash activated. He was in front of him, driving the blade straight through the man's skull. You have slain a. You have gained +1 soul fragments. The body crumpled sideways. Luke glanced around. They were staring at him. He was surrounded. The criminals had already grouped up, forming a circle around him. This one's probably one of Marshall's little lapdogs, said a warrior gripping a massive warhammer. You've got some balls showing up here alone, a mage added, raising his staff. 3 spheres of earth floated around him, crackling with blue electricity. Everywhere Luke looked, enemies. 6 against 1. Who said I'm alone? Luke replied. The mage fired. The earthen spheres flew toward Luke. But then, they hit something. A figure materialized in front of him. A tall knight. Fully armored head to toe. Except, the face. A skull. A skeleton. The bandits flinched in shock. Kill those two bastards, the warrior bellowed at the mages. Princess Charlie gripped her sword. Spectral charge activated. She dashed forward, combining it with crescent slash in a blistering spin. A clean arc. A scream tore through the air as a head flew. One of the mages. Decapitated. Princess Charlie has slain a. Chaos exploded. The melee fighters lunged toward her. But Charlie dodged, sprinting past them. Her focus was on the mages in the back, now scrambling as they fired spells. One of them unleashed a barrage. Flaming arrows appeared around him and rained down toward her. She deflected several with her blade and kept moving. A warrior intercepted her. A skill similar to charge sent him slamming into her, knocking her down and saving the mage. She hit the ground but rolled back up. A second mage lifted both hands, firing a continuous stream of fire, trying to burn her down. But from the smoke and flame, she surged forward. Both hands grabbed his arms. The glove she wore, looted from the crypt, gave her basic fire resistance. A sharp crack. She shattered his wrists. Her fist crashed into his face, boosted by Iron Fist. The remaining warriors regrouped and charged at her. Luke didn't waste time. He leaped. Grabbed one mid-run. Slammed him to the ground. When he turned toward Charlie, she was already locked in a brutal fight with the others. Luke faced two. A warrior and a mage. He hurled a kukri. The warrior dodged. Threw the second. Dodged again. And here I was thinking it was a renegade raid. Turns out it's just some damn kid, the warrior sneered, lifting his war axe. He charged straight at Luke and swung. Luke's back hit a tent. He threw both hands up like he was surrendering. Giving up, the warrior laughed. Where are your little knives now? He raised the axe high, ready to bring it down. But then something sliced through the air. The kukris. They came flying back at Luke's call, striking the warrior square in the back. The man screamed. The axe slipped from his hands. Luke pulled a dagger from his leg holster, stepped in, and stabbed it deep into the man's neck. Right here, he replied. You have slain a. You have gained +1 soul fragments. A sudden flash. Something bright and yellow rushed toward him. Fireballs. The mage was firing. Luke yanked the warrior's corpse up and used it as a shield. The fireballs slammed into the body. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Charlie. Surrounded. One of them a mage hurling lightning. Luke ripped one of the kukris from the dead warrior's back and hurled it toward her. Midair, he duplicated it. Both blades struck the lightning mage. The mage screamed. Charlie dashed in and drove her sword through his chest. Princess Charlie has slain a. A warrior lunged at her, leaping. Charlie dismissed her sword, sending it back to her inventory, and activated Iron Fist. Her punch caught him midair and sent him flying. A warhammer smashed into her back. But Charlie didn't flinch. She charged forward with spectral charge and slammed both fists into the warrior. Princess Charlie has slain a. Now only one was left facing her. Luke ducked behind the corpse, still using it to block fireballs. You with Marshall? You gotta be, right? I'm on your side. I'm the informant, the mage shouted in panic as Luke dashed toward him. Princess Charlie has slain a. Luke dodged the next fireball, rolling behind a crate. He could have lied. Could have played along. But he didn't. He burst out from cover, zigzagging. Dash active. A trail of shadows in his wake. The mage fired. Missed. A dagger sliced into his leg. Thrown. The mage stumbled. Luke slid across the ground, the fireball detonating behind him. He surged up, arms swinging in an arc. The blade scraped across the mage's face. His other hand shoved him backward. And then. A skeletal arm wrapped around the mage from behind. Lifted him clean off the ground. Slammed him against a tree. The last thing the mage saw was the grinning skull. And then her sword drove through him. Princess Charlie has slain a. It was over. They had done it. Luke scanned the notifications. Counted. 11, Luke muttered, scanning the camp. 1 left. And then, a boulder flew straight toward him. He dodged, almost. The massive rock clipped his side, slamming into him and sending him crashing to the ground. Pain shot through his ribs. Luke gritted his teeth, rolling over. Charlie stepped forward, sword raised, blocking the next attack without hesitation. A heavy voice rumbled through the clearing. You too, managed to destroy my camp. The last one. The one who had been asleep. As he walked, pieces of silver armor materialized over him, locking into place with mechanical precision. Gauntlets snapped into his wrists. Greaves locked around his legs. A helmet slid down, sealing his face behind steel. Not a single gap. Not a single flaw. The leader. Luke muttered under his breath. This was the one he'd been hoping to avoid, the one too dangerous to fight head-on. Attacking while he was asleep had been the only chance. That chance was now gone. I don't know who you are, the man growled. Maybe relatives of someone we killed. Not Marshall's men, that's for sure. He would have sent more than this. One fool, and a skeleton. He shifted his weight forward. No weapons. Just fists. Then he charged. Charlie moved to intercept. Her blade sliced the air, but he was already gone, sidestepping with speed that didn't match his size. His fist hit Luke's ribs with the precision of a hammer swung by an expert. Bone strained. Air vanished. His body lifted off the ground and crashed against a tree trunk hard enough to shake loose the branches. Heavy footsteps followed immediately, closing the distance fast. Hope you're worth good experience. Charlie swung, forcing him back for a breath, but the man pivoted effortlessly around her. He didn't even look as he slipped past her blade and countered. His fist drove into her chest with enough force to send her skidding across the mud. The fight wasn't just power. It was absolute dominance in close combat. The man shouted as both his fists struck the earth. A tremor ran through the ground like the pulse of an earthquake. Luke and Charlie were thrown off balance, knees buckling, momentum stolen. Before either of them could recover, he was on top of them again. Charlie's sword flashed. Useless. The man caught it mid-swing, ripped it from her grasp, and tossed it aside like garbage. His next punch hit her square in the chest. Her body folded around the blow before launching backward. It didn't stop. Punch after punch followed. Bone cracked. Her shoulder joint fractured under the impact. The punch knocked Charlie's skull clean off, sending it flying. Her body collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Luke lunged, but another strike caught him across the jaw, forcing him back. Another hit followed. Then another. His back hit the ground before he even registered the third impact. The man grabbed him by the legs and whipped him into the dirt like a rag. Desperation cut through Luke's focus. He triggered basic dark dash, vanishing into shadow, reappearing behind the man with a kick aimed at his lower back. The hit forced a stumble, but only that. Luke struck at the joints, aiming for the fingers, for the wrists, any soft point. The steel skin shimmered. The blades bounced off. "What's wrong?" the pugilist asked, voice curling into a sneer. "Lost your nerve?" Luke spat blood, wiping it from his chin. His expression sharpened into something cold. Focused. "No," he replied. "Just buying time." The man's eyes narrowed. "What?" A fist collided with the side of his helmet. His head snapped sideways. He turned, stopped cold. Charlie stood. The glow in her hollow sockets burned brighter than before. You were dead." Another strike drove him backward. Her fist dented the side of his armor. Luke grinned, breath ragged. "She's a skeleton, genius. You just have to put the skull back on." Charlie nodded once. Silent. Then advanced. The pugilist lunged at Luke, only to meet Charlie's forearm driving into his ribs, stopping the charge. His arms shot wide to counter, but Luke slipped in, planting his heel against the side of the man's knee. The strike buckled the joint. The man stumbled. Charlie holstered her sword entirely. She didn't need it now. Her body blurred forward, propelled by spectral charge, shoulder hitting the man square in the chest, driving him backward into a tree. Another punch connected with his jaw. His helmet cracked at the seam. A third hit followed. Then a fourth. His head snapped back. His feet left the ground. Two devastating punches slammed into the pugilist's helmet. He was sent flying, crashing into a tree hard enough to shatter it on impact. Before he could even register the hit, another fist drove into the side of his head. He staggered, raised his arms for a counterattack. But Luke came soaring in from above. The kukri pierced straight through the visor. "Aha!" The pugilist screamed, flinging Luke off him in panic. But it was already too late. Luke and Charlie closed in together. Each blow shattered more of the armor. Charlie struck the same point again and again, weakening the plating, and Luke drove his blades precisely into those weak spots, slicing through the gaps. The pugilist began to stagger. His movement slowed. He wound up for one last desperate punch. Luke rolled to the side, extending his hand. His health began to drain. 1 point at a time. A trickle of life flowing into Luke. Charlie raised a final fist, and brought it down with a brutal crack. The pugilist's helmet flew off, tumbling across the dirt. His face was exposed. And in the next second, another punch smashed straight into it. His body flew backward, crashing through tents and rolling across the ground. He groaned. Tried to stand. But then, Luke leapt. Like a predator descending on wounded prey. The pugilist looked up, panic in his eyes. The kukri came down. And pierced straight through his skull. "You have slain a human, LVL 9, pugilist, LVL 16. You have gained +1 soul fragments. Asterisk your class, demonic assassin, has reached level 12. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. A new class skill is now available. An item has been added to your inventory." Luke opened the notifications. And when he saw what item it was, his eyes instinctively drifted toward Charlie. A faint smile touched the edge of his lips. The pugilist was dead, just like the rest of the camp. Luke had fought with everything he had, pushed himself to the limit. But deep down, something still felt off. He didn't enjoy killing people. Not really. Forcing himself to breathe, he steadied his thoughts. These weren't good people. They wouldn't have hesitated to hurt someone else. They wouldn't have thought twice about killing, stealing, or ruining someone's life just to get what they wanted. So he wouldn't hesitate to stop them. Simple as that. Luke opened his system interface and clicked on the new item sitting in his inventory. His eyes widened in surprise, a helmet. Slowly, his gaze shifted back to the pugilist's corpse. "The system gives loot when you kill people too," he muttered. It made sense. Monsters dropped items, so why wouldn't humans? Driven by curiosity, he opened the system panel and clicked on the item. Pugilist Knight's Helmet, uncommon. Description: a pugilist once trusted in nothing but his fists, until, in a clash against a demon, the demon's clever servant tore off his helmet. Exposed, the pugilist was finished with a single, fatal blow. All his strength meant nothing in the face of a single careless moment. Enchantments. Iron Shell, uncommon, reinforced against blunt force trauma. Reduces physical impact damage from punches, strikes, and concussive blows. Offers increased protection in close quarters combat. Requirements, level 8+ in any fighter class. Luke raised a brow. Not for him. Without hesitation, he dragged the helmet into Princess Charlie's inventory. A moment later, the item materialized on her. Wow, now you actually look like a real knight. The helmet had the classic look of medieval armor, regal, solid, timeless. But what caught Luke off guard wasn't the style. It was what he didn't see. The skeletal face was gone. Standing before him was a tall, imposing woman in full armor. Not a trace of bone. Charlie gave her sword a proud swing, her new form radiating confidence. Then she stepped forward and gently tapped Luke on the shoulder, pointing at the ring on his hand. Oh, that's what you wanted? Luke said, catching on. She extended her ring finger. Luke slipped the ring onto it. And through their bond, servant and master, he felt it. A soft wave of warmth. Her happiness washing over him like sunlight. I don't really use it much, he said, scratching the back of his head. But hey, could be useful in combat. Like, I don't know, tossing a small flame into someone's eyes to distract them or something. He laughed softly. But if it makes you happy. His smile deepened. Then I'm happy too. For some reason, every time Charlie glanced at the ring on her finger, a wave of happiness radiated through the master-servant bond, strong, unfiltered, impossible to ignore. Luke opened his system interface, but his eyes drifted sideways. She was still staring at it. Her posture stiff. The way her fingers fidgeted with the band wasn't subtle. Pure joy poured off her like heat off stone, tangled with something else, embarrassment and maybe something even more complicated. He let out a quiet breath. Right, whatever this is. Shaking his head, Luke forced himself to focus back on the interface. Charlie's weirdness could wait. 5 skills were waiting. But something felt off. He recognized them. Old choices, skills he had once passed over. So they can come back. He murmured. Good. I let go of some decent ones. Choose one of the following class skills. Sharp Eye, common. Perfect Throw, common. Silent Step, common. Basic Chameleon Skin, uncommon. Assassin's Mark, rare. His eyes stopped on the last one. He remembered it clearly. A damn good skill. He tapped it. Assassin's Mark, rare, mark a target. Lock your perception onto them. No matter where they flee, if they remain within your hunting grounds, you will find them. No prey can hide. The mark lasts until removed or expired. This one's perfect. He didn't hesitate. He selected it. You have acquired the class skill, Assassin's Mark. A week had passed. Luke sat in silence, eyes locked on the crackling fire. It had been almost a month, or maybe even more, since he agreed to take part in the system integration. His time inside the Forgotten Temple dungeon had completely thrown off his sense of time. Either way, he had been stuck in this tutorial for close to a month now. Around him were a few now familiar faces, Anna, Cecilia, Johnny, and Jonathan, along with others he'd gotten to know better thanks to Anna's quiet persistence, and Allison, who had somehow warmed up to the group faster than he expected. Johnny, of course, was mid-story, as usual. So there I was, alone, absolutely hammered, pissing off the edge of a rooftop when I looked down and suddenly. He paused dramatically, holding the group's attention. I saw a midnight warden. What happened? Henry asked, wide-eyed. Johnny burst into laughter. Let's just say. I didn't just piss myself. The group erupted into laughter. Then, a shadow approached from the dark. A mug was snatched from Johnny's hand. You're already so drunk you've started talking complete nonsense. It was Angelica. She took a swig from his mug and sat down beside the fire. Hey. Johnny protested, scandalized. Across the fire, Cecilia was tending to chunks of meat roasting over the flames. Angelica glanced around the circle, eyes lingering on each face. So, she asked. How's everyone adjusting to the first few weeks? Henry answered first. I've come to terms with it. I think the best move now is to get stronger. As fast as possible. That's the spirit, Angelica replied with a faint smile, then turned to Luke and Allison. And you too. I'm doing the same, Allison said. Getting stronger's the top priority. But I've also started mapping the area out, bit by bit. Angelica nodded thoughtfully. It gets easier once you get the lay of the land. The ruined city's crawling with beasts during the day, and midnight guards own the streets after sunset. Farther out in the forests, it's orc territory. I've never gone deep enough to see what it's like near the castle ruins, but, if I had to guess, it's probably swarming with guards. Stronger ones, too. A hush settled over the group, broken only by the soft hiss and crackle of burning wood. Angelica began sharing stories from her first year in the tutorial. Half of them sounded more like urban legends than actual memories, rumors passed from survivor to survivor, twisted by time and trauma. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Later, as the fire dimmed and the others drifted off to their tents, Luke and Allison stood. Angelica, now clearly tipsy, waved at them lazily. If you two need anything, she said with a crooked smile, don't hesitate. Me and Paul, we've got your backs. We won't, Allison replied, smiling. And, thanks. For watching out for us. They reached the small tent and slipped inside. Need more ice? Allison asked, glancing at him. Luke pulled a flask from his pack, something he'd managed to trade for using wild boar meat and hide. Obviously. Allison took the flask and began filling it with ice, one shimmering shard at a time, until it was full. That was how they got clean water. Bartholomew allowed people to draw from the river, but only in exchange for tribute, monster meat, bones, hides, anything remotely useful. Luke sometimes fetched water from the Wild Zone springs, but it always needed boiling first. Allison's ice. Instant. Clean. Reliable. I picked up a few items, she said, materializing a chest plate between them. What about you? Luke gave a small smile. Everything I get, I pass on to Princess Charlie. So. I've got basically nothing. The two wanted to head into the wild zone to search for the mechanism, but first, they needed to get stronger. And that also meant getting better gear. She's fully equipped now? Allison asked. Yeah. Honestly, she could walk around camp and no one would even notice. Allison raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. A few moments later, she lay down and pulled the wolf pelt over herself. Luke did the same. They slept back to back, sometimes with the fabric divider left open, no longer splitting the tent into two separate spaces. You really think we'll find this mechanism? Luke asked, eyes fixed on the ceiling of the tent. Find something we don't even know what it looks like. She let out a soft laugh. I hope so. Luke couldn't help but smile faintly. How's leveling going for you in the safe zone? I've been grouping up with Anna and Cecilia. They head out from time to time. Any bandits in the safe zone? From what I've heard, they stick to the wild zone. They're scared of Bartholomew's men. She paused. But if any of them tries to rob me, I'll kill them. Even if I have to use my ice magic. Luke nodded silently in the dark. I ran into a few already. But, they won't be robbing anyone else. Allison was quiet for a moment. Then she said softly, it's dangerous out there. Be careful. Luke shifted under the covers. His voice was calm. I've got Princess Charlie. Don't worry. Allison chuckled. Right. Your girlfriend would terrify anyone. She's not my girlfriend. Luke shot back. Allison muffled a laugh. Well. We've got ourselves a tsundere. Luke frowned. What? You know what a tsundere is? Of course I do, she said, as if it were obvious. I'm a normal person, you know. Luke sighed and rolled over, settling into the blankets. Then, breaking the quiet. By the way, why are you still pretending to be a guy? He didn't say it accusingly, his tone was thoughtful. Curious. It's hurting you. You can't use your spells properly because the disguise drains your mana. And I have this feeling it's messing with your class too, maybe even stopping it from mutating. Allison sat up slowly, thoughtful. You think, that's what it is? Maybe, Luke said, still staring at the ceiling. My mutation only happened when I embraced, whatever the hell my inner nature is. So yeah, I think it's tied to accepting what your class really wants to be. He paused. You came straight here from Earth, right? No training field. She nodded quietly. Luke turned slightly in bed, voice firmer. That means even after your system lock got removed, you've never really used your powers freely. Not like they're meant to be used. Another pause. Could be that it's keeping you from fully evolving. Like, putting a wild animal in a cage. It just doesn't grow right. Allison stayed quiet for a few seconds. You might be onto something, she said eventually. Then she lay back down, rolling onto her side, facing away from him. I've thought about ditching the disguise before, thinking maybe that was the problem. Luke turned toward her slightly, curiosity in his voice. Then why not just stop? Go back to your original form. What, are you wanted by the police or something? What? No, she said, too quickly. Luke raised an eyebrow, even though she couldn't see it. Wait. You actually are a fugitive? And not like that. Luke chuckled and rolled back to his side. Aha. Sure. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Then Allison's voice broke it, quiet, hesitant. My father. She paused. Then continued, voice steadier. He's someone important in the world government. Luke slowly turned to face her. You mean, those guys? The ones with absolute authority because of the system? She nodded, visibly uneasy. Yeah. My family's part of one of the major guilds. Suddenly, it all clicked. Her talent, the rare bloodline since childhood, the latent strength. She wasn't just anyone. Allison rolled over to look at him. What about you? Luke furrowed his brow. What about me? Well, I just told you one of my secrets. Partner rules, you owe me one. He scratched his head, confused. Didn't know that was a thing. It is now, she said, grinning. He sighed. Fine. But one condition, anything, except my bloodline. Fair enough, Allison replied. A moment passed as she picked her question carefully. What guild is your family from? Luke turned to meet her eyes. None. She blinked. Then blinked again. He rolled back over, tugging the wolf pelt over his shoulder. Well, you used your question. He closed his eyes. Good night. Oh, come on, Allison said, pulling the covers off him. That doesn't count. What do you mean none? You didn't get training. They're not part of anything. Luke went quiet for a second. He thought of Clara and Martin. The woman who loved baking on weekends. The man who read mystery novels and cheered for the Portland Sea Dogs. I came from a normal family, he said. Well. I was adopted by one, he thought, but didn't say it aloud. He wasn't the kind of person who shared too much too fast. Allison studied him for a few seconds, then sighed. You don't seem like you're lying. She stared up at the ceiling. But I swore you were one of those kids raised for the integration. Like, trained from birth. What country are you from? United States, Luke answered. You. Somewhere in Europe, she said with a mischievous smile. Luke narrowed his eyes at her. Are you speaking English right now, or is the system translating? He knew the system handled translation, but something made him ask. Allison laughed. I speak 6 languages fluently. Without the system. She stretched and rolled onto her side. I mix things up sometimes when I talk, but the system cleans it up for you. 6 languages. What are you, a super genius? Did you forget I've had the system since I was born, she said. Even with my system's progression locked, I have a race skill that boosts memory. Makes studying easier. They both fell quiet. The conversation drifted to earth. To small things, memories, stories, fragments of normal life. It had been so long since Luke had shared a moment like that. And for the first time in weeks. It felt like home wasn't so far away. The distance between them had shrunk. Good night, Sandra, Allison said with a grin. Luke smirked. Good night, Mulan. Allison sat up, frowning. I don't get the reference. Luke rolled over. When we're back on Earth, look it up. She went quiet. He smiled faintly. And drifted off to sleep. A shrill sound tore through the silence of early morning. Luke and Allison bolted upright, weapons already in hand. They burst out of the tent. The camp was chaos barely held together, people running in every direction, panic in their eyes, voices shouting orders and warnings over the noise. Some banged on pots. Others rang makeshift bells. Wake up. Move, someone yelled through the crowd. Luke spotted Angelica and Paul sprinting through the mess. Allison rushed to meet them. What's going on? People with weapons gathered into formation. Those without gear were herded toward the old hotel, guided by others, sent to makeshift shelters. Orcs. Angelica shouted, breath ragged. A warband crossed the border. They're coming fast, riding wolves. Paul stepped in beside her, expression grim and razor-focused. If we don't act now, they'll destroy everything. They'll kill as many as they can. Angelica raised a double-headed axe, eyes blazing. You want to know why it's so damn hard to progress the tutorial missions, she growled. This is why. The Orc Lord lives for war. For blood. For chaos. They turned and sprinted toward the large command tent. Other senior members rushed to follow. Allison turned to Luke, urgency in her voice. We don't have a choice. We need to help. Luke nodded. I know. He ran back to the tent without hesitation. I called reinforcements. A moment later, a tall figure stepped out from the tent behind him. A knight in full armor. Princess Charlie. At that exact moment, a system window shimmered into view before his eyes. Special event triggered. The Orc Lord has deployed part of his warband against your camp. Main event mission. Survive until dawn against the Orc Lord's forces. Or perish in the attempt. Bonus objective. Defeat the Orc Captain. Calculating special reward. Luke's eyes widened as the reward details appeared. It was better than he expected. Far better. The special mission had appeared for everyone. Luke's eyes scanned the glowing system prompt still hovering in front of him. Special reward, Orc Captain's weapon. He glanced to the side. Allison was staring into the air, no doubt reading the same thing on her interface. You got the special mission too, he asked. Yeah, she replied softly, eyes still locked on the screen. Before they could speak further, Paul's voice rang out as he emerged from the tent. Anyone who can fight, gather here. Now. Luke, Allison, and Princess Charlie moved toward the command tent. In the rush of people arming themselves and shouting orders, no one even noticed the knight in full armor silently walking beside them. Inside, a crowd had formed around an injured scout, his shoulder soaked in blood. Thiara knelt beside him, casting healing magic with steady focus. How many? Angelica demanded, her voice sharp with fury. At least, 100 orcs, the man rasped. Some, mounted on beasts. Shit. Angelica gritted her teeth. She turned to face the room, sweeping her gaze over the assembled fighters. For the newcomers, listen up. These events don't happen often. But when they do, they're brutal. The room quieted. When it starts, orcs, or worse, head straight for the major safe zone camps. Maybe it's the scent of blood. Maybe it's just numbers. Who knows? But they don't stop until sunrise. She let the silence settle. There's only one way to survive, delay them until dawn. When the sun rises, they retreat. Just then, Paul rushed back in. Another scout's calling for help, he said, out of breath. They won't hold out much longer. We need to move, now. The group stirred. People spilled out of tents, strapping on armor, grabbing weapons. Luke and Allison fell into step beside Angelica, who marched forward with fire in her eyes. I don't get it, Allison said. What about Bartholomew's men? They're part of the safe zone too. Can't they help? No, Angelica snapped. When the orcs attack, they split their forces. One group hits Bastion. Another hits us. It's designed to divide. She looked back at them. And Bartholomew? He doesn't care. After the orcs finish slaughtering everyone, they vanish into the woods. You think he'll lift a finger to save a rival faction? Marshall's probably dealing with the same shit right now, Paul muttered. Luke listened closely. The pieces were falling into place, the factions, the power plays, the rot beneath the surface of survival. But, what about the special mission, he asked. This time, another voice answered. Jonathan. His tone was calm, but his eyes were sharp. It's a gamble, he said, stepping in beside them. During events like this, only one orc captain is ever sent. Just one. Luke frowned. But there are 3 major bases. Exactly, Jonathan said. 2 in the safe zone, 1 in the wild zone. Ours, Bastion, and the Renegades' camp. We just have to hope the captain didn't come here. He paused, voice lowering. Because if he did, we've got a real problem. The group moved fast, racing across the rooftops of the ruined city, boots slamming against broken tiles and splintered wood. Some roofs were connected by crude planks and ropes, makeshift bridges built by survivors over the years to move above the danger without touching the streets. Luke ran with them, heart pounding in rhythm with his steps. He still had unspent stat points, both his and Charlie's. Part of him wanted to assign them now, but he held off. If things got bad, he'd need flexibility. Vitality in case he started bleeding. Mana if he wants to drain the enemy's HP or cast throwing knives from the holster. 30 people moved in loose formation. Watching them, seeing the discipline and urgency in their movements, Luke understood something. This tutorial wasn't just about personal survival. If the strongest kept disappearing into the wild zone to chase missions, who stayed to defend the safe zone? What would be left when they returned? Maybe nothing. Maybe the walls would fall. Maybe the weak would already be dead. This system forced them to make impossible choices. Missions. Power. Escape. But at what cost? And worse, he finally understood the fear around activating the third mechanism. Because doing so would summon the Midnight Wardens. And they wouldn't arrive in pairs or patrols. They'd come as an army. Up ahead, a rope arrow soared into the sky. Archers zipped across to higher rooftops using the lines. Someone pointed across the rooftops, yelling, "There." But Luke had already heard it, steel clashing, voices shouting, the hollow beat of war drums. He leapt to a new rooftop, and froze. His stomach dropped. Below them, chaos. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Over 100 orcs were flooding the streets. Some mounted on wolves, others sprinting through the alleys. They carried axes, spears, hammers, roaring with bloodlust. The city below had erupted into war. Civilians ran. Some screamed. Others fought back or tried to help. Archers on the rooftops loosed volleys of arrows. Mages tried to cast through trembling hands. And down in the streets, the tanks, armored warriors with shields, formed barricades, desperately holding the line. But they were exhausted. Many bled from gashes in their arms and sides. Their armor was cracked. Their footing uncertain. Luke saw it all. This wasn't a raid. It was a battlefield. Angelica's voice rang out like thunder. Attack. She leapt from the rooftop, axe raised, and cleaved through the first orc before it could raise its weapon. The rest of the squad followed. Trained. Focused. Deadly. Anna and Cecilia darted between rooftops, firing mana-infused arrows that exploded on impact. Jonathan dropped straight into a wolf rider, twin sabers flashing as he struck. Paul was already at Angelica's side, blades spinning in tandem, a perfect rhythm of offense and defense. "There's only one way to help," Allison said. She drew her sword and jumped. Luke watched her fall, fast and clean, like a streak of silver. She landed in a roll and, with one fluid motion, sliced an orc's hand off before it could bring down its axe. Its scream echoed through the street, and just like that, the battle had begun. Luke turned. Charlie stood at his side, armored, silent, sword in hand. Together, they jumped. They hit the ground hard, dust exploding around their boots. Luke's breath caught, a spear hurtled through the smoke, shattering the stone where he just stood. He rolled aside as growls rose around them. The orcs had seen them. Luke gripped his blades tighter and glanced at Charlie. She nodded. And they charged. An orc lunged, fast and brutal, but Charlie was faster. She activated basic spectral charge, her form blurring into a silver streak across the cracked stone. Her blade tore through the orc's chest, forcing it back with a roar. Massive. Green-skinned. Tusks jutting like a boar's. Muscles carved from corded steel. No armor, just bloodstained fur slung around its waist. Arg. It charged like a bull. Luke reacted instantly, kukri spinning in his hands as he darted forward. The orc didn't slow, it tanked the strikes with bare arms, ignoring the pain, letting flesh tear without flinching. Then a crimson aura exploded around its body. It screamed, and moved faster. Berserker. The punch came like a cannon. Luke dodged, barely, but the orc was gaining on him. At the last second, Charlie leapt in. Her sword sliced through the beast's arm. It caught on bone, but she didn't stop. She activated Iron Fist and slammed her gauntlet into its face with brutal force. The orc reeled. Its arm dropped to the ground, severed. Luke stepped in to finish the job, but Charlie was already moving. She raised her blade and ended it in one clean strike. Princess Charlie has slain an orc, LVL-15. Luke blinked, impressed. Looks like you can handle yourself now. Her class evolution had changed everything. Stronger, sharper, and with full armor, tougher too. Without wasting time, Luke dashed back into the fray, heading for another cluster of orcs. Behind him, Charlie carved a path like a knight of death. She blinked across the field with basic spectral charge, landed with bone-shattering weight, disoriented enemies with Iron Fist, then struck with deadly precision. An orc lunged. She blocked with her armored forearm, twisted her blade into a counter, blinked again, and impaled it clean through the chest. Princess Charlie has slain an orc, LVL-15. She didn't stop. She leapt. She cut. She crushed. A phantom executioner clad in steel. From a rooftop, Luke paused, just for a moment, to watch. She fought like a force of nature. He turned and sprinted toward another part of the street, where the frontliners, tanks, were barely holding. Charlie could handle her front. And if her HP or stamina dropped too low, he was ready. She still had 2 unspent stat points. He'd boost whatever she needed. She was strong. But her class burned stamina fast. This fight would be a test of endurance and timing. Then, he saw it. A mounted orc. The rider was massive, armored, gripping a spear in one hand. The black-furred wolf beneath it growled, then charged. Luke didn't flinch. He drew 10 knives, and threw them. Mid-air, the blades shimmered, duplicated. 20 blades screamed through the air. He vanished with basic dark dash, a black blur. He reappeared mid-dash, between the knives. The wolf howled, steel piercing through it like rain. The orc roared, whirled its spear, and drove it straight into Luke's shoulder, but Luke twisted with the momentum, snapped the spear shaft with his kukri, and launched himself onto the orc, slamming them both into the broken street. They rolled. Dust and blood flew. The orc kicked him off and rose with violent speed. It grabbed the broken half of the spear, and hurled it like a javelin. Luke's kukri flew from his hand. Clang! The two weapons collided mid-air, steel against steel. A ringing clash that split the night. The moment the kukri returned to his grip, Luke sprang forward again. 2 blades. 2 slashes. One kukri sliced clean through the orc's arm. The other took its head. The body crumpled. The head rolled, landing at Luke's feet. But there was no time to breathe. The wounded wolf lunged at him, jaws snapping open, eyes wild with rage. Luke raised both arms, one kukri inside its mouth, the other braced beneath its jaw. He strained, holding the beast at bay, forcing the jaws apart inch by inch. Thwack. The wolf's body flew sideways, crashing into rubble. Dead. Angelica stood behind it, bloodied axe in hand. "Come on, rookie," she shouted, grinning through a cut on her cheek. "There's still too much liquor left in this world for you to die today." She cackled, then charged into a trio of orcs without hesitation. Luke stood there for a second, catching his breath. His shoulder still ached from the earlier hit. "These people are crazy," he muttered, then took off running again. Another orc crossed his path. Luke didn't stop. He activated basic blood regeneration, reaching out with invisible threads of vampiric energy. He began draining the orc's health, 1 HP per second. But it came at a cost. 2 MP per second. He glanced at his stats. Health points, HP 496/540. Mana points, MP 287/390. If I don't use Dark Dash or duplicate the kukris, I can recover about 140 HP. But he knew better. That was an illusion. Without basic Dark Dash, he'd lose mobility. Without blade duplication, his offensive pressure would tank. And the orcs, there were far too many. And with the wolves, they were practically an army. Charlie remained close, a silent wraith of armor. She moved like death incarnate, leaping from one enemy to another, each strike explosive and exact. Luke locked eyes on a new threat, an orc mounted on a wolf, charging toward a mage too slow to react. Basic Dark Dash. He blurred forward, sliding low under the beast, blade slicing deep as he passed. The wolf collapsed with a shriek, the orc tumbling off. And then, above them, a shadow. Descending like a missile. Bam! The sword split the air, then the orc. Princess Charlie has slain an orc, LVL 15. Asterisk the Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 9. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Luke grinned as blood sprayed across Charlie's armor. She wiped the blade clean with a fluid motion, cold, precise. The mage she just saved stared at her, eyes wide. "Thank you," he gasped. Charlie gave a curt nod. No words. Just the job. The mage retreated to regroup, still watching her in disbelief. With the new level, she was faster, stronger, deadlier. Luke fell into step beside her, and they charged together. One synchronized strike, the orc didn't even have time to react. Another kill. Another step forward. Charlie didn't stop. Activating basic spectral charge again, she became a streak of silver lightning that shot straight into a pair of axe-wielding orcs. Blades clashed, steel ringing out with brutal force as she fought both at once, trading strikes with lethal precision. Luke pushed forward, scanning the battlefield, until he saw her. Angelica. Sprinting alone toward the tree lean, where orc archers loosed volley after volley, black-feathered arrows raining down like death on the defenders behind them. Without hesitation, Luke sprinted after her. They struck together. He arrived like a beast, kukris flashing across an orc's face, carving it open until the creature collapsed, howling. Angelica spun her axe, severing a limb, then buried the blade deep into the skull of another. Another orc lunged. Luke hurled both kukris, the first struck true, gouging out an eye, while the second boomeranged back to his grip. But before he could finish the job, a massive club slammed into him, hurling him through the air. He crashed into a tree with a deep grunt but didn't back down. Charging, he dodged as the club swung again, a whirlwind of meat and bone, moving with smooth, calculated steps, weaving through the gaps. Luke launched both kukris. They pierced the orc's chest. The beast staggered. The blade snapped back into his hands. Sliding beneath its legs, he sliced through both ankles. The creature roared, crashing down. Luke rose and unleashed a flurry of slashes across its back. It dropped to its knees, groaning, barely alive. It tried to swing, but Luke was already airborne, dropping from a branch above, kukris flashing as he drove them into its skull. Dead. He barely had time to breathe before the half-blind orc from earlier came lumbering back, roaring in rage. But before it could strike, a spinning axe decapitated it cleanly. Angelica stepped through the trees, resting her axe on her shoulder. "Not bad, rookie," she said, grinning through blood and dirt. "Keep this up, I might start drinking earlier today." She laughed, even now, with blood dripping from her chin. Luke opened his mouth to respond, but the air shifted. A shadow burst from the forest, fast, violent. Angelica was hit before she could react. Her body flew like a rag doll, slamming into a tree with a sickening crack. She dropped. Unmoving. Luke shot to his feet, heart racing. He felt it. That aura. Monstrous. He took a step toward her, but a bone spear embedded itself in the dirt, inches from his foot. From the darkness, something emerged. Massive. An orc clad in bone-forged armor rode forward, mounted atop a hulking black bear. Its eyes were sharp. Aware. Cruel. The fanged mouth curled into a sadistic smile. The bear growled and charged. Too fast. Too strong. The impact sent Luke flying, his body shattering through another tree, wood splintering around him. He hit the ground hard, gasping. Then he heard it, a voice. Calm. Cold. Looks like I arrived right on time. Luke's eyes widened. The orc had spoken. I think I'll take your head as a toy. The system window pulsed into view. Orbold, Orc Captain, LVL-20. The true leader of the invasion had arrived. And he was smiling. Looks like I found something to use as a toothpick. The orc laughed, eyes fixated on Luke's arms with animal delight. He was massive, the largest Luke had ever faced. Muscles like tree trunks, green skin marked by dark tribal tattoos, and bones forming a crude armor across his chest and shoulders. A human skull hung from a cord around his neck. It was him. The boss of the event. Orbold, Orc Captain, level 20. Luke rose slowly, breath ragged. Mounted atop a giant black bear, Orbold let out a roar perfectly in sync with the beast. The sound rippled through the forest, shaking the trees. Luke gripped his kukris, sweat trickling down his brow. He'd come face to face with the invasion boss and he was riding a monster. No time for strategy. The bear charged, a runaway train tearing through the trees. Branches snapped and the forest screamed from the impact. Think. Think. Fighting a captain alone was near suicidal. With a bear. Insanity. He began to retreat, then froze. Angelica lay still on the ground, her abdomen split open despite the armor. The blow had been brutal. Leaving her meant leaving her to die. But trying to carry her meant dying too. The answer hit him as clearly as the beast's roar, I can't back down. He turned, gritted his teeth and ran toward the bear, not out of recklessness but to distract it. He needed to draw its focus, by time. Maybe the others would regroup. Maybe. The bear roared. Luke dove sideways. The paw smashed a tree beside him, wood exploding like shrapnel. He circled the creature, looking for blind spots, an opening, anything. Inventory. Orbold's voice tore through the air. Luke froze for a second as a spear materialized in the orc's hands. He has a system. The bear charged again, crushing bushes and tree trunks alike. Luke activated Dark Dash, vanished into a blur, and reappeared at the creature's flank. He aimed for the mount. Kukris sank deep, nothing. No blood. Like striking stone. Skin like armor. Before he could retreat, wham. The spear's shaft cracked against his skull. The world flipped. Luke fell, vision spinning, just in time to see Orbold lean forward on the bear's head, yellow teeth bared in a grin. The spear twirled. The paw came down. Luke twisted, slash. The spear stabbed into his abdomen. Pain exploded like liquid fire. He was flung, spinning through the air, slammed into the ground, rolled, and came to a stop at the base of a tree. Blood. Dizziness. Should have worn the damn crocodile chestplate. Orbold laughed. Time to die, human. The spear flew. Luke rolled just in time. Bam. The impact blasted the dirt apart, rocks and soil raining down. But the bear didn't stop. Luke sprinted through the trees, dodging like a desperate acrobat. Branches snapped behind him, leaves flew, the bear was right there. Relentless. Heavy as a runaway train. He leapt onto a fallen trunk, vaulted off it, grabbed a branch, and swung himself higher. Branch after branch, gaining elevation. He had to pull the beast away from Angelica. That was all that mattered now. He leapt high and in the air stretched out his hands. The kukris returned, whistling through the air back into his grip. Luke landed hard on the bear's back, kept his balance, and ran along its spine, heading straight for the orc. Orbold didn't expect it. Caught off guard, he turned his head too late. Clang. Clang. Kukris met spear. Steel against steel. They fought atop the unstable back of the mount. Every swing a gamble. Every stumble, a death sentence. You can talk. Luke gasped. Orbold grinned, wild eyes gleaming. The only dumb beasts here are you. The spear spun like a windmill. Luke blocked with both kukris, arms trembling from the force. But then Orbold reached into the air. Luke understood instantly. Inventory access. A massive axe appeared, crackling with magical energy. Swoosh. The blow came. Devastating. Luke didn't have time to counter. He was launched off the bear's shoulders, flying through branches like a ragdoll. The trees punished him on the way down as if they, too, wanted him dead. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. He hit the ground hard. Crawled. Everything hurt. Vision swam. His lungs burned. And when he looked up, Orbold was still smiling. Luke tried to rise. Wham! The bear's head slammed into him like a battering ram. He crashed into a tree and collapsed. Coughing. Bleeding. But still, he forced himself to move. He dragged his legs underneath him. The kukris flew back into his hands. Luke sprinted along the bear's flank, slashing when he could. Each strike tore into thick hide. The beast roared. But Luke knew he was losing. Fast. He triggered Dark Dash, escaping into the canopy once more. Higher ground. Always safer. Fighting both at once was suicide. But something was wrong. A whisper in the air. The hum of metal slicing wind. He looked up. The axe. Incoming. Bam. The tree above exploded. Luke plummeted, and before he hit the ground. Thwack. The spear struck him midair. Orbold had faked him out. A perfect feint. Luke screamed. Instinctively, he threw a kukri. Slash. It slashed Orbold's cheek. Blood sprayed. The orc roared, stumbling. Luke crashed down hard. Rolled. Called the kukri back with a flick. And ran. Mission accomplished. Angelica was far. The orc was distracted. That was enough. He could retreat. Grab her. Escape. But then, kill him. Orbold's voice ripped through the forest. The bear roared, a surge of muscle and bone charging like a freight train, ripping through trees. Luke leapt through branches, desperate, but saw it. Orbold was already preparing another throw. Shit. This bastard isn't dumb. Luke dove to the ground. It was easier to dodge down here. The bear was gaining fast. Orbold crouched atop its head, spear in hand, grinning wide. But then bam. A silver force slammed into the beast's side. It stumbled, crashing into a tree. Charlie emerged from the tree lean, fists blazing with spectral light. Moments later, from the sky, a streak of death. Allison. She fell like thunder, katana humming. Slash. Her blade hit Orbold with surgical precision. The orc and the bear were separated, flung in opposite directions. Luke crawled to a nearby tree, laughing through bloodied teeth. Reinforcements had arrived. Let's kill the captain. Allison shouted, landing beside him. Luke gave a broken laugh. What, you think I didn't try? He spit blood. The bear and him, they're one hell of a team. Charlie approached, his armor stained with blood. The orc was getting back to his feet. Let's hit him together. Now, said Allison, already sprinting. No plan, just instinct. Charlie nodded and took off right behind her. Luke followed. It didn't matter. If he tried to run, the bear would get him anyway. This was their opening. Maybe their only one. Allison struck first. Her feet barely touched the ground as she lunged, katana slicing across Orbold's chest in a deep, clean arc. The orc staggered, growling. Charlie followed up, a spectral charge, then a blade driven into Orbold's flank. Luke leapt, spun midair, and plunged both kukris into the orc's left shoulder. The three retreated, forming a loose circle. Orbold turned, trying to keep track of them, but he was too slow. The wounds began to add up. Every time he went for one of them, another struck from his blind spot. His legs started to falter. His arms bled freely now. Charlie slashed under his forearm, then followed with an iron fist punch. A dull thud. The orc howled in pain. Rayag. The roar shook the forest. A red aura burst from him like a firestorm. Luke froze. Shit. He's got a berserker mode. Orbold charged forward in a sudden blur of motion. One punch sent Charlie flying like a cannonball. Trees exploded in her path as she vanished into the foliage. Luke struck, only for the orc to catch his kukri with a raised arm and answer with a brutal hook. Bam. The ground shuddered. Luke was flung through the air. Something tore inside him. Blood flooded his mouth. Before he could draw a breath, Orbold jumped. Mid-air. A crushing blow landed square on Luke's chest. Bones cracked. No air. Like drowning in nothing. He spun through the air. Inventory. Orbold bellowed. Another bone spear. Thrown with monstrous fury. It struck Luke while he was still airborne. The impact slammed him against a tree. He hit the ground hard, the blade lodged deep. Blood erupted from his mouth. Dark crimson bubbled up in panic. He gagged, clawing at the spear, trying to pull it free. Orbold landed in front of him, the forest trembling beneath his feet. He snarled, eyes glowing like embers. But then Allison struck him from behind, spinning with her katana. Luke rolled to the side, coughing, trying to steady himself. And then he heard it. Footsteps. Branches breaking. He looked up. The bear. It was coming back. They were running out of time. They had to finish Orbold before his mount returned. Allison now faced the orc alone. Her katana danced through the air, fast, precise. But Orbold's strikes were changing. Faster. Heavier. Every block made her arms shake. She tried to time a perfect parry, but his rhythm was chaos. Brutal. Like a shattered war drum. Then the bear's roar. Primal. It tore through the air like living thunder. Luke rose with effort. His chest was on fire. With a guttural scream, he tore the spear from his gut and snapped the bloody tip off with a dry crack. Charlie burst through the trees, eyes wide as she spotted him. I am fine, he lied, gasping. He wasn't. We have to kill this bastard, he shouted, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Charlie was furious. He could feel it. As the orc charged toward Allison, Luke darted into the branches. He needed momentum. Climbing fast, he leapt and came down with his kukris aimed low. Steel tore through Orbold's leg midair. The orc roared, and a fresh pulse of red aura exploded from him, thicker, hotter. Full berserker mode. In the clearing, the bear rammed into Allison. She staggered, nearly toppled. But she stayed standing, even through the impact. They were surrounded now. Orbold and the bear stood side by side, like war titans, unshaken. Luke drew a shaky breath. A choice had to be made. I'll take the bear. Allison shouted, already sprinting. Luke nodded without hesitation. That left him and Charlie with the orc. Orbold spun his axes with deadly elegance, his eyes hungry, stance aggressive. Then he lunged. Diagonal strikes turned into a storm of steel. Help Allison. Luke shouted to Charlie. She hesitated, but looked at him and trusted. She ran. Now it was just him and the captain. Orbold stopped, twirling the axes with unnerving calm. You might have stood a chance if the knight had stayed, he growled. Then grinned. But now, it's just you. And I like it that way. Luke wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. I wanted to fight you one-on-one anyway. But inside, if Charlie helps Allison take down the bear, the three of us can beat him together. He tightened his grip on the kukris. That was it. Endure. Force mistakes. Survive. His body ached. Breathing was shallow. But Angelica was far away now. Luke had done his part. Still, he wanted more. He wanted to pull Orbold farther away from the others, toward the surviving defenders, where backup might still exist. But it was a risk. If Orbold reached them, he might rally the other orcs too. Luke glanced at the sky. Still dark. But not for long. If I make it until dawn, they'll retreat. All of them. He drew a shaky breath. Can I ask you something, he said between gasps. Can we, negotiate? He had to use that moment. Had to get answers. Answers none of the leaders here had. But now, he had a new source of truth. Orbold froze. Then burst into cruel, hollow laughter. Luke held his gaze. We're trapped here. We just want to activate the castle's mechanism. Open the portal. Leave. You can keep the land. Rule it. We just want to go. It was true. But it was also a tactic. A few more seconds could make the difference. You have your mission, Orbold said, the grin gone. We have ours. Luke stiffened. The way the orc said it, it wasn't a bluff. It wasn't posturing. It was sorrow. It was duty. The orc knew about the secrets of the tutorial. Orbold's voice dropped lower. Darker. As decreed by the king. Luke froze inside. The king. The Midnight King. But he didn't have time to finish the thought, Orbold charged. The twin axes came down in a storm of violence, faster than any creature that size had any right to be. Luke dodged with short bursts of movement, his body reacting on instinct, even as his mind spun faster than his feet. Orbold slammed a fist into the ground. A shockwave rippled out, and before Luke could even recover, a kick caught him mid-step. His body launched like a ragdoll, crashing into a tree with bone-snapping force. No air. No breath. No time. The orc was already there. Luke ducked low just as the tree behind him exploded into splinters. The axes came next, spinning, screeching through the air like screaming steel. Shit. Luke growled, bolting into a run. Orbold was right behind him. The orc leapt. Luke dove sideways, sliding across the dirt. His kukri slashed across Orbold's side, carving a deep gash. The orc spun, and they clashed. Steel rang out like war bells through the trees. Each impact jarred Luke's arms, his strength fading fast. One blow slipped through. Then another. One kukri flew from his grip. The second failed to block. A hatchet cut deep across his ribs. Health points, HP 86/540. A brutal wound. Luke fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth. But he didn't hesitate. Didn't think. He opened the system and allocated all 3 remaining stat points into Vitality. Stats updated. Vitality, 54-57. Free points, 3-0. Health points, HP 86/540-116/570. Just enough. A few more breaths. A chance to survive. Orbold leapt. Luke rolled aside just in time. Basic blood regeneration. No. Too much mana for too little healing. If I lose dash. I'm dead. He stood, blood trailing from his side, vision blurred, but still upright. Still alive. Orbold grinned. Luke ran. Dodging every swing, every leap, every death blow. Behind him, Orbold gave chase, twin axes flashing, laughter echoing through the darkening forest. The trees grew darker. Quieter. And Luke understood. The orc was hurting him, away from Charlie, away from Allison, away from any chance of backup. But Luke didn't stop. He climbed, leaping from branch to branch, higher with each movement, trying to stay above, trying to stall, trying to pull distance. Orbold followed, leaping with absurd strength, closing the gap midair with spinning steel. He crashed down like a meteor, axes cutting through bark and trunk. Luke rolled aside. Blades slashed. Dodges answered. But Luke wasn't fighting back. He didn't need strength, not now. He wasn't armored. He wasn't stronger. But he had something better, speed. Perception. Clarity. He focused. Drew into himself. The essence of his class. What made him a demonic assassin? For just a fraction of a second, he closed his eyes. And when they opened, darkness embraced him. His demonic perception surged. The world shifted. Contours glowed. Edges vibrated with intent. Every breath, every shift of weight, was a signal. A sonar of killing instinct. Orbold roared and attacked. But Luke saw it all. Every swing. Every shift in pressure. Each motion slowed in his mind. Every strike, evaded by millimeters. Every breath, time to survive. Stand still. Orbold roared. He slammed a fist forward. Luke flew, crashing into another tree. Bones groaned beneath the force. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Orbold was already closing the gap, one axe raised for the kill, but but Luke rolled aside just in time. The axe cleaved into the roots, shattering them like glass. He didn't stop. He moved like a shadow made flesh. He cut the orc, used a tree as a springboard, leapt, slashed again. Jumped from trunk to trunk, each movement smoother, faster, deadlier. Every strike left a crimson trail. Orbold howled, spinning wildly, trying to land a blow, but Luke was everywhere and nowhere. Then he leapt straight into the orc's face. His kukri ricocheted off Orbold's tusks. The scream that followed was inhuman. The orc charged, maddened. Steel clashed. But now, Luke wasn't just dodging, he was reading, responding. His demonic perception surged to its peak. Talk. 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 Movement. Echo. Pattern. The world pulsed like a rhythm under his skin. Orbold attacked. But Luke felt the intent before the motion, a leap, a slash across the chest. Blood flew. Orbold slammed both axes into the ground to trigger a shockwave, but Luke had already read it. He jumped, midair, then hurled both kukris. Thunk. Thunk. They sank deep into the orc's shoulders, then snapped back into his hands. And then, the world slowed. The sphere of perception expanded in his mind like a blooming void. Everything lined up, the tension in Orbold's muscles, the eyes, too fixed, too confident. The arms, about to move. The speed, slightly off. An opening. Perfect. Basic dark dash. Luke vanished and reappeared in motion. The blade drawn. The line set. Then the forest lit up. Figures emerged from the trees, survivors carrying torches, lighting the chaos. They had arrived at the exact moment they were needed. But Luke, wrapped in the black veil of dark dash, was already moving. Dodging with inhuman precision. Dancing between death and destiny. Then he jumped, drawn to his prey like iron to magnet. Or maybe, assassin to judgment. The world paused. Sound died. Time bowed to the moment. Like a writer placing the final period. Like a conductor raising the final note. Like a camera catching the eternal frame. Luke dove. Kukris gripped tight. And the silence held. Steel slid, smooth as a hot knife through butter. It carved through Orbold's throat. Sank deep. Clean. Lethal. Absolute. It was over before a heartbeat. Luke hit the ground, rolling, gasping, soaked in blood. Orbold didn't move. Frozen. Eyes wide, mind finally grasping the truth. The strike. The precision. The end. No. That was all he managed to say, not just from his throat, but from his severed head, which spun through the air, tumbling like a final judgment. Then the body dropped. Heavy. Crashing into the dirt with a seismic thud. Right on top of Luke. You have slain Orbold, Orc Captain, LVL 20. You have reached level 7. Half Demon, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk your class, Demonic Assassin, has reached level 13. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Princess Charlie has reached level 5, Skeleton, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point. Princess Charlie has unlocked a new race skill. The great Orc Captain had fallen. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled beneath it. Dust rose in clouds. And silence fell over the battlefield. No one moved. No one breathed. Then, the system window opened for all to see. The Orc Captain has been slain. The event is over. The Orc Lord's forces will retreat from this zone for a time. Angelica appeared, limping, one hand pressed to a tree for balance. Who landed the kill, she asked, breathless, eyes sweeping the crowd. Who got the confirmation? Silence. No one answered. But everyone already knew. They had all seen it. The boy with the fierce eyes. The tension was thick, so heavy it nearly crackled in the air. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch, every breeze through the trees sounded amplified, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Then, the orc's corpse shifted. Soldiers stepped back instantly, boots crunching over twigs like thunderclaps. Something crawled out from beneath the brutal carcass, a figure soaked in red, dragging itself through dirt and blood like it was rising from death's own womb. Two crooked horns jutted from the top of its head, casting monstrous shadows in the flickering torchlight. No one spoke. Archers trembled. Fingers slipped on bowstrings. Demon, someone whispered. The figure raised its head slowly. Dead leaves and sticks fell from tangled hair, mixing with blood and mud at its feet. Damn it. I'm covered in orc blood, the figure muttered, wiping his face. It was Luke. He scrubbed at his eyes, clearing red streaks from his face, yanking out the branches tangled in his hair, the same ones that had formed those twisted horns. The archers blinked, stunned. Weapons lowered. Shoulders dropped. Relief swept through the ranks. Angelica stumbled forward, her face caught between shock and exhaustion. Holy shit. You almost gave me a heart attack. She slapped him hard on the back. He staggered, coughing. Then she turned toward the others, her shoulders finally falling with something close to peace. We did it. We survived the event, she said. Yeah. The forest exploded with cheers. The tension vanished like smoke. Laughter and smiles bloomed where fear had ruled. Luke flinched as a soldier grabbed him and hoisted him into the air. A cheer for our wild maniac of the woods. I'm not a maniac. Luke tried to argue, but his voice was swallowed by the laughter. They threw him up, and again, and again. Angelica let out a long, slow exhale. The kind you only breathe after surviving something impossible. Then Luke saw her. Allison, walking side by side with Princess Charlie, both covered in dust, grime, and blood. The bear. Very clearly dealt with. One of the archers, still wide-eyed from Luke's earlier transformation, turned to his comrades with a wild grin. A cheer, for the Blood Demon. The nickname caught fire instantly. Blood Demon. Blood Demon. They chanted, laughing, stomping their boots in rhythm. Luke froze. His soul briefly left his body. Blood Demon. Then, the system chimed again. Special mission completed. Reward received. Luke opened the menu. It was a weapon. A weapon that made his eyes widen. But it didn't stop there. New special mission unlocked. And then, he read the mission name. And froze. The event was over, and with it came the quiet. The camp exhaled in relief. Laughter, improvised music, and the smell of roasting meat filled the air. People walked around without glancing over their shoulders. Luke understood why. The end of an event meant a pause in the nightmare. For non-combatants, that was everything. Blood Demon. Blood Demon, the archers chanted, dancing around the bonfire. At the center, a boar was being carved up in a hurry. Mugs were raised, stories retold, each one more exaggerated than the last. One of the archers passed by Luke, slapped his shoulder, and kept dancing. Luke sighed, covered in dried blood and half-soaked. I deserve this. Please hold still, Mr. Luke. Thiara appeared behind him, and dumped another bucket of water over his head. Splash. Luke stood motionless. You sure this water's clean? Absolutely, she said, beaming. I awakened a purification skill. I can cleanse any water now. That makes me useful, right? In this world, that was worth more than gold. Most water had to be boiled, and even then, it wasn't always safe. She dipped her hand into the bucket, a soft glow of mana shimmering across the surface, then dumped more over his head. I'm also experimenting, she added. Turns out I gain a bit of XP when I purify things. Who knows? Maybe I get XP for bathing people, too. I mean, I already get some when people drink my water. Luke blinked as another bucket hit him. So I'm the test subject. Thiara nodded, perfectly serious. It's more common than you think. Farmers get XP planting, carpenters get XP building. Professions are like support classes. They don't fight, but they're crucial. Luke looked at her with a little more respect. Professions sound kind of awesome. They are, she said with a smile. I wanted to be a doctor back on Earth. But my family was poor. The system gave me the healer class, skipped years of school. Now I can do what no doctor ever could. She paused, eyes distant. Then I got pulled into this cursed tutorial. Luke thought about his own mother. He said nothing, just nodded. Are there combat-oriented professions? He asked. Not directly. But they help you grow. Bonus XP, utility skills, stat boosts, they make you stronger, no doubt. She finished with the last of the buckets. Luke gave her a quiet thank you, then slipped into the forest to finish cleaning up on his own. Later, back in the tent, he opened his inventory. Princess Charlie stood nearby, silent as always. He pulled out the reward, the captain's weapon. He held it for a long second, then offered it to her. Orcslayer blade, rare. Description, a crimson blade stained with the blood of a fallen orc captain. Deals plus 25% bonus damage against orcs. Sharp Fury, rare, plus 10% damage when the enemy is below 30% HP. Requirement, level 8+ in any fighter class. Looks like you're the only one getting loot these days, Luke muttered. Charlie took the sword, expression unreadable behind the helmet. He sighed, then smiled. Not that I mind. I'm not giving up my cookeries anyway. That's when footsteps echoed through the camp, stumbling, lightly dragging. Look who it is. Our glorious forest psycho, the Blood Demon himself. Angelica appeared, visibly drunk, laughing and swaying with a mug of something half-fermented in hand. She handed it to Luke. Best we could brew. You've earned it. Now come join the party. Luke scratched the back of his neck. I was just changing. Then her eyes landed on Charlie. Oh, the knight who saved some of ours. Thanks. Are you still a newbie in the tutorial? Luke and Charlie exchanged a look. She gave a small nod. Angelica smiled and extended a hand. Welcome to the Haven. What's your name? Charlie looked at the hand. Then at Luke. Before the silence grew awkward. Luke stepped in. She's a bit shy, Luke said, clearing his throat. Met Charlie out in the wild zone. She's still trying to process all this crap we call a tutorial. Everyone handles it in their own way, right? Angelica nodded, either understanding or just drunk enough not to question it further. Yeah. Seen plenty like that around here, she said, her voice slurring slightly. They show up thinking they'll be out in a few weeks. Then reality hits like a warhammer to the face. She offered a crooked smile to Charlie and added, don't worry, make yourself at home. Want us to set up a tent for you? I heard you earned it. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road, report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Charlie shook her head. She's got a hideout in the safe zone, Luke added quickly. But she still came to help. Well, if you need anything, you come find me, Angelica replied, nearly spilling her mug as she wandered off, muttering something about orcs and bad drinks. Luke considered storing Charlie back in his soul inventory. But before he could, Angelica had looped an arm through his, dragging him toward the campfire to talk about meat, survival, and whatever else popped into her ale-soaked mind. Charlie was standing behind Luke. That was part of the strategy, act like she was just another quiet survivor. Hey, said a familiar voice. Jonathan stepped up, curious as ever. So. What did you get? Luke opened his system menu, pulled up the sword from Charlie's inventory, and handed it over. Jonathan's eyes lit up. Anytime a captain dies, the safe zone turns into a hive of insane theories the next day. I bet this'll be all people talk about tomorrow. He passed the sword back with a low whistle. Even Cecilia wandered over, curiosity visible on her face. Are these kinds of attacks normal? Luke asked, glancing at the archers still dancing around the fire. It depends, said Anna, arms crossed, gaze thoughtful. The invasions come in waves. Some weak, others brutal. But a captain? That's rare. Holy hell, someone shouted. Johnny. His voice rang out over the firelight, full of excitement. What a tall woman. Charlie slowly turned to face him. You know, milady. I saw your feats in battle and, honestly, I think I'm in love. Johnny slicked back his hair with one hand and offered the other with an overly dramatic bow. Would you honor me with a dance? Charlie raised her hand slowly, and pointed at the ring on her finger. Johnny froze mid-step. Oh. Taken. My apologies. He withdrew with all the grace of a man shot through the heart. Princess Charlie is pretty smart, she came up with a great excuse. The celebration burned on. Campfires crackled high. The scent of roasted meat mingled with improvised songs and the clink of wooden mugs. Survivors celebrated another day of staying alive. Allison was nowhere to be seen, but Luke knew where she was, out meditating in the forest. She'd burned through too much mana fighting the bear. Her race skill let her recover faster while in deep meditation. Luke envied it, he couldn't wait to unlock something similar. He grabbed a skewer, took a bite of meat, chewed thoughtfully, then pulled open Charlie's system interface. The first thing that appeared. Princess Charlie has unlocked a new race skill. 5 choices appeared. 2 of them he recognized. Skeletal Leap, and Bone Fist, decent, but nothing thrilling right now. But the other 3. One stood out. Bone Autonomy, uncommon, you may detach parts of your body and control them independently for a short time. Useful for surprise attacks, improvised defense, or strategic repositioning without moving your full body. Luke scratched his chin. Interesting. Strategic. But, kind of niche. Great for ambushes or unexpected turns, but hard to pull off in the chaos of real combat. Bone Endurance, rare, your skeletal structure becomes significantly denser and harder to fracture. Impacts that would normally shatter a standard skeleton result only in minor cracks or superficial damage. Luke read the description twice. Just to be sure. Then he turned, glancing over his shoulder. Charlie stood where she always did, still, silent, armored like a statue of war. But no matter how much metal she wore, at the end of the day, she was bones beneath it. Armor wasn't enough. A strike strong enough would pierce through it all. But now? Not anymore. He didn't hesitate. Princess Charlie has acquired the race skill, Bone Endurance. Her status screen unfolded before him. Luke's eyes widened. 5 unspent stat points. When did I let that pile up? He exhaled and started allocating. +3 to Vitality. +1 to Agility. +1 to Perception. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 5. Rank, F. Class, Death Knight, LVL 9. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 290/290-320/320. Mana points, MP 130/130. Stamina, 249/250. Stats. Strength, 34. Agility, 21/22. Endurance, 25. Vitality, 29/32. Perception, 14/15. Intelligence, 13. Free points, 5/0. Charlie now looked, complete. Tougher. Faster. Sharper. Exactly how a Death Knight was meant to be. Luke placed a hand over his own abdomen. The wounds had healed when he leveled, but the phantom pain remained. The ghost of Orbald's axe, a memory that had nearly split him in half. I need armor, he muttered. He opened his own status screen. Name, Luke. Level, 7. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 13. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Title, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 610/610. Mana points, MP 420/420. Stamina, 260/260. Soul Fragments, 28/1000. Stats. Strength, 56. Agility, 64. Endurance, 26/28. Vitality, 61/63. Perception, 59. Intelligence, 42. Free points, 4/0. Endurance didn't just boost stamina, it improved raw defense. And right now? That mattered more than ever. One clean hit without armor and, he was done. Luke stretched his arms and closed the interface. For now, the numbers could wait. He walked slowly between tents and campfires. People laughed. Ate. Talked. Not warriors. Just people trying to live. Trying to stay sane. Trying to hold on. He said nothing. Just sat on a log a little ways from the others. Charlie stood beside him like a loyal shadow, saying nothing, and saying everything. Excuse me. Mr. Blood Demon. A soft voice pulled him from his thoughts. Luke glanced to the side. A young girl stood there, her expression timid. Internally, he groaned. I hate that nickname. I'm terrible with names. I think I forgot yours, he said, trying to sound polite. Truth was, he had no idea who she was. The girl bit her lip, clearly awkward. I help with the cooking sometimes, and laundry. okay. Did I do something wrong? She met his eyes. I was just wondering if you could walk me to my tent. I kind of forgot where it is. Seriously? Luke frowned. She knows I'm new here, right? I barely know how anything works. I'm just a little jumpy after the orc attack, she added quickly. Your company would make me feel safer. She forced a smile. Ah. Right. Sure, I'll walk you, Luke said, almost out of reflex. But then, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and shoved him back onto the log. Ow. He spun around, Princess Charlie. What the hell was that? He asked, baffled. She pointed to the ring on her finger, then pointed at him. The ring? What does that have to do with anything? The girl looked. Then looked again. Her eyes widened. I am so sorry for the trouble, Mr. Blood Demon. She turned and practically ran off into the night. Luke just sat there, stunned. Yeah. I'm going to bed. Even if the system kept his body refreshed after leveling, his mind felt like it had been dragged through a meat grinder. He turned toward the tents, and found Allison waiting for him. There you are, she said, looking refreshed. Just wanted to say. Charlie was a big help. She really held her own against that bear. They walked together through the camp, calm after the storm. What level was that thing? Luke asked. 18, Allison replied, motioning to her pants. I got these off him. New armor. Luke glanced at his own clothes, still wearing the standard adventurer starter set, cheap, unenchanted cloth. So between the three of us, I'm the one with the least protection, he muttered. Allison chuckled softly. You're an assassin. You're not supposed to be on the front lines. You'll live. Then her tone shifted. But. I need to tell you something. Luke stopped mid-path and turned to face her. When I killed the black bear, the system said he was a commander under the Beast Lord. Luke nodded. And that orc, he spoke. It wasn't something many people knew. They said few orcs ever spoke, and even then, there was never time to ask questions because all they wanted was to kill. But that one had spoken clearly. With purpose. It's obvious now, Luke said. These lords and their armies, it's not random. They're structured, Allison agreed. Organized. Smart. And worse, they're aware of the system. And the tutorial. That line kept echoing in Luke's mind, you have your mission. We have ours. Mission. Humans are fighting to escape. But the monsters. They were fighting to stop them. But why? Who wrote those rules? And that king, the orc mentioned. Was it the Midnight King? Or something even higher? Before Luke could dig deeper into the thought, a loud voice cut through the air. There they are, my 2-star rookies. Angelica appeared, tossing an arm around both Luke and Allison with far too much energy for the dark conversation they'd just been having. Come on. I've gathered a few people. We need to talk. They followed her to a large tent. Inside, a group of young faces waited, all around the same age. Likely other recent arrivals. Paul and Jonathan stood nearby, flanking Angelica as she moved to the front of the group with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. First off, thank you, she said, bowing her head slightly. For standing your ground and protecting the haven. Some smiles flickered through the group. But, she continued, her tone growing firmer, today wasn't just about bravery. She looked each of them in the eye. I know it might seem, at first glance, like a lot of people here have given up. Or gotten comfortable. But today, you saw why. She paused. It hasn't even been a full month since you arrived, and you've already been through enough to understand. The invasions are real. Sometimes brutal, like today. Sometimes quiet, without even a system alert. Being in the safe zone only protects us from the Midnight Wardens. The other threats? They're everywhere. And the smart ones, they plan. Allison raised her hand, calm, thoughtful. Then why not organize a joint expedition with Bastion? Not the whole camp, just, say, 200 people. We search for the mechanisms, clear a path to the castle. Work together. A few heads nodded. On the surface, it sounded like a solid plan. Jonathan stepped forward, voice steady. None of us don't want to go home, he said. We all stare at that castle on the horizon and feel the same thing. Hope. Desperation. But reaching it? And finding those mechanisms? That's not just hard. It's near impossible. Paul crossed his arms, tone colder. Let's say we pull it off. Let's say we gather 200 fighters and move out. He met Allison's gaze directly. You think Bartholomew will leave Bastion exposed? He has more to worry about than monsters. He has to worry about us. He let that sit. If most of his force leaves, Marshall and the renegades will know. They always know. You think Bastion's still going to be there when he returns? If Bartholomew lets his guard down for 1 second, they'll take it from him. Silence. Heavy. Thoughtful. The plan that once seemed obvious now felt like a trap laid by reality. Chessboard logic. Not hero's logic. Angelica stepped back in, and her tone changed, sharper, harder. And let's say we do march out with an army of 200. Do you know how loud that would be? She looked around the tent. The beasts would come. So would the orcs. And at night? She shook her head. You think you can hide 200 people from the Midnight Wardens? No one answered. You can't. Her eyes glazed for a moment, lost in something remembered. And in the ruins of the Wild Zone, once the sun sets, they rule. The Wardens walk freely. Not 1 or 2. Dozens. They patrol. They hunt. She inhaled slowly. And for the first time since they met her. Her voice wavered. In the past, we tried. Angelica's voice cut through the room, softer now. There was an expedition. Me and a few others from the Haven. Back then, we were the most determined. The ones who wanted out of the tutorial as fast as possible. She lowered her gaze. It didn't end well. Beside her, Paul stepped forward, picking up the weight of the memory she couldn't carry aloud. The Haven was born from that mission, he said. Built around one goal, getting out. His voice didn't waver, just dropped like a hammer. But you won't see anyone from the original crew walking around camp anymore. He paused. Only 2 of us are left. Me and her. The air inside the tent grew heavier. Like fog made of silence. That's why we trust Bartholomew, Paul continued. He has the best trained soldiers in the safe zone. Maybe he's ruthless, but he keeps order. More importantly, he still sends teams into the wild zone. He's still searching for the mechanisms. Angelica stood at the front of the tent, her gaze sweeping across the group. There's one more thing you need to know, she said, voice heavy. A major obstacle. Bigger than monsters or missions. The room grew quiet. Even if, by some miracle, you make it all the way to the castle, you still won't be able to enter. 2 reasons why. She raised a finger. First, there's the rule. You can't enter unless the seals are broken. That means activating the mechanisms. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Then a second finger. And second, there's a barrier. Luke blinked. That part, he hadn't heard before. A barrier? Henry asked, frowning. Jonathan stepped forward. If you head straight toward the castle, and you're lucky enough not to die on the way, you'll hit it. A wall. Massive. Unnatural. He glanced at Angelica, then back at the group. I saw it once. Took a small team. It was reckless, one of ours nearly lost a leg to swamp crocs before we even got close. But I saw it. Towering. Wide. Like a fortress wall made of solid energy. What's it like, exactly? Allison asked. We didn't get close enough to examine it, Jonathan said. But from a distance, it looked like a shimmering wall. Unreal. Like something the system built just to mock us. Paul crossed his arms. I touched it once, he said. Didn't hurt. Just, blocked everything. Solid as stone. Did the system say anything? Luke asked. Paul nodded. A message popped up the moment my hand touched it. Said, access denied. Gate locked. Requires activation of 2 mechanisms. Silence fell. Each of them processing the weight of that message. And whether we like him or not. Bartholomew is our best shot, said Angelica. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. The meeting ended shortly after. Many of the newcomers thanked Angelica, Paul, and Jonathan. Some left in quiet reflection. Others with grim determination etched across their faces. Everyone understood now. This wasn't a tutorial. It was a survival test. Outside, the bells rang through the early light. 6 a.m. The midnight wardens are back in their holes, Johnny mumbled. Time to get back to work. Luke and Allison walked in silence down the dirt path to their tent. They entered. Closed the flap behind them. Allison let out a sigh. What a night. I don't even feel tired anymore, Luke replied. The 2 sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Then Allison spoke, calm, focused. That meeting was important. We learned a lot. She looked at him. But I think I realized something else. Luke turned, listening. This place, she said. It's designed to push us. Constantly. It forces conflict. Forces choice. Risk and reward. Her voice sharpened as her thoughts gained momentum, like she was fitting pieces together in real time. The missions the orb offers, the supply chests that appear only at night, when the midnight wardens are patrolling. None of it's random. Even the invasion event, it's not just to kill us. It's to keep us moving. To keep us on edge. And in the process, to make us stronger. Luke nodded slowly, processing. So what are you getting at? Allison gave a half-smile. It's a system, she said. A game. Built on logic. On balance. Risk and reward. She tilted her head toward the tent's entrance. The bells just rang. And what happened? Luke didn't have to think long. The midnight wardens retreated. Went back to wherever they hide. She nodded. Exactly. If this were a truly impossible death loop, those monsters wouldn't have rest cycles. They wouldn't respect the safe zone's boundaries. A beat passed. The pieces started to align in Luke's mind. Rules. Patterns. Allison continued. They say Bartholomew and his soldiers stormed Bastion when it was still crawling with a midnight warden, right? Luke nodded. Then, silence. And in that pause. It clicked. Luke looked at her, eyes widening. You think, the hiding spots of the midnight wardens might be the mechanism sites? Allison nodded slowly, her gaze locked on his. Maybe Bartholomew didn't fight a warden just to claim Bastion. Maybe, he invaded a warden's resting ground to activate a mechanism. Luke froze. You might be right. All this talk about risk and reward, Allison said, her voice low but steady. What if the fact that the wardens go out at night isn't a curse? Luke looked at her, confused, but listening. What if it's an opportunity, she continued. While they're out patrolling, their dens, their strongholds, might be unguarded. Maybe even the mechanisms are left behind. Luke sat down slowly, gears spinning in his mind. If that's true, then the remaining 2 mechanisms are hidden inside warden dens. Somewhere deep in the wild zone. She nodded. Which means, to activate them, we'll have to invade the lairs of the most dangerous enemies in the entire tutorial. Silence fell. Luke narrowed his eyes. But what about the lords? Where do they fit into all of this? Allison paused, then answered carefully. They're the daily challenge. They're what keeps the survivors distracted. Occupied. Busy fighting to survive. They control the territories, send out raids, and make sure we don't progress too fast. She glanced at him. But they're also our greatest source of experience. Our biggest risk-reward mechanic. They exist to make us stronger. Luke nodded slowly, absorbing it. Without them, no one could get strong enough to even consider challenging a Midnight Warden. Then his gaze sharpened. But I noticed something else. What? Allison asked, already sensing where this was going. When the orc captain died, the orcs retreated. She blinked. Pack behavior, she murmured. Alpha falls, the rest scatter. Luke looked at her dead-on. So what if we kill the Lord Orc? Her eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. If we take out the true leader, we break their chain of command. Disrupt their hold over the wild zone. That would give us breathing room, to move, scout, maybe even find the warden dens. She folded her arms. It would be nearly impossible. We'd have to enter orc territory, push through their entire army, and kill the strongest one of them all. They'd know what we were planning long before we got there, marching in with a group of people would draw attention immediately. Luke shook his head. We don't need an army. Allison raised a brow. Then what do we need? His expression turned razor-sharp. An assassination. He gave her a faint smirk. That's what assassins do. We don't fight armies. We walk through them. Reach the top. And remove the king. No leader, no kingdom. Allison let out a breath of amusement, half laugh, half disbelief. You make a strong case, Mr. Blood Demon, she said. Now all we need to do is find the Lord Orc, and come up with a completely suicidal plan to kill him. She grinned, just a little. Still better than sleeping in tents for the rest of our lives. The conversation ended there. But Luke's eyes drifted back to his system. The new mission that had appeared the moment he killed the Captain Orc. Assassination contract, exclusive. Objective, assassinate the Lord Orc. The Lord Orc hides deep within the forest, near the mountains, in the final Orc settlement at the base of the ridge. He spends his days enthroned in savage grandeur, commanding raids against tutorial participants. Your elimination of a Captain Orc has marked you as a real threat to his dominion. Requirements. You must go alone. Bringing allies will cause the Lord Orc to relocate. Reward. Alone. Luke stared at the screen, mind ablaze. A grin slowly crept onto his face. Time for one lord, to hunt another. An arrow sliced through the air. From floor, something massive and grotesque burst upward, a giant centipede, half buried, half exposed, mandibles gnashing like steel jaws, its segmented body writhing with sickening speed. Luke sprinted between falling arrows, kukris drawn. The centipede's maw opened wide, aiming to bite. Get back, a mage shouted. Luke rolled sideways just as a gray sphere whistled through the air and exploded on the centipede's back. A dense, smoky blast tore open the creature's armored shell. Luke didn't hesitate. He hurled his kukris, they spun, glinting in the light before striking the soft, vulnerable underbelly. The creature shrieked. It writhed, buckled, then collapsed. Dead. Luke was already moving. The clearing in the wild zone had become a battlefield. Cecilia stood firm, bow drawn, arrow glowing violet with crackling energy. She loosed it, it zipped through the air like lightning, skewering another centipede mid-surge. Jonathan dashed in behind it, twin blades flashing. He sliced through the creature's legs with precision, leaving it screaming in the dirt. At the center of it all, the largest centipede released a cloud of green gas. Don't breathe it in, someone yelled. Everyone held their breath. One mage raised a staff and shot a stream of water, cutting through the toxic mist. Another conjured a barrier just as the massive centipede lunged. The creature slammed into the shield, it cracked like glass, then shattered completely. Two smaller centipedes darted toward the exposed mages. That's when the ground thundered. A figure dropped from above, sword in hand, armor gleaming. Princess Charlie. She spun midair, her blade sweeping in a deadly arc, both centipedes were cleaved apart before they could touch the casters. She didn't pause. Charlie charged the largest one, activating her iron fists, slamming a glowing punch into its mandibles and sending it reeling. Luke and Allison joined in. Arrows rained from above. Jonathan tore into the legs. Anna loosed a spell-fletched arrow that split mid-flight and struck both eyes of the beast. From underground, more centipedes erupted. Charlie surged forward again, a storm in steel and bone. Asterisk the Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 11. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. The giant centipede slithered like a serpent, lunging toward the front line. It slammed into Charlie, she staggered, but recovered instantly. Luke's kukris flew, slicing through its carapace. Charlie countered with an uppercut, then spun, driving her sword deep into its side. Allison appeared behind the beast, slashing across its exposed flank. Flesh and armor peeled apart. Luke dropped from a tree, driving both heels into the creature's back, it crashed to the ground, pinned. He landed on top of its head, and then the rage took over. His kukris danced, carving the centipede's face with ruthless precision. Blood sprayed. Chitin cracked. You have slain a giant centipede, LVL 16. Asterisk your class, Demonic Assassin, has reached level 14. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. An item has been added to your inventory. The rest of the swarm was cleaned up one by one. Charlie executed the final few with clean, efficient strikes. And then. Silence. The clearing grew still. The forest exhaled. Everyone alive? Jonathan called, panting. My arm. That damn Fong nearly tore it off. Johnny shouted, trying to pry the broken centipede spike from his bicep. 2 weeks had passed since the orc invasion. Now, Luke and Allison were official members of Jonathan's squad, exploring the wild zone, mapping the unknown, surviving one day at a time. We should head back, Anna said, glancing at the sky, which had begun to darken. Unless you all want to spend another night hiding in mud and moss. No one argued. From midnight to 6 a.m., the wild zone turned into a death trap. And the ruined city? Even worse. Luke adjusted the worn cloak on his shoulders and noticed a tear running across the back. He'd gotten it from a mission orb not long ago. Sighing, he opened his system and checked the most recent loot drop. Centipede boots, uncommon. Description, sturdy leather boots crafted from the hide of a giant centipede. Bonus, plus 10 agility. Well, they're better than the old shoes, Luke muttered. He clicked, equip. The boots materialized on his feet, replacing the scuffed adventurer set he still wore. A solid upgrade. Princess Charlie stepped up beside him, silent as always. Luke brought her on scouting runs now and then. The others assumed she was just shy. Or maybe socially awkward. Nobody questioned her quiet presence anymore. She kept her helmet on, stood still like a sentry, and never spoke. Take anything useful, Jonathan called out. Bartholomew's crafters are asking for monster parts. They've been making shields from whatever they can salvage. Luke noticed some of the team weren't even using bags, just storing materials directly into their storage items. Anna carried the 4 potions he and Allison had brought along. Glass flasks didn't survive well in ordinary packs. I really want a storage item, Allison muttered. Cecilia snorted and signed something with her hands. She says you'll get one eventually, Anna translated. Took her 6 months to get hers. Luke raised a brow. And after that, never again. You've been here what, 2, 3 years? Anna shrugged. The system seems to give what it thinks you need. It almost never gives out duplicates. Especially storage items. They're rare. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. The group kept searching the area. Up ahead, atop a hill, stood a crumbling factory, its steel bones twisted by time and overgrowth. That one's off limits, Johnny said. Heard a midnight warden rests inside. Everyone turned to look. The building felt wrong even from a distance. Is there somewhere safer nearby? Allison asked. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. Their theory, that the warden's hideouts might also house the mechanisms, wasn't just theirs anymore. Others had begun to suspect it, too. But no one said it out loud. And no one was stupid enough to go inside one of those places. Not while the midnight warden was still there. The only real option would be waiting until they left to patrol. Which meant heading into the ruins while the wardens were active. And once they spotted you, it was over. There are still plenty of places to search before we start flirting with suicide, Jonathan said, his voice firm. Mechanism or not, that factory stays off the list for now. The group was deep in the wild zone, charting as much territory around the safe zone as they could. Their focus? The midnight warden dens. If they could understand the structure, maybe they could find a pattern. And if they found a pattern, they might find the mechanisms. Reaching a warden den at night is already suicidal, one of the mages muttered. But entering one? That's just insanity. We could get there before sundown, Allison suggested. Camp nearby. Wait until the warden leaves to patrol, then slip in. The mage looked at her like she'd just offered to wrestle a dragon. You realize how dangerous that is, right? Luke answered flatly, it's still better than rotting in this tutorial. Both mages sighed in unison, like the weight of those words hit something they both knew too well. Jonathan's voice cut in, quiet. I overheard some of Bartholomew's men talking. They're mapping the Forest of Death. That name hung in the air like a curse. Orc territory, he added. They think there's a good chance a mechanism is hidden out there. Luke looked toward the distant silhouette of the castle, faint through the mist. Massive. Eternal. What about the castle itself, he asked. Why don't we make an expedition? Get close. Just to observe. The silence hit like a hammer. Every head turned. Johnny let out a dry, bitter laugh. Look at my arm, kid. He raised it. The flesh was still bandaged and swollen. That was from a damn centipede. And we're not even halfway through the wild zone. Now imagine I break a leg out there. Or 2 of us go down. You really think it's worth risking everything just to look at the castle? He shook his head. You won't even see the real thing. Just the damn barrier illusion. Luke stayed quiet. He'd learned something important recently. The castle on the horizon wasn't real. Or at least, not as it appeared. The glowing bastion they all stared at from afar was likely just a mirage, a projection generated by the system's barrier. And in the end, the only way forward was through the mechanisms. There was no bypassing it. They continued walking in silence, moving back through mist-covered ruins. Jonathan finally spoke again. That's why Bartholomew hoards the event chests in the safe zone. He controls the healing potions. He looked back at them, voice grave. With those, his soldiers can keep going even when injured. And on top of that, he's got almost every healer in the tutorial under his command. The group broke into a jog. Shadows shifted through the alleyways around them, no time to stop. Johnny vaulted over a collapsed wall. The rest followed, climbing onto a rooftop for better visibility. Luke asked the question hanging in the back of everyone's mind. Why's Thiara the only healer in the Haven? Anna was the one to answer. She's the only one who didn't join Bartholomew's faction. Her voice softened. There was Greg too, but he died during last year's invasion. Johnny exhaled through his nose. Healers don't level on their own, he said. But in a strong group, they gain XP through support. They climb fast. He gave a half smile, tired. Bitter. That's why they all flock to Bartholomew. But that's just the start of the benefits. Jonathan added, most of them chose the easy life in Bastion. Can't blame them. His eyes drifted toward the horizon, toward the great castle none of them could touch. His gaze was distant. Heavy. They just want to survive. Like the rest of us. Think about it, Jonathan muttered. A roof, steady meals, safety. You have a kid in this place. He grows up with comfort. Security. All you have to do is swear loyalty as a healer to Bartholomew's faction. They reached the rooftop. The wind cut through the silence like a blade of ice. Out in the distance, just beyond the forest edge, a pack of velociraptors darted across the terrain, fast, predatory, dangerously coordinated. Luke crouched low. A gesture triggered his interface. Time to allocate points. He opened Charlie's status screen. She'd hit level 11 recently. He'd already picked her level 10 skill. Whirlwind Strike, uncommon, spin your weapon with devastating force and precision, unleashing a storm of steel that strikes all nearby enemies. You become the eye of the storm, lethal and unstoppable. He checked her stat page. 2 unspent points. Stats, Princess Charlie. Strength, 40-41. Agility, 26. Endurance, 31. Vitality, 38-39. Perception, 17. Intelligence, 17. Free points, 2-0. 1 into strength. 1 into vitality. Perfect. Now it was his turn. The system interface shimmered open before him. 3 points unspent. Stats, Luke. Strength, 60. Agility, 68-78 with gear. Endurance, 28-29. Vitality, 66-67. Perception, 64. Intelligence, 44-45. Free points, 3-0. Done. He closed the menu just as the last of the raptors vanished into the treeline. The world was quiet again. Still. Level 15. He wondered what his class would offer then. Another spell. Something else entirely. His eyes drifted toward the horizon. The ruined city sprawled ahead, blanketed by vines and mist. But one structure stood out, subtle, yet unmistakable. A bell tower. Partially devoured by ivy. Cracked stone. Crumbling walls. A church. Luke narrowed his eyes. He'd been tracking these places for weeks now. Every church he found, he checked. Not for prayer. Not for sanctuary. For this. He opened his inventory. A soft pulse blinked at the corner of his screen, almost like it was breathing. Special mission orb, find the treasure. Objective, locate the treasure of Samuel the inventor. Location, church. Reward, Artemis invention. Another day, he told himself. I'll check that church another day. He closed the menu. Took a breath. Then came the other notification. The one that never left. Assassination contract, exclusive. Objective, assassinate the Lord Orc. The Lord Orc hides deep within the forest, near the mountains, in the final Orc settlement at the base of the ridge. He spends his days enthroned in savage grandeur, commanding raids against tutorial participants. Your elimination of a Captain Orc has marked you as a real threat to his dominion. Requirements. You must go alone. Bringing allies will cause the Lord Orc to relocate. Reward. Luke's jaw tensed. Has anyone else gotten this mission before? Over the past 2 weeks, he'd been subtle, quietly asking around. Listening for stories. Rumors. Mentions of anything like it. Nothing. No contracts. No system messages. Not even a whisper. It felt like this had been written, just for him. That's why he told no one. This wasn't something he could afford to share. He looked again toward the mountains. The forest stretched before him like a sea of shadow. Thick. Alive. Waiting. Somewhere out there, the Orc Lord sat on his throne, untouchable. And maybe, just maybe, someone had finally found him. He didn't know if he'd bring Charlie. But deep down, he already knew the answer. This wasn't her fight. This wasn't Allison's either. This battle was his. And his alone. The plaza was packed. People moved in all directions, voices overlapping in a constant murmur. Makeshift tents lined the square, stretched under patchy tarps and stitched up banners flapping in the wind. The air was thick with the stench of leather, sweat, and metal. Anna and Cecilia were already heading toward the fenced-in area near Bastion's military fortress when a soldier in light armor stepped into their path, barely glancing at them. Line starts there, he said flatly, jerking a gloved thumb toward a cluster of weary-looking survivors. Luke watched from a distance, leaning on a broken stone pillar. At the end of the line, he spotted Oswald, tall, broad-shouldered, and severe as always, inspecting the resources people brought in, skins, handmade tools, jagged monster teeth. For some, he handed over ration tokens or nodded toward the food tent. For most, just a stiff nod and a dismissive grunt. Bastion's tribute system was simple. A weekly offering in exchange for the basics. 1 room. 1 hot meal per day. 1 barrel of clean water. That was the deal. They accepted almost anything. Beast remains, scavenged scrap, usable gear. It felt weird at first, kill a monster just to trade it for food. But Luke had figured it out. People hunted in groups. Everything got split. And even if you could eat the raw meat, a real cooked meal. Something hot, seasoned, prepared by someone who actually knew what they were doing, not just boiled meat and burnt roots. That was worth more than just calories. It was a return to normalcy. To dignity. A reminder of what it felt like to be human in a world constantly trying to reduce you to something else. With the tribute paid, you were entitled to a room in one of the inns, houses, or buildings surrounding the Bastion fortress, and that meant real protection. A safe roof over your head, guaranteed security, and, of course, a shield against the frequent monster invasions. If a person alone craved that kind of safety in such a chaotic world, imagine how much more it meant for someone with a family. A father, for example, could venture into the wild zone to gather resources with peace of mind, knowing his wife and kids were safe in a room at the heart of the safe zone. Those who didn't have goods to trade. They worked. Sweeping alleys. Guarding gates. Carrying supplies. In this world, staying alive had become its own kind of currency. Then Luke saw him. Kruger. Leaning casually against the stone wall near Oswald. Cloaked in black, skull mask locked in place. Arms folded. He barely moved. But his presence. Like a shadow that thought. Watched. Waited. The phantom assassin. Nobody really knew what Kruger did. Only that when he appeared, things ended. Fast. Always. When will I be that strong? The thought hit Luke like cold iron. But he knew the truth. To get there. He'd have to go deeper. Far deeper. And maybe leave something behind. A few days later. The bell rang. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. 6 a.m. Its metallic echo rolled through the ruins like a funeral toll for the night. Luke stood on the roof of an old building at the edge of the safe zone. From up there, the city unfolded like a dying labyrinth, blocks of crumbling stone, weeds cracking through every gap, trees clawing through windows long abandoned. This was how he scouted. He climbed. Watched. Marked churches. Listened to bells. Luke narrowed his eyes. In the distance, the midnight wardens returned from their patrols, tall, black-armored knights moving with unnatural precision, leaping from rooftop to rooftop like wraiths in metal. He tracked them with care as they scattered across the ruined district. Some vanished into cracks between broken buildings. Others descended into the dark mouths of underground tunnels. 3 dens, all near the border, Luke whispered. 3, just in this sector alone. He exhaled slowly, memorizing every movement. Every route. Every entrance. This is it. Then he noticed, he was missing his bag. The one he used to carry everywhere. Papers, pens, hand-drawn maps. Bought with effort, built over weeks, just to map out Bastion and its surroundings with precision. But today, none of it. Down below, on the cracked street level, Princess Charlie stood waiting. The red-bladed greatsword on her back caught the faint light of sunrise, casting an ominous gleam across the stones at her feet. Luke turned from the rooftop. Time to visit the church. He jumped. A branch cracked under his foot, but his body moved fluidly, rooftop to rooftop, wall to ledge, landing with a precision no untrained human could match. His reflexes had sharpened. His body had adapted. This is what I need. More control. More power. If he was really going to face the Orc Lord, he couldn't rely on skills alone. Not even Charlie would be enough. He needed more. More strength. More gear. More everything. Hidden orbs, monster drops, bonus missions, whatever it took. And today was about the Artemis invention. A special reward tied to a special orb quest. A hidden treasure from Samuel, the inventor. What exactly did it do? No clue. But if it was tied to a special mission, it wasn't just some random drop. It was the kind of thing only a person crazy enough to challenge a lord would earn. And Luke, he was getting close to that point. They reached the outer edge of the ruined cathedral and froze. Kobolds, Luke muttered under his breath. But these weren't the small creatures from the Forgotten Temple. These were different, taller, bulkier, their scales glowing dimly like living embers. Long tails curled behind them, spiked like whips. Flame Kobold, LVL-14. They stood like guards before the church entrance, pacing intense, silent patrol. The doors were sealed shut. Of course. Princess Charlie. She already knew. Nodded once, then vanished. The first kobold didn't even have time to scream. Her armor flashed silver as her greatsword drove through its chest with such force the body slammed into the wall. The others shrieked, high-pitched, gurgling noises, as they spun around. Too late. Charlie twisted midair, whirlwind strike, a spinning storm of blades. 3 heads hit the ground before their owners even realized they were dead. One kobold in the back raised a hand, fire igniting between clawed fingers. Fireballs streaked toward her like comets. Charlie dodged, sliding, jumping, spectral charge, she wove between the bolts as panic overtook precision. She closed the distance. A punch cracked its snout sideways, snapping bone. The kobold snarled and tried to summon flames again, but Charlie caught the burning limb with her armored gauntlet, gloves of the Crypt Guardian. Fire resistant. Without hesitation, her blade punched through its chest. Another kobold lunged from behind, fire swirling in its hands. She didn't turn. Instead, yanked the corpse off her sword and hurled it backward. The dead weight struck the caster mid-spell, staggering it. She ran, fast. The caster flinched. Bad mistake. Spectral charge. She vanished. And reappeared with an upward strike that launched the kobold into the air. She jumped after it. Airborne kick, impact. The kobold hit the ground hard, crashing through a stack of crates that exploded into splinters. Before it could scream, steel sank into its chest. Silence. The last few kobolds hesitated. Charlie turned toward them. That was all it took. They bolted. She didn't. One went down to a flying blade. Another was cleaved in half mid-sprint. Then, silence. Steam rose from the blood pooling over broken tiles. The sharp stink of charred scales lingered in the air. Luke dropped down beside her, landing softly on the blood-slick stones. Nice work. He hadn't helped for a reason, she needed the XP. Fast. Charlie lifted a hand. Luke sighed. All right, just this once. He slapped her hand, a quiet, echoing high five. Her fist closed with satisfaction. They turned toward the church doors. Tall. Heavy-looking. But light enough to push. With a groan of ancient wood and a whisper of dust, the twin doors creaked open. Lit torches lined the inner walls. Shadows danced across stone columns, flickering like ghosts. And there, hovering above the altar, was a necklace. A sapphire gem pulsed at its center, glowing softly, beating like a living heart. Luke took a slow step forward, pulse rising with each breath. No way, after all this time. He moved closer, eyes locked on the artifact. I think this is it. The treasure. The Artemis invention. He reached out. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut behind them with a deafening boom. The sound echoed through the chamber like thunder in a tomb. Wood groaned overhead. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. Dust fell in a fine mist. Something moved. Something massive. A chunk of the upper balcony shattered. From it descended a creature, long, spear-like legs stabbing into the floor one by one. A bloated body bristled with wiry hair. Crimson eyes burned in clusters. Mandibles dripped saliva that hissed and smoked where it touched the stone. A spider. No. A monster. Arachna, guardian of Artemis, LVL-20. The real treasure wasn't unguarded. The true trial had just begun. A spider dropped from the ceiling like a nightmare made real. Arachna, guardian of Artemis, LVL-20. Its obsidian carapace caught the dim light, each plate layered like armor forged from shadow. Red eyes, too many to count, glowed with malevolent focus. Its legs curved like scythes, blades long enough to split a tank in half. Something stirred in Luke's chest. Fear. Not now. Since the dungeon, he'd realized he had arachnophobia. The spider reared back, mandibles spreading wide. A thick strand of web launched from its mouth with the force and speed of a harpoon. Charlie moved first. Her body became a silver blur as spectral charge activated. She intercepted the web mid-flight, slicing it apart with a rising sweep of her blade. Without pausing, she pivoted and drove her armored fist into the spider's face. The impact rang out, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the nearest pillar. Luke broke from cover, moving between the columns with fast, practiced steps. Knives left his hands in quick succession, aimed for the soft joints. The spider hissed, recoiling for half a second, then it sprang. From floor to ceiling, then wall to floor, it moved with a violence that defied gravity. Charlie took the brunt of the first hit. Her body slammed through a stone bench, breaking it into rubble. Luke cursed under his breath. The creature's speed and raw force put it on par with the orc captain from before, maybe worse. The air thickened as the spider gathered pressure in its abdomen. Sticky orbs sprayed outward like mortar fire, splattering across walls, floor, and columns. One landed near Luke, bursting on impact. The floor disappeared under a slick mess of glue-like resin. He dove behind a pillar just as the ground shook beneath him. The stone cracked from the force of the spider's landing, dust billowing up in choking waves. Luke's muscles tensed. He wasn't the same fighter he'd been weeks ago. Neither was Charlie. They could win this. They had to. Shadow enveloped him as he triggered basic dark dash. His body blurred forward, silent, fast, closing the distance between them. A flash of silver shot past his peripheral vision, a line of web sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. He twisted mid-movement, reappearing above the spider's face, kukris drawn and ready to strike. But the spider didn't retreat. It surged upward, meeting him head-on with a brutal, bone-cracking charge. The collision drove him into a nearby column hard enough to fracture the stone. Before he could recover, Charlie dropped in from above. Her blade came down in a clean arc, severing one of the spider's legs at the joint. A chunk of obsidian carapace hit the floor with a dull thud. The spider retaliated immediately. Another web strand fired point-blank, pinning Charlie to the ground. It coiled back, legs tightening, then lunged again. Luke barely rolled aside as the column behind him exploded into rubble. The spider didn't stop moving. It scuttled sideways along the wall at impossible speed, spraying webs across the chamber, forcing them into smaller and smaller pockets of space. Luke responded with a hail of throwing knives, each blade aimed with calculated precision. They struck the armored carapace and ricocheted back, clattering uselessly across the stone floor. Charlie wasn't finished. Spectral charge flared again as she surged forward, driving a diagonal slash toward the creature's side. The spider twisted, dodging by inches, but that had been the intention all along. Luke appeared at its blind spot, momentum carrying him onto its back. His blade stabbed down, targeting the vulnerable leg joints. But the spider twisted in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Its legs bent backward at unnatural angles. The head rotated a full circle, mandibles snapping. Suddenly, Luke was no longer above it. He was underneath. Shit. The legs crashed down around him, slamming into the stone like spears. From the space between them, web fluid burst outward, forming a dome of sticky resin designed to trap him where he stood. Luke reacted on instinct. He hurled both kukris into the nearest leg for leverage and vaulted sideways, escaping the cocoon's edge by less than a second. Behind him, the web sealed shut with an audible snap, leaving behind a fully enclosed pod of silk and stone. The spider screeched and spun again, targeting him for the next strike. Luke hit the ground beside Charlie. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. That was all they needed. Together, they charged. At the last moment, they split apart. The spider tried to track both. It failed. Charlie's blade severed two of its legs in one clean, sweeping motion. The creature collapsed with a shriek, smashing itself against the nearest wall in a desperate, staggering lunge. Breathless, bruised, and bloodied, Luke and Charlie stood over the ruined body. Together, they brought it down. Arachna slammed its fangs into the ground, releasing a screech that sounded disturbingly close to a curse. Its body recoiled, legs tensing, and then fired. A web orb the size of a shield exploded from its mouth, detonating midair. Sticky strands scattered like shrapnel, coating the entire hall in a dense, suffocating mess. Luke was caught mid-step. So was Charlie. The web hit like cement. His limbs locked instantly. Arms refused to lift. Legs rooted to the floor. Panic surged as he pulled, but the threads only tightened. Charlie fought harder, hacking at the strands with furious strikes. But the web wasn't just sticky, it was layered, reinforced, a trap designed to hold something far stronger than them. The spider curled in on itself, coiling every muscle. Then it launched. The impact crushed the air from Luke's lungs. He flew backward, hit the stone floor hard, and skidded across fractured tiles until his body slammed to a stop against a broken pillar. Dizzy. Ears ringing. A hollow pressure bloomed in his chest where ribs should be. He forced himself upright, vision swimming, and saw her. Charlie was pinned beneath the monster's massive frame, her armored body straining against its weight. Metal creaked under the pressure. Her arms trembled, locked in place. The thing was crushing her. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Luke clenched his jaw and flicked his hand, summoning, nothing. His kukris didn't return. Trapped somewhere in the web. Damn it. The word left as a growl more than anything. No time to think. He sprinted, ducking under one of the spider's raised legs as it shifted to adjust its grip. Its shadow swallowed him whole. Fingers flying, he yanked open the system interface mid-run, heart hammering. Inventory. Weapons. Kukris. Select. A flash of light, blades materialized in his hands. Round 2, he muttered. Beneath the spider, Charlie shifted. Both hands gripped her sword as she drove it straight into the creature's underbelly. A sharp crack split the air as the blade punched through carapace. The spider shrieked, jerking back. Luke didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, activating Dark Dash mid-stride. Shadows engulfed him, carrying him in a blink to the creature's flank. The spider spun faster than anything that big should have been able to move. Its abdomen flexed, and another web blast fired toward him. Luke vanished sideways, slipping out of the blast radius just before the sticky mass painted the floor where he'd stood. The spider stumbled, two of its legs dragging limply behind. Panic set in. It fired webs wildly, spraying in every direction, desperate to regain control. Luke answered with steel. His kukris left his hands in a sharp throw, splitting mid-flight into 4. Each blade struck deep into joints and gaps between armor. The spider's shriek pitched higher, full of static and pain. Charlie didn't stop. She advanced like a wrecking ball, her spectral charge flaring with each step as she skipped between patches of webbing. She leapt, spinning mid-air as her blade arced upward. The spider fired again, desperate, but Charlie didn't flinch. Whirlwind strike activated mid-spin. Her sword tore through the webbing like paper, clearing her path mid-flight. Luke blinked to her side in a flicker of shadow. His kukris flashed once. A leg severed. Another followed. The spider buckled, staggering on half its limbs. Then, with a screech that sounded less like rage and more like fear, it lunged straight at Luke, mandibles gaping wide enough to snap his torso in half. Charlie dropped from above. Her fist swung back, then drove forward in a clean, brutal punch directly into the spider's skull. The sound of fracturing chitin echoed through the hall. Luke rolled aside, landed on one knee, and drove both blades deep into the creature's flank, sawing straight through a knot of muscle and sinew. The spider flailed, shrieking as another leg spasmed forward, punching through Luke's side. Pain exploded, a white-hot shock that nearly stole his vision. But he didn't back down. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the embedded leg with both hands, planted a kukri against the joint, and sawed until the limb tore free in a spray of dark ichor. Charlie didn't slow. She flung her sword upward, caught it mid-fall, spun the grip into her palm, and drove the blade straight down, burying it to the hilt through the spider's skull. The creature convulsed once, then went still. A chime echoed in his mind. Princess Charlie has slain Arachna, Guardian of Artemis, LVL 20. Asterisk your class, Demonic Assassin, has reached level 15. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. Princess Charlie has reached level 6, Skeleton, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point. You have unlocked a new class skill. An item has been added to your inventory. Luke staggered back, panting, chest rising and falling as he scanned the ruined hall. The beast was dead. Silence settled, thick, heavy, broken only by the slow drip of webbing and the distant crumble of fractured stone. That had been brutal. But something gnawed at him. It hadn't felt as impossible as the orc captain. Not even close. Is it because we've grown stronger? He muttered under his breath. Or maybe, that orc had a high-tier class. Fingers still trembling, he pulled open the system window. New class skill unlocked. 5 choices appeared in front of him. Only one. He scanned the list, eyes narrowing. Ricochet dagger, uncommon, the assassin throws a dagger that, upon striking a target, ricochets to a nearby enemy, dealing reduced damage. Ideal for handling 2 opponents quickly and with precision. Luke let out a slow breath. Not bad, but no way it beats blood regeneration. He scrolled further. His thumb paused midair. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, small, quiet. Now that's more like it. Bloodshot, rare, the assassin fires a bullet formed from condensed blood, launched at high velocity. This skill consumes both HP and mana, sacrificing vitality for a brutal, ranged attack that's fast, vicious, and highly unpredictable. His eyes widened. Bloodshot. Immediately, calculations started spinning in his head. A ranged ability, finally. Something lethal from a distance. He'd needed this. For a long time. But the cost. It drains health. That's risky, he muttered, scanning the fine print for numbers. None. Not a single clue how deep the cut went. A double-edged blade. And, of course, the system won't tell me how deep it bites. Luke hovered, hesitated, then flicked to the next. Extended blade, uncommon. By channeling mana, the assassin generates an energy blade that extends over their daggers, temporarily increasing their length to that of a sword. Ideal for direct strikes and extended reach during intense combat. His expression flattened. My kukris are curved and short for a reason. Turning them into swords. That's not my rhythm. Didn't match his tempo. Not his style. Next. Then he paused. Knife web, rare, the assassin throws a blade that unravels mid-flight into threads of mana, forming a magic web. The trap ensnares enemies for a few seconds, halting movement and leaving them wide open to a finishing blow. His gaze drifted, unbidden, toward the mangled corpse of the spider behind him. Of course, this one shows up because of that fight. The system didn't do coincidences. It responded to patterns. Context. Stimulus. But still, he tapped his thumb against his thigh, weighing it. Would this even work on something that size? Maybe a kobold. Tops. Not worth the gamble. Useful, sure. But not enough. Then he saw the last one. Demonic Blade Dance, rare, a dual-blade combat style in which you gain proficiency in fast, devastating attacks. Your movements become more agile, and your strikes hit harder, causing continuous bleeding damage to enemies. The skill also enhances your defensive capabilities, allowing you to block and evade more effectively during combat. Secondary effect, Dancing Mimic. When the skill's secondary effect is activated, your speed increases, and a dark afterimage forms, a dancing mimic made of pure darkness that follows your every move, mirroring the intensity and fluidity of your attacks. Luke stared. His eyes traced every line of the description, twice, then a third time. A fighting style. This wasn't just a skill. It was a system. A framework. A methodology of movement. Of pressure. Of lethal efficiency. His gaze flicked back to the line about bleed damage. That syncs perfectly with blood regeneration. But that wasn't the real hook. The real hook was the secondary effect. A phantom. A visual echo with every step. Not just functional. Not just damage. Style. Presence. Fear. A dancing mimic made of pure darkness. He whispered, voice barely audible. It's like leaving a shadow behind with every move. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was a leap. Luke drew a slow breath and stared at the two finalists on his screen. Bloodshot, a weapon for ranged lethality. Demonic Blade Dance, a refinement of everything he already was. A weapon, or mastery. But the decision was already made. He didn't need to reach further. He needed to sharpen what was already in his hands. You have acquired the class skill, Demonic Blade Dance. The interface vanished. Luke exhaled slowly. Power wasn't enough. Not here. Not anymore. He needed something more precise. More permanent. And now, he had it. The moment the skill locked in, something detonated inside his mind. Not sound, sensation. A surge of impressions burst through him, flooding every sense like a dam breaking. Hundreds of images, stances, breathing patterns, pivots, grips. Footwork etched directly into muscle memory. Blade paths drawn not on paper, but into his nervous system. An entire library of motion, compressed and crammed into his head like a violent download. A figure appeared in the dark behind his eyes, a masked shape moving through candlelight, spinning, stepping, slashing. Blades sliced arcs of silver through the air, each motion seamless, fluid, lethal. For a heartbeat, it was almost beautiful. Then the pain hit. A spike behind the eyes. Sharp. Sudden. Blinding. His vision whited out, then snapped back. Luke staggered a step, panting. His hands were still gripping his kukris, but they didn't feel the same anymore. He didn't feel the same. It wasn't just power anymore. It was clarity. And, mixed with it, an echo of shame, sharp and unwelcome. Shame for how he'd been fighting until now. How sloppy. How loud. I was just flailing, he muttered. A brawler with sharp toys. Now, though, now he knew the difference. The line between someone who used blades, and someone who became them. Luke drew a breath and moved. One step forward. A twist of the hip. A low slash carved through empty air. His body turned with it, smooth as breath. The next strike flowed seamlessly from the last. A pivot. Kukris reversed in his hands. Another slash, this one higher. A drop of the shoulder. A sweeping cut. A slide step to reset spacing. No thinking. No second guessing. His body already knew the rhythm. The distance. The weight of each strike. Every muscle cooperated. Every breath landed exactly on time. Each motion balanced between artistry and threat, a choreography designed to kill. The whisper of steel slicing air sang louder than any battle cry. It wasn't a fight. It was a performance. He wasn't attacking. He was dancing. Luke spun, blades tracing a clean, perfect arc, and came to a sudden stop. The kukri settled in his grip with a solid, final click of metal against calloused palms. He stood there, chest rising and falling, staring into the quiet wreckage around him. So, this is what it means to be a blade. A dull ache tugged at his knee, a leftover injury from earlier. The reminder pulled him back to the present, forcing a wince. Right. He still had one more thing to check. Almost forgot. His eyes flicked open. I got an item. Luke opened his inventory and tapped the latest item he received after slaying the spider. Arachna's leggings, uncommon. Description, light, flexible pants crafted from the hide of Arachna, the spider guardian. Reinforced for durability without compromising agility. Enchantment. Spider's leap, uncommon, grants enhanced jumping capability. Requirement, level 10 plus in any class or race. He tapped, equip, without hesitation. The rugged, worn trousers from his adventure set shimmered out of existence. In their place, sleek, form-fitting black leggings snapped into place, smooth, flexible, surprisingly comfortable. He glanced down, flexed his legs once, then nodded in quiet approval. Not bad. Light. Mobile. Zero restriction. The fit was perfect. Satisfied, he turned toward the altar. Charlie was still standing near the spider's corpse, sword raised, motionless. She hadn't lowered her guard, not even with the beast lying broken at her feet. Luke stepped up to the pedestal. Floating above it was the treasure. A necklace. A single blue gem suspended in midair, pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat frozen in glass. He reached out. Fingers brushed the surface. Mission complete. Reward received. A long breath left his chest. Finally. Weeks of false leads. Ruined churches that led to nowhere. Ambushes. Dead ends. All of it, leading here. To the real thing. The invention of Artemis. He stared at the now empty pedestal, then opened his inventory. The necklace sat there, its glow soft, steady. Almost, alive. A thought crept in, quiet but undeniable. If I'd found this place a few weeks ago, I would have died. Simple as that. But now. Now he was strong enough. Strong enough to fight something that once felt impossible, and walk away breathing. Luke tapped the item. The tooltip unfolded, and his eyes widened. It's unique. Artemis invention, unique. Description, a prototype crafted by Samuel, the inventor. A gift to help you on your journey. Good luck. It was collecting dust in my workshop anyway. P.S. I am not liable for any discomfort it causes. Samuel. Enchantments. Spatial storage, rare, grants access to a pocket dimension where items can be stored. Artemis. Requirement, soulbound. What the hell? Luke squinted, reading the description again. Then again. There was a message embedded in the item. Personal. Deliberate. That wasn't normal. Did the inventor actually leave this for whoever found it, or did the system generate it specifically for me? His gaze dropped to the enchantments, and stopped. It's a damn storage item. He tapped, equip. The necklace shimmered into existence around his neck, cold against his skin. The moment his fingers brushed the gem again, a flicker of light surged behind his eyes. A room appeared inside his mind. Square. White. Empty. No walls, no doors, no windows. Just, space. The vision collapsed the instant he pulled his hand away. That was, weird. He bent down, picked up a pebble from the cracked floor, then pressed his fingers to the gem once more. The room bloomed back into existence, silent, waiting. Luke brought the pebble close. It vanished. No sound. No flash. Just, gone. When he focused, he could see it now sitting in the center of the mental room, like a thought placed on a shelf. Luke blinked. Holy shit. For a moment, he just stood there, stunned. Processing. If ordinary people back on Earth got their hands on something like this. Storage items weren't just useful. They were world-breaking. Food. Weapons. Medicine. Or grenades. The possibilities were terrifying. He exhaled slowly, letting the adrenaline settle. For the first time since arriving in this world, he finally had a place to keep everything. His gear. His tools. His supplies. And maybe most important, his 2 precious health potions. But then his eyes narrowed. There was something else. Another enchantment. Artemis. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. It sat just beneath, spatial storage, plain as day. But no description. No activation key. Nothing. He focused on it. Tried mentally prodding. Willing. Even whispering the name aloud. Nothing. Frowning, he crossed his arms. Might be locked. Or, conditional. Whatever it was, he wasn't unlocking it today. Luke adjusted the collar of the necklace, then turned toward Charlie. She stood by the spider's corpse, silent, still. Her sword was lowered now, but her presence remained sharp, coiled like a spring that hadn't fully relaxed. With a tired breath, Luke flashed a crooked smile. All right. Let's get out of here. His gaze drifted one last time toward the altar. I just realized, we killed a monster. Inside a church. He paused. Pretty sure that's not how blessings work. Night had fallen. The bell rang out in the distance, low, cold, unmistakably the midnight toll. Luke didn't slow down. On the road back to the haven, he kept testing the necklace. Fruit. Pebbles. Branches. Anything he could grab. One by one, each item vanished into thin air, swallowed by the pocket dimension. Storage. True storage. He didn't have to choose anymore between essentials and extras. Now he could carry everything. And the space inside was bigger than he'd ever imagined. But testing revealed a few important limitations. First, the necklace had to be equipped. If it held anything inside, it couldn't be unequipped. Second, Charlie couldn't interact with anything stored inside. Soul-bound. Just like his kukris and their magnetic return, the necklace responded to him and him alone. His. Completely. Which, honestly, made it perfect. He pushed the tests further. Killed a few monsters along the way. Stored the meat inside, the blood didn't spill, the cuts didn't rot. Inside the pocket dimension, time simply stopped. Then came the furniture. A chair. Check. A single bed. Shockingly, yes. Wooden cups, cracked plates, salvaged junk from abandoned homes. All of it. Piece by piece, he was building a house. Inside a necklace. All he needed now was a water barrel. Fill it with purified water, seal it, drop it inside. And just like that, he'd be ready to survive the wild zone for days without setting foot near civilization. The best part? It was organized. Every time he touched the gem, the mental room appeared, white, clean, frozen. With a thought, every item rearranged itself. Perfect order. A base. A moving stronghold. A home. A grin tugged at his lips. Yeah, this was game-changing. That's when a voice pulled him back. You're almost healed, Mr. Luke. Thiara. He walked through the Haven's makeshift infirmary, his ankle still aching from the spider fight. He had pushed it too far, twisting it one time too many. Even with basic blood regeneration, some injuries just needed time. Especially the ones you couldn't see. That healing skill was only good for simple wounds. Scratches. It didn't fix internal injuries, organs, or bones. It was just enough to close surface-level cuts, and Luke wasn't about to complain. Claw marks, scrapes, they vanished. And the pain went with them. Honestly, that was already a win in his book. His ankle was sore and, with luck, just strained. But odds were, it was a real injury. And with a healer right there, he wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Thiara's fingers glided over his ankle, glowing faintly with purifying light. Being an explorer must be terrifying, she murmured, offering a gentle smile. Getting attacked like that. I'd be scared out of my mind. Even with healing powers. Luke asked, brow raised. She blinked, surprised. Of course. It still hurts, doesn't it? He nodded slightly. He understood now. Not everyone was built like him. Even he wasn't always built like him. Fear was constant. The trick was pretending otherwise. A quiet moment passed between them. Then Luke tilted his head. You like apples? Cherries? Bananas? Thiara blinked, confused. Huh. He opened his palm and touched the necklace. A handful of fresh fruit appeared, out of nowhere. Thiara gasped. Her hands flew to her mouth. A storage item. That's incredible. Her eyes widened. And, the necklace is beautiful. Luke smiled, offering her the fruit. All yours. But that's a lot. If I had coin, I'd pay you for the help. This is the least I can offer. And now that I've got this thing. He tapped the necklace. I can bring back more. A lot more. If you ever need anything, just ask. Thiara hesitated. Hands fidgeted at her sides. Eyes flicked down, then back up. Anything. Anything, he repeated, steady. Her cheeks pinked. If you ever find pillows. Blankets. Maybe a hairbrush. Or sewing needles. Her voice dropped, almost embarrassed. I'd be really grateful. Luke gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Consider it done. As Luke neared his tent, the air changed. Shouts. Footsteps. Steel unsheathed. Tension thick enough to taste. He stopped mid-step. Something was wrong. People were moving fast, blades drawn, heading toward the center of the haven. A crowd had already formed. Luke slipped into the edges of the circle and scanned faces. Familiar ones. Allison near the front. Angelica standing tall among the restless, jaw tight. How long has it been there? Angelica asked, voice clipped, tense. Less than an hour, Johnny answered, breathless. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. We have to try. Luke edged closer, leaning toward Allison. What's going on? She didn't look away, just tilted her head slightly. A reward event. That made him blink. A chest, she whispered, right on the border of the safe zone. Technically wild zone, but no midnight warden spotted. Johnny stepped forward, practically vibrating. It's in the ruins near the frontier. Could be anything, healing potions, real food, seeds. Stuff that could change the haven. Angelica's jaw worked, clenched, grinding through the decision before it even fully formed. It's risky. Paul stood silent, arms crossed, watching. But it's at the edge, Jonathan pressed. Not deep in the cursed city. At the very least, we scout it. And if a midnight warden shows up? Angelica asked. Silence. Heavy. Absolute. Everyone knew what that meant. But, it was a chest. This one's fair game, Johnny said quickly. Bartholomew won't claim it, it's outside safe zone bounds. We're not stealing from Bastion. His words came faster now, tinged with frantic hope. It might have potions. Seeds. Hell, eggs. If we find eggs, we could raise chickens. You know why Bastion thrives? Stuff like this. This could move us forward. More crops mean fewer deaths. Less risk for everyone. Jonathan checked the horizon, nerves tight. We've got minutes to decide. If Bartholomew's men, or worse, marshals, get there first, it's over. This is the first real chance we've had in years to claim a chest. He met Angelica's eyes, steady. So, what's it gonna be? Silence. Her hand ran back through her hair, jaw locked. Damn it. The entire circle held its breath. Angelica closed her eyes. One breath. Calculating. Weighing. Then opened them. We go. Relief cracked through the tension, half smiles, breathless exhales, subtle fists tightening with hope. But Angelica's hand shot up, sharp, commanding. Instantly, the relief shattered. However, every eye snapped back to her. Frozen. We move with full caution. No rushing the chest. We check every corner, every shadow. If we even think we hear a midnight warden. She swept her gaze across them, locking eyes one by one. We pull out. Doesn't matter if we're 10 feet from it. Doesn't matter what's inside. Understood. A wave of nods. The tension shifted. Less fear now. More focus. More edge. Johnny was already sprinting, pointing the way. Angelica fell in behind him. The others followed, blades drawn, bows ready, steps crisp and silent. Luke felt it. Deep in his legs. A twitch. A pulse. A need to move. You coming? Allison asked, already moving. Obviously. They broke into a run. Silent. Measured. Controlled. Heading toward the edge of safety, toward ruins wrapped in fog and danger. And in Luke's mind, one phrase echoed, steady as a heartbeat. Risk and reward. The group pushed deeper along the wild zone's edge. Every time a beast lunged from the shadows, arrows flew, and steel followed. Silent. Fast. Efficient. Luke had stopped by his tent before joining the expedition. Bag stashed inside the Artemis pendant. Potions checked. Gear double-checked. Ready. He and Allison had joined the formation as it moved out, 28 strong. 6 mages brought up the rear, casting low-level spells that layered everyone's vision with a faint green glow. The world faded into grayscale, but for them, everything sharpened. Every detail stood out, cracks in the stone, footprints in the dirt, silhouettes moving in the dark. No one spoke. The pace was tight, controlled. A chest this close to the safe zone was unheard of. Normally, reward events dropped deep in the wild zone, death traps wrapped in death traps. Not here. Not this time. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance as they moved through the ruins. No one really knew what a chest contained. Only whispers. Bartholomew hoarded them all. It could be anything. Weapons. Gear. Seeds. Medicine. Information. Maybe even clues about the tutorial itself. How close are we? Angelica asked, jogging just behind the lead. Johnny didn't look back. His eyes were locked on the path ahead, one hand gripping the map. Close. Half a click. Maybe less. They had to move fast. They weren't the only ones who could be after it. Whether survivors, or Bartholomew's soldiers. Ahead, Anna and Paul took point. Both wore light armor, the kind you didn't buy. You earned it. Anna's green cloak flickered as she dropped flat, belly to the dirt. An arrow shot forward, burying itself in a monster's skull before it could even raise an alarm. 2 fighters lunged from cover, blades striking in tandem, finishing the creature before its body hit the ground. Johnny waved them forward from a rooftop. Here. The others climbed after him. Luke was the last to reach the edge, and when he did, he froze. The wild zone stretched out before him like an ocean of shadows. Broken buildings. Scattered torches. Beyond that, where the land dipped toward the distant castle, the darkness thickened, swallowing everything. But if you looked closely, the shadows blinked. Small, pale lights flickering in the distance. Not lanterns. Not fires. Chests. Dozens of them. Scattered like stars fallen onto shattered streets. It was the first time Luke had ever seen a full-blown reward event. A storm of treasure. For one night only. For the brave. Johnny pointed toward a nearby street, where one of the lights burned brighter than the rest, closer, almost pulling them in. We're right on the edge of the drop zone. There's a cliff just past that point. Below it, the river cuts through Orc Forest. This one spawned in the perfect spot. Not inside the city. Angelica exhaled slowly, then stepped forward. Even so, from this point on, it's dangerous territory. She turned to face the group. Her gaze swept over them in the moonlight, weighing each expression. I said it before. I'll say it again. No one's forced to be here. I won't judge anyone who wants to turn back. Silence. No one moved. No one left. A faint smile tugged at her lips. It didn't reach her eyes, but the pride was real. Good. I'm glad I'm surrounded by people like this. Without another word, she stepped off the rooftop, slid down the embankment, and disappeared into the trees below. Luke followed, boots skidding against loose soil. Allison flanked him, both moving low, fast. Weapons drawn. Breathing tight. Muscles wound like springs. One by one, the rest followed, slipping into the dark, leaving the safety of the haven behind. Paul. Jonathan. Gilbert, Angelica called over her shoulder. You guide the others. She didn't stop moving. You know the rule. First sign of danger, we pull back. Paul nodded, sharp and firm. He understood exactly what they were. Distraction team. First to draw attention. First to die if things went wrong. Only the most reliable had been chosen, Cecilia, Anna, Jonathan, Quinn, Gilbert, and Paul himself. People who wouldn't hesitate when it mattered. Without another word, they slipped into the trees, vanishing into the dark. Luke sank down against a tree trunk. Cold earth pressed through the fabric of his pants as tension knotted in his legs. Above him, several archers perched high in the branches, bows ready, eyes locked on Paul's squad as they moved deeper into the zone. Everything hinged on them. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but his heartbeat was pounding. Hard. Relentless. He was used to the dark. But this wasn't just darkness. The wild zone felt alive. A silence that watched. A stillness that waited. And above it all, the looming, invisible presence of the Midnight Wardens. Allison stood beside him, still as stone. Her eyes were narrow, calculating. Her stance coiled tight, every muscle primed. Luke exhaled slowly, trying to settle his nerves. If I can't handle this, how the hell am I supposed to invade the castle? Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. He shut his eyes. Focused on the air. The sounds. The rhythm of his own breathing. Paul's team had to walk a razor's edge. Lure the monsters away, quietly. No shouts. No fireballs. No mistakes. One slip, one spark of noise or magic, and it wouldn't just be failure. It would be a massacre. Angelica's plan was direct, brutal, surgical. Half the team would neutralize the remaining monsters. The rest, bags open, storage items ready, would strip the chest clean in seconds. In, out. Nothing fancy. Sweat gathered beneath Luke's collar despite the cold. Nerves. Stay sharp. We're good to go, Nora said. She dropped from a branch without a sound. No creak. No crunch. Nothing. Either some passive skill or enchanted gear. Or both. Luke tightened his grip on his kukris. Hard. Pushed off the tree and moved. Allison was right beside him, silent, perfectly in sync. They broke from the tree line into a shattered road. Concrete fractured and warped by time. Angelica vaulted up a wall, boots hitting the rooftop of a crumbling building. Luke and Allison stayed ground level, gliding between shadows and broken stone. Then, they saw it. The chest. Sitting atop a wooden platform. Bathed in soft light. It wasn't bright. It wasn't loud. It just pulled at them. A subtle hum beneath the skin. Almost hypnotic. But they weren't alone. Predators circled the chest, deformed canines with twisted limbs, iguanas the size of motorcycles, raptor-like beasts with milky white eyes. Natural guardians. An arrow sliced through the air and struck an iguana dead center in the skull. The beast dropped before it could even cry out. That was the signal. Luke and Allison burst forward. Silent. Fast. Precise. One raptor snapped its head around, but too late. Luke was already behind it, kukris carving through tendons. The beast collapsed, helpless. Allison followed, driving her blade straight through its skull. They moved as one. No wasted steps. No wasted breath. Luke slipped into shadow. Basic dark dash. His body dissolved, blinked forward, and reappeared right in front of a cluster of beasts. His feet barely touched the ground as he wove between claws and teeth, untouchable. He was the distraction. Allison was the blade. A beast lunged. Luke dropped flat, rolled beneath it, pivoted. A pair of grappling arrows punched into its flank, slamming it against a crumbling wall. No time to finish it. No need. Disabled was enough. Two archers were already on the platform, working the chest open. Luke and Allison joined them seconds later, and froze. The chest wasn't just full. It was overflowing. Canned food. Preserved meat. A sealed wooden box, eggs, carefully packed inside. Dozens of them. Fresh produce. Fruits. Vegetables. Glass bottles of milk. Clay pots of butter. Loaves of bread large enough to use as shields. And most important of all, potions. Dozens of vials lined the chest in chaotic clusters. Red, pulsing with vitality, healing potions. Blue, shimmering like frost, mana potions. Green, thick and swirling, stamina potions. Luke hadn't even realized there were this many types. The sheer quantity was staggering. Get it all into the storage items. Now, one of the archers snapped, voice tight, eyes wide. No one needed to be told twice. Bags opened. Storage items activated. Hands blurred. This wasn't just loot. It was survival. A chance to shift the odds. A chest like this could sustain the haven for weeks, maybe months. And the chest felt bottomless. The more they pulled, the more it yielded. Cans. Grains. Bottles. Preserved meats. Gold bars. Polished gems. Jewelry. Potions. Luke stared at a massive burlap sack stuffed with grain. Next to it, a crate packed with eggs. His stomach twisted, both with hunger and disbelief. Omelets, real omelets, he muttered. Think they can actually be hatched? He asked, half to himself. If Bartholomew has chickens, someone replied, this might be where they came from. No time for that, the archer barked, shoveling canned goods into his storage item like a man possessed. Look at all these healing potions. Another breathed, voice caught somewhere between awe and panic. With this much, Luke said, scanning the growing pile, we could stay out in the wild zone for weeks without needing a healer. Maybe that's the point of these chests. Allison murmured, stacking food with sharp, mechanical efficiency. The tutorial throwing us a lifeline. Just enough to keep pushing forward. They split the work fast. Luke handled food. Another team swept the seeds. A third worked the potions. No wasted motion. Every second mattered. Luxury items cluttered the bottom: wine, perfume soaps, silver goblets, crystal glassware, bricks of coal, wedges of aged cheese. Beautiful. Useless. Dead weight. Prioritize essentials, someone shouted. We're running out of time. Below, Angelica and the frontliners held the line, barely. The snarls carried up the ruined street. Bone cracked. Metal struck flesh. A scream tore through the air. Beast Fong hounds. Luke risked a glance over the edge. He didn't regret it, the sounds were worse than the sight. Vials of lamp oil. A pouch of gold. He ignored them. Food. Seeds. Healing. Those were the real treasures. Wrap it up, Angelica's voice carried from below. We're pulling out, now. For a moment, no one moved. The chest still glowed, still hummed, still pulled at them. But they knew better. One by one, they backed away. Breathless. Reluctant. Triumphant. Luke took a final glance at his storage space. Loaded. Enough food to keep the haven running for weeks. Seeds for the next planting cycle. Behind him, a few archers exchanged silent grins. One held a fistful of gold coins, grinning like a lunatic. Luke frowned. You seriously grabbed gold? Gold's gold, my friend, the man answered, grinning wider. Another was already jogging ahead. With all these potions, we can tank the next few invasions easy. No healer. No problem. Honestly, I hoped for gear, someone else added, laughing. But this is jackpot. With this many seeds, someone said, breathless but laughing, we can finally build an actual farm. Angelica jogged beside them, stride steady, breathing controlled. Her expression, finally, calm. Not smiling. But close. Hey. Her voice dropped, quiet but clear. Thanks for not giving up on me. I know I'm not exactly leader material. Hell no, one of the archers fired back. You think we'd ditch you just to go polish boots for Bartholomew? Give me a break. We're all idiots together, someone else added. Don't forget who spotted the chest first, Johnny called from the rear. Angelica snorted. Yeah. We'll throw you a party, Johnny. I promise. They'd done it. They were alive. And for once, hope felt real. Then the sound hit. A low hum. Heavy. Violent. The air itself seemed to vibrate as if something impossibly massive had just shifted reality sideways. And then it snapped. Something tore through the dark. A spear. Massive. Unrelenting. It ripped straight through Johnny's chest. His body jolted mid-step, frozen, paralyzed. For a full heartbeat, no one moved. No one breathed. Then the screams broke loose. Johnny. A girl's voice cracked, half sob, half disbelief. Every head turned slowly, horrified. And there it was. Perched atop the ruins. Armor black as the void. Edges jagged. Plates warped like it had been forged from nightmares. Eyes burned, embers in a furnace that would never go out. Twilight itself wrapped around him. Shadows clung to his frame as if the world refused to let him fully exist or fully leave. A midnight warden. Atop the shattered husk of a forgotten building, amidst the debris of a war long lost to time, it stood, a waking nightmare clad in obsidian armor that drank in the moonlight like a void. A midnight warden. No way. Someone whispered, the words barely audible. The air shifted. It grew dense, oppressive, as if the night itself had paused to watch. Then it dropped. The impact tore into the earth. Concrete split beneath its weight like brittle bone. Dust erupted in thick clouds. And just like that, the world changed. Its head turned with mechanical precision, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Behind the visor, a red glow ignited. Steady. Sinister. Then came the roar. It wasn't just heard, it was felt, in the lungs, in the bones. A pressure wave of pure, feral rage that turned instinct to ice. And then the warden moved. Gone in a blink. A blur. The space where it had stood was already empty. The ground erupted as both fists slammed down like falling stone. The resulting shockwave detonated outward. Luke was launched, weightless for half a second, before crashing into a wall with bone-snapping force. Pain exploded down his spine. His breath vanished. He hit the ground and didn't rise. His fingers dug at the dirt, trembling, unresponsive. Still, he looked up. It was climbing from the crater, that impossibly massive form silhouetted in moonlight. One arm glistened, slick with fresh blood. Beneath it, a body lay mangled and motionless. Luke's chest clenched. Who? Allison, he gasped. I'm okay, she called out, strangled, pained, but alive. Relief surged through him like breath returning to drowning lungs. But it didn't last. The warden turned. Its weapon, more a pillar than a lance, rose into view. Impaled on its tip was Johnny, still alive, twitching, eyes wide, blood pouring from his mouth. Arrows flew. Dozens. They struck the armor and bounced away. No dents. No cracks. Not even a scratch. The warden yanked Johnny free as if plucking a weed. Then flung him aside. The sound that followed was wet. Final. A crimson spray hit the wall. Silence held for a heartbeat. Then it moved again. Appeared beside a swordsman. One strike. The man's chest caved inward. A mage raised his staff. Too slow. A blow shattered his skull like glass. Another turned to flee. A spear tore through his back, piercing clean through. Luke hurled his kukris. Blade spinning, precise. They struck and bounced harmlessly away. The warden didn't even look at him. Angelica screamed and charged, her axe lit with red mana. She leapt, bringing the full force of her weight down on its helm. Metal rang. The warden didn't budge. Angelica rolled back, panting. Everyone run. I'll hold it. It turned on her, expressionless behind that burning mask. She tried to parry, missed by a fraction. The shaft of the lance slammed into her chest. Her body sailed backward, slammed into a wall, and dropped limp. An archer dropped to his knees, still firing through tears. Someone screamed, wordless, charging in desperation. The warden shifted, blinked, reappeared beside her. One thrust. The spear pierced clean through. Lifted her into the air. Then let her fall. Massacre. Blood. Screams. Limbs. Luke pushed forward, dark dash igniting in desperation, kukris ready. Almost there. The warden vanished. Appeared behind him. A crushing weight collided with his back. His ribs folded inward. He barely processed the second strike, fist to face, before the world spun. Darkness. Then pain. He gasped. Tried to crawl. A boot slammed down. Bone cracked in his arm. He screamed. The sound ripped from his lungs as his body shattered beneath the warden's boot. His vision blurred, breathing turned ragged, and pain rippled through every nerve. But even through the haze, he saw her, Allison, charging toward the warden with her katana drawn, the blade pulsing with mana. She leapt, silver steel arcing through the dark, colliding with obsidian metal. Then the air detonated. Stolen content warning, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The shockwave from the warden's fist blasted outward, launching her like a ragdoll. She crashed through stone and vanished into rubble. The warden raised its head and screamed, a sound so raw and consuming it crushed the air, rattled the bones, and shattered the night itself. Panic spread like wildfire. People ran. Screamed. Magic flared in every direction, wild, uncontrolled, desperate. A spear tore through the dark and another body fell, lifeless before it hit the ground. Some didn't even make it that far. They collapsed where they stood, frozen by a terror too deep to fight. Fear was killing them before the warden could. Luke staggered forward, one eye swollen shut, blood trickling from his mouth. His left arm was gone, sheared at the shoulder. But he didn't stop. He crawled, fingers scraping against broken stone until he reached her. Allison lay in a pool of blood, unmoving. The illusion was gone, no mask, no shadow double. It was really her. He dropped to his knees, pressed 2 fingers to her neck. A heartbeat. Faint, unsteady, but real. She was alive. Behind him, the chaos hadn't stopped. The warden blinked from place to place, a phantom of death, appearing only long enough to kill. It wasn't fighting, it was exterminating. Then Charlie emerged from the shadows, silent and composed. She lifted Allison with ease and draped her across Luke's back. The warden turned. It saw them. It advanced. Luke's voice rasped, barely audible. Charlie, buy us time. She didn't hesitate. She stepped between them and the warden, her armor flaring with spectral energy. The lance lunged. She caught it with her bare hands and twisted the blow aside. Luke ran. Allison on his back, her blood soaking through his shirt, his own wounds screaming. Dark dash was useless, too risky. One wrong step and she'd vanish mid-blink. So he ran, dismissed his kukris and let them vanish, freeing his hands. Behind him, battle. Screams. Collisions. Stone shattered and fire hissed. Charlie fought alone. Another impact sent her skidding across the street. She hit a wall, fell, but rose again. Broken. Still standing. Luke didn't look back. He sprinted through ruined streets, deeper into the wild zone, every step driven by survival instinct. Where could he go? The ruins? The cliffs? A hole in the ground? No time. Just move. Branches tore at his face. Roots caught his feet. The pain blurred, became distant. Then something sliced past behind him, a rush of air. He turned. A spear had pierced the space where he'd just been. It clipped his shoulder. He didn't scream. No breath left to waste. Charlie reappeared in a blur of spectral light, clashing with the warden once more. She fought for seconds. Precious, borrowed seconds. Luke kept going. Past trees, broken stone, twisted roots. His legs burned. The weight on his back grew heavier. But he didn't stop. Then sound. Voices. Distant. Faint. He followed it. The forest began to thin. A cliff emerged ahead. Below, the orc forest. And beyond that, distant flickers of light. The safe zone. He turned, just in time to see it. Red eyes between the trees. Towering. Steady. The warden. It stood beneath the moonlight, obsidian armor glinting like oil, shadows trailing its limbs like shackles. It stared at them, silent. And then it spoke. Not with words. With a roar that said one thing. You don't get to leave. Luke froze. His lungs locked. His heartbeat slammed against his ribs like a war drum. The warden raised its spear. This was it. But then something moved in the trees. Charlie stepped into the open. Barely. Her armor was shattered, cracked plates, dented joints, entire sections torn away. One arm was gone. Her skeletal frame trembled under the weight of her own body. But she walked. Each step a struggle. She placed herself between Luke and the warden, raised her sword with trembling fingers. No words. No theatrics. Just duty. The warden roared. The forest bent under the force of it. Then it charged. The spear lashed forward, a blur of death meant to end everything. Charlie held the line. Steel struck bone. Sparks lit the air. She was thrown, slammed, dragged. The ground broke beneath her body. Luke tried to move. To rise. But it wasn't a battle anymore. It was punishment. The warden didn't want to win. It wanted to erase. Charlie collapsed. Tried to stand. A boot crashed down. Once. Again. Again. Until there was nothing left but broken pieces and silence. A whisper from the system followed. Your servant Princess Charlie has been slain in combat. Luke stopped breathing. The warden turned. Its faceless helm fixed on him. In a blink, it vanished, then reappeared at his side. Impact. The blow sent Luke flying. His skull cracked against stone. The world tilted sideways. Blood blurred his vision. Allison fell from his arms. She didn't move. He tried to reach her. Too slow. The warden advanced. One step. Another. Its shadow swallowed her. The spear lifted. Luke forced his body forward. Every nerve screamed. One last pulse of mana surged through him. He vanished, reappeared in front of her. One arm. One blade. Demonic blade dance. He slashed. The kukri carved through air and darkness, then steel. Sparks erupted. The edge connected. Not deep. Not clean. But it cut. The warden halted. Its body trembled. Then it screamed. Not in pain. In rage. Light ignited across its armor, red veins pulsing like molten fury beneath black iron. From its back, it drew a sword. Massive. Ancient. It throbbed with crimson energy, every pulse like the beat of something alive and angry. Luke's thoughts fractured. He grabbed Allison. Pulled her into his arms. The warden raised the sword. The cliff cracked beneath them. Luke didn't wait. He ran. And jumped. Over the edge. Into darkness. Allison in his arms. The world disappeared beneath them. Luke jumped. Allison in his arms. No plan. No strategy. Just instinct. Just the only way out. The cliff stretched into nothing, a drop without end. The fall was chaos, violent. Wind screamed past. The world spun. And then, water. Splash. The river exploded around them. Cold. Crushing. They were swallowed whole. Darkness wrapped around him like chains as the current tore them apart. Allison. Luke thrashed, spinning, reaching blindly through the murk. His lungs screamed for air. His vision blurred. Then, basic dark dash. A flicker of shadow in the deep. He surged forward like a spear of midnight, cutting through the water. His hand found her, barely. With the only arm he had, he clung to her, driving his legs and body to the limit, propelled by sheer will not to let her sink. They broke the surface, gasping, choking. He dragged them toward the shore, each kick weaker than the last. Mud met his hand. He clawed forward, collapsed. Allison lay beside him, still, silent. He turned her gently and rolled her onto her side. A breath. Shallow. Fragile. But there. Alive. Luke fumbled for the Artemis pendant. Fingers shaking, he pulled out one of the last healing potions from the orc village. He uncorked it, tilted her head back, and poured. Nothing. Then, a cough. A twitch of her eyes. Alive. Relief broke through him. He cradled her gently, easing the rest of the potion past her lips, slow and careful, as if anything more might shatter her. And that's when he felt it. His left arm, or what was left of it. The bleeding had stopped. Black fluid oozed over the wound, sealing it with unnatural calm. Hardening like armor. Dark blood. The skill had activated on its own. He hadn't even noticed. He grabbed another potion, for himself, and downed it in a single swallow. Warmth rushed through him. Torn skin stitched. Bones aligned. But the arm, gone. Sealed. Stabilized. But lost. He slumped into the mud, into the cold, beneath a sky that looked half-burned, half-forgotten. Then, he looked up. High above, perched on the cliff's edge, two glowing red eyes. The Midnight Warden. Still watching. Then, gone. Vanished into the stone. Luke pushed himself up. Staggered. Barely upright. One arm. But still breathing. He turned slowly, surveying the land. This wasn't just the wild zone. It was deeper. Darker. The Deathwood. Orc territory. He glanced back at the cliff. No way up. No retreat. Shit. He exhaled sharply and pulled up his interface. Name, Luke. Level, 7. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 15. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Title, Dark Lord. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 298/700. Mana points, MP 368/470. Stamina, 123/290. Soul fragments, 28/1000. Stats. Strength, 64. Agility, 72. Endurance, 29. Vitality, 70. Perception, 69. Intelligence, 47. Free points, 3. He stared at the screen. No hesitation. Plus 3 vitality. Stats updated. Vitality, 70-73. Free points, 3-0. Health points, HP 298/700-328/730. 2 potions left. He wouldn't waste them, not unless he had no choice. Luke closed the window. Cold wind swept across the riverbank, whispering through the trees with a sharpness that cut deeper than the air. Then came the sound, footsteps, low grunts, muffled voices. He turned sharply. Between the trunks, torchlight flickered. Shadows moved. Large, broad-shouldered, armored. Orcs. At least 15. Marching in sync. Disciplined. Not hostile yet. But they were tracking something. They'd heard the Midnight Warden's roar, and now they were here to investigate. Luke's eyes snapped to Allison, still unconscious. Fragile. If the orcs found them, they'd alert the tribe. And then it wouldn't just be a patrol. It would be a warband. A full-scale hunt. He clenched his jaw. Wounded. One arm. Enemy territory. Carrying a half-dead ally. No backup. No reinforcements. No time. And the hunt had already begun. Allison jolted awake. Pain surged through her in waves, sharp, cold, relentless. Her mind was a haze, thoughts slipping like smoke through trembling fingers. The ground beneath her was uneven, rough with twigs and dead leaves pressing into her back. And was that? A pillow? A blanket? She blinked, disoriented. Her head turned slowly, confusion clouding everything. She was in a forest. The sky overhead burned orange, the soft hue of a dawn just beginning to rise. Sunlight filtered through high branches, painting the world in sleepy golds and bruised reds. Leaves were scattered across her body, deliberately, too carefully placed. Not by chance. Camouflage. Her instincts fired. She tensed, trying to sit up. Footsteps. A figure approached through the trees, moving with deliberate calm. One hand raised in a silent signal. Luke. Caked in dried blood. Eyes shadowed from exhaustion. His left arm gone. Luke, she breathed, barely a whisper. Her gaze darted around the clearing. Then she saw them. Orc corpses. At least 3, maybe more, lying broken among the roots. And suddenly it all came back, the chest, the ambush, the Midnight Warden. She sucked in a sharp breath. Luke glanced up, scanning the canopy, then climbed a nearby tree in silence. Within seconds, he vanished into the branches and dropped back down beside her without a sound. It's safe to talk now, he said. His voice was low, even, too calm. During the attack, I barely got out. You were unconscious. I jumped with you into the river. No emotion. Just facts. Controlled. Efficient. We landed in orc territory. The death would. Allison didn't answer. Couldn't. The weight of everything pressed down on her chest. I dragged you to the riverbank. Used one of the old healing potions. You weren't waking up at first. A pause, a longer one. You almost didn't make it. She swallowed. What about the others? She forced the names out. Angelica. Anna, Jonathan, Cecilia, Paul. Luke's eyes darkened. His jaw clenched. Angelica probably didn't survive. He looked away. Paul's squad scattered. Some might have made it. I couldn't see. That thing, the warden, it was too strong. Allison exhaled slowly. Her gaze drifted again to the fruit beside her, the blanket tucked beneath her, even the small pillow under her neck. You stuffed all that into your storage item? Luke nodded. Yeah, and I grabbed our potions from Anna before we left. She processed that, understood what it meant, then frowned slightly. Her body was still damp, cold, clothes clinging to her skin. Allison realized she was still soaked. She wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, opened the interface, and tapped on her outfit. Unequip. Equip, unequip. Equip, clothes dried in seconds. A minor convenience but a useful one. Luke looked away out of instinct, speaking as he did. I dried you as best I could. I didn't touch your clothes. He gestured to a dull red ring on his finger. I used the fire ring. Kept your temperature up overnight. All right, thanks, she murmured. Silence settled. Not awkward. Not yet. Just fragile. Then, quietly, she asked, will Charlie really come back? Luke didn't hesitate. Yeah. Last few times it took about 24 hours. She'll return. Allison stood slowly, careful with each step. Her eyes scanned the nearby corpses, still, grotesque, unmoving. Where there are scouts, she muttered, there's always an army. If these don't return, they'll send more. Or worse. Luke was already packing. Blanket, pillow, leftover fruit. Each item vanished into his storage with a soft shimmer. We need to go, she said. Now. I know, Luke replied. I spent most of the night scouting. I followed the river along the edge of the cliff. Farther downstream, the slope begins to drop. If we're lucky, there might be a way up. She nodded, and they started walking, slowly, steadily, through the trees. Dry leaves cracked beneath their boots. The river flowed beside them, calm and steady. But even that quiet sound echoed too far in the silence. Allison glanced at Luke's arm, or what was left of it. Does it hurt? Luke gave a faint smile. Not much. The potion sealed it well enough. But. His voice trailed off. It's weaker than some I've used before. I just hope maybe, if I level up my race again, it'll grow back. He'd lost parts of his body before, but not like this. Not since the dungeon, that place, the forgotten temple, the darkness, the presence that saved him back then, whatever it was. He remembered being split clean in two. And yet somehow it had healed him fully. No scars. No pain. As if death had blinked and missed him. But now. Now he wasn't sure. What if the healing potion had locked his body in this broken state? What if the system wouldn't fix what the potion sealed? Allison, he said, breaking the silence. Cecilia, she's mute. Doesn't the system heal that? It took her a moment to answer. The system heals the body, yes, but only back to what it was when you were first integrated. She looked at him, serious. If she was mute before the system, she'll stay that way unless she evolves. Evolves? From rank F to rank E. Luke stopped. The wind brushed past them, silent and cold. So, if she ranks up, it's a complete reset. Allison nodded. A new body. Clean slate. No scars. No injuries. No defects. No illness. No disabilities. It's like being born again. They reached the riverbank. The water ran smooth beside them, the current soft but steady. Its sound carried too far. There was no going back. The woods behind them belonged to orcs. And ahead, maybe just maybe, there was a chance. Luke adjusted the kukri strapped to his side. Allison stepped ahead, eyes sharp, scanning the terrain. And together, they followed the river, one slow step at a time, hoping the path forward led to a climbable wall and not straight into another death trap. The orcs advanced, heavy feet pounding over root and stone, following tracks too small to be their own. Human. Their guttural voices echoed low beneath the trees, barely louder than breath. From the ridge above, they'd heard it, the unmistakable roar of a midnight warden. A predator had struck. Now the trail ended here. They'd already found the first corpses, scouts near the riverbank, throats torn out, blood drying on moss. Another body now lay face down in the dirt, its neck opened wide, the soil still wet with red. Unforgivable. Humans, alive. In their domain. The Lord had spoken, no survivors. Up ahead, a shape near the water. Hunched. Motionless. Shrouded in cloth. A figure cloaked and still, crouched in the reeds. The lead orc growled a signal. 3 spears flew. They struck clean. But the figure didn't move. No scream. No blood. Just fabric. A tarp. A folded chair. A bundled blanket. The wind caught the edge and lifted it, revealing nothing beneath. A decoy. The orc barely had time to snarl before something shifted at the edge of his vision. Steel flashed. The first orc dropped, throat opened clean. The second turned in time to see the blade arc through his chest. Frost bloomed instantly. His skin split. His body crystallized and shattered mid-step. The others surged forward, but she was already among them. Allison moved like smoke over glass, graceful, lethal. Every step was measured. Every cut precise. A swing ended one life. A sidestep spared her own. The orc commander bellowed and raised his war spear, but a shadow slipped behind him. No sound. Just movement. Then a line of red opened across his throat. He collapsed, gasping. The last thing he saw, glowing eyes. Luke. Calm. Blade low. Already gone. He drifted through the remaining orcs like a phantom. Efficient. Silent. Then silence. The forest hushed once more. Broken bodies lay scattered in the clearing. Limbs twitching. Blood steaming. Luke wiped a smear of red from his jaw, teeth clenched. Damn it. Still not level 8. His whole body ached. And his left arm, gone. Without it, the demon blade dance was useless. From the trees, Allison emerged, holding the tarp, the chair, the folded blanket. Luke nodded. Thanks. He dismissed the items into his storage with a flick. She had baited the trap. He had scouted the kill zone. Clean. Effective. But it wouldn't hold. Allison, he said, scanning the shadows, more will come. If we stay near the river, they'll find us. She nodded. They know this land like it's their own skin. Luke turned toward the dense woods ahead. No roads. No patrols. Just dark. Then we go deeper. No more paths. Allison sheathed her sword. Mist curled faintly from the blade as the ice magic faded. You've gotten stronger, Luke said, watching her. She smiled faintly. I stopped wasting mana pretending to be someone I'm not. Of course. Her old disguise had drained her constantly. Now, unbound, she was faster. Sharper. Herself. More dangerous than ever. She could meditate. Restore mana. Heal. Luke couldn't. Not yet. But he'd learned to move anyway. Learned to keep going. Allison turned toward the tree lean, eyes narrowing. We should move. They were being hunted. There was no mistaking it now. The forest wasn't just dense, it watched them. Orc patrols moved in tight formation through the undergrowth, spears at the ready, eyes sweeping with trained precision. But the soldiers weren't the worst part. The traps were. Concealed pits lined with spikes. Pressure snares hidden under moss. Taut cords strung across roots, rigged to drop logs or trigger nets. Not the work of brutes. This was deliberate. Calculated. Professional. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Luke nearly stepped into one, only his sharpened perception had caught it in time. But that wasn't the real danger. Every trap, even when sprung without a victim, did something. It announced. An alert system, maybe, a passive skill that warned nearby orcs the moment a snare triggered. Which meant this wasn't just a hunt. It was surveillance. Not wilderness. A battlefield. They climbed into the upper canopy, concealed by thick leaves, and peered down toward the river. Allison's eyes narrowed. Shit. The riverbank below swarmed. Dozens of orcs stood like sentries, unmoving, spears angled toward the water, gazes sweeping the trees. Reinforcements marched in from the flanks, an unbroken line that stretched beyond sight. They're cutting off escape routes, she said under her breath. Luke didn't answer. Ahead, cliffs dropped sharply, but even if they could reach them, the crossing was impossible now. The orcs weren't patrolling anymore. They were closing in. Tightening the net. Allison exhaled, low and steady. We'll have to go deeper. Luke's eyes shifted south. Beyond the forest and fog, the land rose into jagged mountains, black ridges shaped like broken fangs against the sky. The orc lord's territory. He felt it. Deep in his core. Even skimming the edge would be suicide. But behind them, the forest was sealed. The river, cut off. And ahead? Villages. Fires. Patrol camps. The entire region pulsing like a single, living organism. Luke clenched his fist. One arm. One wounded ally. A growing army behind them. No way forward. No way back. Only the dark. Midnight. The bell had long since tolled, but its echo still whispered through the trees. Luke and Allison waited, motionless, hidden in the canopy's shadows. Below, a patrol. 10 orcs, maybe more. They had made camp, posted guards, and settled in with fresh meat and weapons. They weren't moving. Allison sat cross-legged, eyes closed, meditating, restoring mana with deep, practiced breaths. Beside her, Luke watched in silence, every muscle still. Waiting. Measuring. Then their eyes met. We don't have a choice, he whispered. She nodded once. Together, they dropped, predators descending from the dark. Allison's sword gleamed in the moonlight as it swept clean through an orc's neck. A single strike. Blood splashed across bark as the head fell silently to the ground. Luke landed opposite her, his kukri slicing deep across another's ribs, then he vanished into motion. The orcs with bells were first. One reached, Luke's blade pinned his hand, then pierced his skull. Another lunged for the signal. Luke reappeared behind him and shoved hard. The bell hit the earth, metal clashing softly, but it didn't ring. The orc spun, punching. The blow cracked into Luke's side, ribs flaring with pain. The axe came down fast. Luke rolled. The blade dug into the soil where he'd been, and he retaliated with a low slash, blood arced into the dark. Another orc turned to shout, but Allison was already there, her sword cutting the cry from his throat. Luke twisted, driving a blade into the next enemy's neck. Even dying, the orc clung to him, dragging him down. They tumbled. Branches snapped. Stones rolled. The world spun. Then, impact. The forest held its breath. Luke gasped, lying in mud, blood smearing across his face. His kukri was still in hand. The orc beside him lay still. The throat wound had finished the job mid-fall. A shadow slid down the slope above. Allison landed lightly, breath sharp, sword slick with blood. You all right? She asked, eyes flicking to his missing arm. Still alive, he muttered hoarsely, already scanning the dark forest. No time to stop. No time to feel it. We keep moving. They climbed the slope slowly, boots digging into wet earth, hands bracing against moss-slick stone. Then came the sound. Metallic, faint, echoing across stone. A footstep. Heavy. Deliberate. They froze. Another step, distant, but precise. It wasn't an orc. Luke dropped into a crouch, Allison mirroring him. His breath caught. No way. Allison leaned close, voice barely a whisper. A midnight warden. Here. Deep in orc territory. That shouldn't be possible. Wardens didn't come this far. It wasn't just unusual, it broke every rule, every known boundary. Then the trees parted. The forest peeled back like curtains. Before them stretched a clearing, hidden deep in the deathwood. The river cut through its center like a silver thread, winding over mossy stone. Its gentle murmur was the only sound. But neither of them looked at the water. They stared straight ahead. Ruins. Overgrown. Half swallowed by roots and time. Collapsed homes. Fallen columns. Weathered stone roads. And at the clearing's heart, a fortress. Silent. Towering. Untouched by age. Its spires still sharp, its walls smooth and cold. Too intact. Too perfect. Unnatural. Allison's breath caught. Bastion. Luke stepped forward, eyes narrowing. It mirrored the one in the safe zone, same angled rooftops, same structure. A twin. But it wasn't the fortress that held their attention. It was what stood before it. A lone figure, still as carved stone. Armor black as obsidian, polished to a mirror sheen. Broad. Towering. Alive. It moved. One step. Deliberate. Controlled. A midnight warden. Guarding the gate. Allison barely breathed. This can't be. But it was. Luke felt the weight settle in his chest. Heavy. Certain. The theory was true. If Bartholomew's bastion had hidden the first, then this ruin, this forgotten place, held the second. There's a mechanism here, Luke said, voice low. He didn't need to explain. She understood. But before they could act, branches behind them broke in sequence. Then came the hooves. Heavy. Armored. Approaching. They spun, weapons half drawn. Above them, atop the ridge, dark shapes emerged from the fog. Orcs. Mounted on massive, war-bred beasts, hooves plated, breath steaming. Broad silhouettes framed in spiked armor. Eyes glowing. Cold. At their front, a rider pulled ahead. Taller than the rest. His helmet was carved from polished bone. Every movement carried weight. Not just a soldier. A hunter. He looked down at them, voice cold and calm. Well. Seems you found something you weren't meant to. Another rider came alongside him, smirking. You were supposed to keep wandering, he said, voice oily. Never knowing this place existed. The system chimed, sharp and immediate. Kane, Orc Captain, LVL 22. Drucker, Orc Captain, LVL 21. Morvat, Orc General, LVL. A single heartbeat passed. Luke and Allison exchanged a glance. No escape. No backup. No time. But they'd uncovered the truth. Nearly 20 orcs blocked the path ahead, but 3 names burned brighter in Luke's vision. Kane, Orc Captain, LVL 22. Drucker, Orc Captain, LVL 21. Morvat, Orc General, LVL. The largest stepped forward, towering above the rest. His voice oozed contempt. You saw the fortress. That leaves us no choice. He raised his voice, words cutting like steel. Not that this wasn't inevitable. But now. He pointed toward them, eyes hard. No more games. Kill them. The volley came before the last syllable faded. Luke grabbed Allison and pulled her sideways. They hit the ground hard, tumbling down a ruined slope into the broken streets below. Dirt filled their mouths. Breath stolen. Bones jarred. Above, the orcs roared, frenzied and blood-hungry, charging after them like a pack unleashed. The 3 commanders stood motionless until the general raised one hand. 3 lances of fire ignited in the air, then plunged downward. The world shattered. Flames erupted across the ruins, masonry torn apart in the blast. Heat slammed into their backs. Luke surged forward, dragging Allison as debris rained around them. We can't fight that, he shouted, dodging a burning beam that collapsed in front of them. Then where the hell are we going? The fortress. She stared at him. Seriously? I'm bringing the Midnight Warden to us. Behind them, the thunder grew, heavy footsteps pounding through stone and ash. The orc commanders had joined the hunt. Another barrage came crashing down, shaking the ground and splitting the street. The shockwave hurled them in opposite directions. Luke crashed through an archway, shoulder slamming against jagged stone. Orcs flooded in behind him. He spun, hurled a kukri, the blade sank into one's chest, then snapped back into his grip with magnetic force. Damn it, he muttered. Should have picked bloodshot. Too late now. Above him, Allison dashed across crumbling rooftops. She leapt, landing hard, her sword flaring with frost. She slashed, a crescent wave of ice surged forward, catching the lead orcs mid-charge. Frost bloomed across their limbs, locking them in place. Luke dove in. One throat opened under his blade. A kick sent another staggering. Then dark dash. He blinked forward, sliced 2 more open before their weapons even rose. And the ground trembled. Something massive dropped from above, warhammer sparking with electricity. The impact cracked the street in 2. Luke flew, bones rattling from the blow. Kane, Orc Captain, LVL 22. Electric arcs flickered along the orc's arms. He sneered, teeth bared, then lunged forward. Luke barely raised a blade in time. The strike tore past his guard and shattered the wall behind him. Blood spilled from his mouth. Pain flared through every nerve. Still he forced himself upright. Still breathing. Still moving. He turned and ran, deeper into the ruins. Kukris flashed in his hands, blades like whispers in the dark. Get back here, human. Kane's voice crackled with power. Luke weaved through alleyways choked with rubble, ducking under swinging hammers and threads of lightning. Then a shadow fell. Allison descended like a meteor, sword charged with raw frost. She struck. Ice burst across the impact zone. Kane staggered under the force. Luke didn't hesitate, he was already on him. Blades cut deep, draining heat and strength with every wound. But the battle wouldn't slow. The ground shifted again, stone splitting as another behemoth entered the fray. It was covered in jagged armor, fists the size of anvils. I am the warrior of stone, it bellowed. Then it tucked into itself. And rolled. Not like a fighter but like a collapsing building made of spikes and fury. A living avalanche. Luke and Allison dove aside as it thundered past, flattening the orcs in its path. But more took their place. A flood. An army. Luke froze. More than he'd seen during the safe zone invasion. Too many. His chest tightened. His hand trembled. Damn it, this arm. He wasn't whole. He wasn't ready. A thunderclap split the sky as Kane surged forward, his body cloaked in lightning, hammer raised, not at Luke, but at Allison. Steel met thunder, frost met fury, and their weapons collided with a shockwave that rattled the battlefield. Titans, locked in combat. Luke didn't hesitate. He moved, kukri in hand, blade flashing through the rain. He threw it, but didn't get the chance to follow through. A scream cut the air. Luke. The stone orc barreled toward him, massive, wild-eyed. He leapt, fists clenched, ready to crush. Luke ducked low, sprinted up the crumbling wall beside him, and launched himself into the air. His kukri sliced across the orc's granite hide, a scratch. Nothing more. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. The orc laughed, a deep, echoing sound. He grabbed the trunk of a shattered tree and hurled it like a spear. Luke hit the ground hard, rolled through thick mud and broken tiles. His lungs burned, but his body didn't stop. He tore into the weaker orcs, shadow stepping between them, blades flashing. You have slain an orc scout, LVL-14. Damn it, he hissed. Not the kill he needed. Above, the sky flashed white. A burst of snow crashed over the battlefield. Allison had dropped a frost bomb, slowing their pursuers in a blizzard of ice and mist. Luke dodged under a fresh volley of arrows. Then impact. A warhorse crashed down in front of him, hooves gouging stone. Mounted atop it. Morvat, Orc General, LVL. The general's gaze locked onto Luke. Where do you think you're going? He snarled, forming a glowing spear of mana in his palm. The air trembled with power. Before he could throw it, Allison acted. A volley of icicles shot from her hand, detonating the spear mid-air in a violent flash of heat and shards. Together, she and Luke dove into a ruined building, sprinting through its broken corridor. They leapt out a shattered window onto a slanted rooftop just as the structure groaned beneath them. Behind, hooves. Roars. War drums. The horde was here. We're close. Luke shouted over the chaos. Ahead, across the courtyard, stood the Midnight Warden. Silent. Still. Unmoving. He walked with deliberate calm, as if untouched by the carnage around him. What if he's with them? Allison called out. What if he's here to kill us too? Luke didn't answer. He didn't need to. He only needed a trigger. Then he saw it, etched into the ruin's base, a ring of glowing crystals. Blue. Then red. A sharp, rising hum filled the air. The alarm. The warden stopped mid-step. His head tilted toward the sound. His blood-red eyes locked on. Then he moved. One blink, and he was gone. The next instant, he stood atop the tower. Roar. He raised his spear, and unleashed it. The impact tore through 3 orcs in a single breath. Their bodies crumpled before they could scream. The tide turned. Panic swept the horde like wildfire. Even the most hardened warriors turned to flee. Your servant Princess Charlie, Skeleton, LVL-6 has recovered from her injuries. Luke exhaled hard. Finally. Then. Come back here. The stone orc returned, rolling into view like a wrecking ball, spikes spinning, fury radiating from every joint. He uncoiled and roared. Drucker, Orc Captain, LVL-21. But he wasn't fast enough. Charlie burst from Luke's shadow, a skeletal knight cloaked in dark flame. She struck first. Iron Fist. A brutal uppercut lifted the orc off his feet. Whirlwind strike followed, her sword trailing crimson arcs. Stone cracked. Drucker stumbled, snarling. But lightning surged in from the side, Kane, charging again with his warhammer sparking, eyes wild. Luke turned toward the river. Empty. Not a single orc dared cross. They knew what waited there. The warden's domain. The battlefield split. Luke and Charlie flanked Drucker. Allison intercepted Kane before he could close in. Luke dove low, rolling through rubble. Charlie met the stone orc head-on. Iron fists clashed with rocky arms in a brutal dance. Drucker smashed downward. Charlie blocked with an armored elbow, then carved an X across his chest. Iron fist. Spectral charge. Another punch to the jaw. She grabbed him and slammed his head into a tree trunk. It splintered on impact. Luke blinked behind the orc, blade carving deep. Vitality siphoned. Slow, steady. 1 HP per second, maybe, but it was enough. He would bleed the life from this monster, piece by piece. Across the field, Allison became a storm of ice and steel. Her sword moved like a living blizzard. Every slash sent waves of frost blooming out, freezing wounds before they could bleed. The orc captain's muscles began to stiffen, his joints locking up. The monster roared, electricity bursting from his body in violent arcs. Trees behind him ignited as if struck by lightning, and he charged. Allison didn't move. She parried, clean, decisive. Her blade caught the hammer, deflecting it wide. An opening. She stepped in and drove her sword straight through his gut. The orc howled, laughing even as pain overtook him, swinging wildly in one final, desperate attempt to crush her. Across the battlefield, the stone orc slammed the ground. Spikes erupted in every direction, a forest of jagged stone. Charlie didn't hesitate. She spun, her sword sweeping in flawless arcs. One by one, the spikes shattered into powder. She dashed forward, a blur of bone and steel, trailing red light behind her. Luke leapt above her. Shadows wrapped around him, cloaking his presence. Midair, he reappeared behind the orc. His kukri plunged deep into the creature's eye. The orc's scream tore through the ruins. It flailed, catching Luke with a wild swing that sent him crashing to the earth. He rolled, dirt in his mouth, vision blurred, but he got up. Breathing ragged. Bleeding. Still moving. He sprinted back into the fray, blades flashing. Charlie stepped in behind him, her sword lit with crimson energy. Heavy strike, plus, crescent slash. Her blade carved through the orc's wrist, severing the hand at the joint. Blood sprayed. The monster staggered, howling. Luke moved low. Shifted his weight. Dark dash. He flickered forward, shadows trailing his form, and drove his kukri straight into the orc's heart. A perfect, lethal thrust. The beast spasmed. Screamed. You have slain Drucker, Orc Captain, LVL-21. An item has been added to your inventory. You have reached level 8. Half Demon, rank F, +1 bonus point to all attributes, +1 free point, ***. New race skill available. The Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 12. Class bonus points acquired, ***. The orc collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Luke blinked. Then his body ignited with light as wounds sealed, mana surged, fatigue vanished. His stamina topped off, his HP restored. And his left arm regrew, muscle, skin, and nerve rebuilt from the inside out, stronger, reforged by the system itself. He flexed his fingers, fist tightening around his blade. Hell yes, he breathed, half laughing. Nearby, Kane, the lightning-cloaked orc, finally fell, collapsing in a heap of scorched flesh. Silence followed. For a moment, the battle was over. Luke turned, heart pounding. The river, he shouted. Allison. Charlie. Move. He pointed. Charlie, break a tree. No hesitation. Charlie sprinted to the nearest trunk and struck. Once. Twice. The tree splintered with a thunderous crack and fell. She lifted it like it weighed nothing. They ran, mud and stone slipping beneath their feet as the world behind them fell apart. The warden had joined the slaughter. Screams echoed. Fire raged. Orcs scattered. The river's roar grew louder, wild, violent. Their escape. Then, fire erupted ahead. The air shook as something vast dropped from above. The ground split beneath the impact. A figure emerged through the flames. Massive. Burning with hate. Morvat, Orc General, LVL. Where do you think you're going? The general growled. Luke skidded to a halt. His eyes locked onto the orc. He reached behind his back, drew the second kukri. One in each hand. The flames crackled behind Morvat, casting twisted shadows. Charlie stepped up beside Luke, silent, sword raised. Allison joined them, breathing steady, eyes sharp. Then, Luke felt it. Something stir inside. A rhythm. A pulse. He activated. Demonic blade dance. His aura ignited. The air distorted around him, pressure warping space. Black afterimages bled off every movement, flickering like shadows trying to catch up. His kukri shimmered, sharp, starving, alive. 3 against 1. A wall stood between them and freedom. Time to dance. The flames devoured the forest with a savage hunger, trees collapsing in waves beneath the inferno. Smoke swallowed the stars above, bleeding the night sky into a violent red. And in the heart of that burning world, he stood. A titan draped in firelight and scarred muscle. Nearly 4 meters tall, his skin etched with symbols that looked less like war paint and more like ancient curses. His voice ripped through the chaos like a war drum cracking in half. You will die here. Morvat, Orc General, LVL. From the tree lean, the forest ruptured. Feral orcs poured in, wild-eyed and shrieking like demons torn straight from the fire behind them. Luke, Charlie, Allison. Weapons drawn. Stances firm. No words. The general grinned, slow and predatory. He reached into his inventory, and 2 enormous swords dropped into his hands, the metal groaning as if resisting its own weight. Luke felt it then. Something shifted inside him. A pulse of darkness rose from his core, curling from his skin like sentient smoke. Demonic blade dance, activated. The kukris in his grip vibrated, eager, almost alive. Morvat moved. Each step landed with seismic force, the earth shuddering beneath his weight. The horde surged behind him like a second wave of flame. Luke moved first. Not out of strategy, but out of instinct. Charlie and Allison followed, but he was already ahead. Faster. Sharper. His body wasn't reacting, it was leading. Assassin's mark. The world fell away, colors desaturated into shadows. Only one thing pulsed in full detail, the outline of Morvat, glowing with weakness. Every breath, every shift of muscle, exposed. Predictable. Luke dove deeper. Demonic perception. The night accepted him. And in the same instant, he disappeared, replaced by a smear of black mist and drifting afterimages that trailed behind him like spectral ribbons. Then came the scream. Not his. Theirs. He spun through the battlefield, kukris carving elegant arcs through flesh and armor. Each strike precise. Intentional. Beautiful in its brutality. Orcs fell before they even registered movement. And then steel met steel. The general intercepted. Blades collided. The air ruptured under the force. Luke didn't slow. He spun away, weaving through the crowd like smoke chasing wind. He was everywhere. Charlie held the right flank, Allison the left. And Luke danced in death's shadow. Afterimage activated. A second Luke flickered into existence, a ghost twin mimicking his every motion in staggered delay. 2 predators now cut through the horde. Every orc they passed fell in silence, their deaths drowned in a song of steel. Morvat roared. He stepped forward, 1 strike. Luke's body flew backward, crashing through tree trunks before slamming into the forest floor. Before the general could press forward, Allison appeared. Her sword pierced his shoulder, and ice erupted from the wound, locking onto muscle and bone. Morvat's face twisted in pain. Then Charlie struck. Iron fist. Her gauntlet crashed into his jaw, staggering him with the raw force of the blow. She spun, following through with twin strikes that slashed deep across his torso. Morvat howled and vanished, a blur, a shockwave. But Luke was already there. Their blades met again, a flash of light and fury as steel clashed in a storm of movement. Morvat twisted, kicked. Luke flew but caught himself midair, planting his foot against a tree and launching back with perfect precision. His kukri slashed across the general's chest, cutting deep. The impact slammed Morvat into a tree with a thundering crack. He slid to the ground. And for the first time, he bled. Real blood. Thick. Hot. Steaming in the firelight. Morvat roared, then vanished again. The air split where he passed. Luke turned without thinking. They spun, kicks colliding midair with a crash like colliding worlds. Luke hit the ground and rolled through the dirt as Morvat slammed down from above. The ground erupted. Fire surged outward in every direction. A crater opened beneath them, the shockwave swallowing soil and stone. Trees snapped like twigs. The forest trembled. The world itself seemed to fracture around them. From within the smoke, Luke emerged. Kukris gleamed in each hand, carving the air with ruthless precision. He moved like a dancer set loose in a battlefield, each slash deliberate, each strike executed with supernatural timing. The general turned wildly, his massive frame struggling to keep pace. But now Luke danced alone. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Allison hadn't moved. Her katana remained sheathed. She inhaled slowly, calm in the chaos. Frost coiled from her lips, swirling in the firelight. Then light flashed. A single motion, clean, radiant. She drew her blade in one fluid arc, releasing a crescent of silver light that tore through the battlefield like a holy judgment. It struck the general head-on, flinging him backward into a thick tree. The trunk snapped in half beneath his weight. Before he could rise, Charlie descended, death in motion. Spectral charge, activated. No sword, just two fists. She struck. The impact cracked like a thunderclap, shaking the burning forest to its roots. Luke followed a heartbeat later, falling from the canopy. He landed blade first, Kukri slicing deep into the general's shoulder. The roar of pain that followed shook the flames themselves. Charlie spun behind him, whirlwind strike, erupting into motion. A cyclone of force swept the nearest orcs into the air, tossing them like leaves in a wildfire. The general jammed both swords into the earth. Two lines of fire burst forward, carving molten paths toward Luke, but he was already airborne. Arachnid leap. His body launched upward with impossible force, flipping through the smoke like a blade of shadow. He twisted midair, then came down with both kukris extended. The strike split across the general's chest, ripping armor and skin alike. Bleed, continuous, applied. Charlie rejoined the fight, this time wielding her orc-slaying sword. Her charge was blinding, blade piercing between the general's ribs with violent precision. Allison descended from above, her body wrapped in frost, her blade gleaming with wintry light. She landed, rolled, and unleashed a barrage of freezing energy. Waves of ice crawled across the general's wounds, locking them in place, slowing every movement. He roared, an eruption of rage, and fire exploded from his skin in a blazing nova. The horde surged behind him. Dozens of orcs poured through the forest, maddened and relentless. Luke met them like a wraith. Strike after strike, his blades moved with terrifying grace. The air thickened with blood. The rhythm of death resumed. The general rammed his swords into the ground again and charged. A red aura blazed around him, hotter, wilder. The forest seemed to shrink beneath his fury. He tore two tree trunks from the ground and hurled them like javelins. Luke dodged narrowly, bark slicing past his cheek. The general stopped moving. His aura flared, heavier, thicker, blazing red. His eyes ignited, two crimson infernos. Fangs elongated. Veins pulsed beneath his skin like molten threads. Muscle swelled beneath scarred flesh, so violently it seemed ready to tear itself apart. Luke hesitated. His breath caught. Berserker state. The general tilted his head back and roared. It wasn't a sound. It was a rupture. A blast that cracked through the burning forest and shook the trees to their roots. Then he charged. A mountain of muscle and hatred, moving with inhuman speed for something that size. The three scattered in different directions just as a wave of trees collapsed behind them, crashing in succession like a dying forest gasping for air. Fire chased the fall, spreading through branches and trunks like shrapnel made of flame. And then the ground broke. Morvat leapt. When he landed, the impact split the earth. A crater yawned beneath him, wide and violent. The shockwave hurled them like dolls. Charlie slammed through the trees, branches exploding around her. Allison hit a jagged slope, armor scraping across stone. Luke crashed knees first, every breath ripped from his lungs, muscles screaming. He reached for more power, tried to summon his shadow twin. But the system blinked back at him. Mana points, MP 68/480. Empty. Of course. That form, the mimic, the dance, it wasn't free. It never had been. It was a berserker mode of his own. But Luke didn't stop. He ran toward the beast anyway. Morvat turned, still burning, still furious, and charged again. Luke's instinct screamed as a sword swept toward him, its arc so massive it cleaved a tree behind him in half with the wind alone. He barely dodged. His shoulder clipped the ground, dirt filling his mouth as he rolled away. Alone. Bleeding. Low on mana. Still breathing. Behind him, Charlie lifted a fallen tree like a club. Allison closed in, striking not to kill but to weaken. Each slash she delivered left behind streaks of frost that crawled over the general's body, slowing his movements with every inch. The beast roared in rage. And then he hurled his blades. Both of them. The swords buried themselves in the ground, still vibrating from the force. Then Morvat dropped to all fours. He charged like an animal, claws ripping through dirt and stone. Luke slid in from the side. Basic dark dash. He flickered past the charge and sliced across the ribs. A clean hit. Morvat stumbled, then lunged again. And again. And again. Luke ducked each time, countered each time. The general moved like a wild animal, biting, thrashing, grabbing. Luke slid low, barely avoiding a swipe, and that's when Allison came down. Her blade slammed into the general's shoulder with full force, and the crack echoed through the trees. The giant reeled, knocked back by the weight of the hit. Then they heard it. Metal. Deliberate. Heavy. Clang. 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 Footsteps. The sound they'd been waiting for. The Midnight Warden had arrived. Go! Allison shouted. Luke staggered toward her, ribs bleeding, breath uneven. She turned to meet the orcs flooding behind them. With one motion, she unleashed a storm of snow that froze the charge mid-stride. Charlie was already at the riverbank, dragging the tree they'd prepared. It smashed into the current, and the water seized it instantly. The three of them leapt, battered, scorched, exhausted, and held fast as the river swept them away. Behind them, Morvat stood on the shore. His body shrank. The red glow faded. The berserker state dissolved into ash and embers. Across the battlefield, Luke's own aura vanished too, burned down to nothing. They had survived, but they hadn't won. Not really. Behind Morvat, the Midnight Warden moved like a reaper through the horde, his blade cutting through orcs without pause. 2. 5. 10. More. Morvat didn't join the fight. He watched. Eyes glowing faintly. Pacing the shoreline like a predator nursing fresh wounds. Not defeated. Just waiting. Then, without warning, he grabbed a tree and hurled it toward the river like a spear. Charlie shattered it midair with a single swing. Another came. Another. Each intercepted, each broken before it could hit. Finally, Morvat stopped. He raised his arms and roared, voice cutting through flame and smoke. You can come for that mechanism as many times as you want. His words echoed through the blackened trees. But know this. We are Legion. From the tree lean, more orcs emerged. Not wild. Not mindless. Armored. Disciplined. Eyes sharp. Posture controlled. Predators thinking, watching, ready. And they answered him in unison. We are Legion. We are Legion. We are Legion. The system stuttered, then erupted. Luke's vision blurred with notifications. Orc Captain. 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 Luke clung to the log, battered, broken, but breathing. The river carried them forward. The moonlit current lit their way. He looked up. Dozens of faces. Dozens of threats. A true army. They had been drifting down the river for nearly an hour now, clinging to the massive log as the current pulled them farther from the ruins. Blood, soot, and exhaustion clung to their bodies like second skin. The orcs hadn't followed. They'd fallen back the moment the Midnight Warden appeared. Luke kept his gaze locked on the distant shoreline, where the remnants of a ruined city gave way to the dark sprawl of forest. Silence hung over them, heavy, loaded, inescapable. How did you know the orcs weren't with the Midnight Warden? Allison asked, breaking the quiet. If they were, they wouldn't have backed off from the wild zone at night. They'd be out there, walking around like it was safe ground, right? You're insane, Luke. They laughed, short, dry. The first laugh since they'd fallen into that hellish part of the forest. There were too many orc captains, Luke said, his tone shifting as his thoughts returned to what they'd just survived. Yeah, at least 20. And all those mindless brutes following them, made it feel more like a nightmare than a battle. Luke exhaled slowly, the weight of it all catching up. I get it now. Why some people have been stuck here for 8 years. Allison was quiet for a beat. Then she said, proportionally speaking, it's not that different. What do you mean? The city and the forest around the safe zone are crawling with monsters, beasts, insects, giant freaks. All ruled by the Beast Lord. The difference is, they don't have structure. No tactics. That's why seeing the orcs like that, organized, marching, it felt wrong. Luke nodded slowly. That actually made a lot of sense. How many orcs do you think there are? 1,000, maybe. Same with humans. But we're stronger. We can reach the level of an orc captain, go beyond it, even. Most of them are mindless. She stared forward, expression unreadable. Maybe 50 captains. A few generals, or maybe just that one. And at the top, the Orc Lord. It seems impossible when you see their army moving, but when you break it down, it's not. Luke let that sink in. It was a good way to look at it. To keep fear from sinking its claws in too deep. I'm not staying in this tutorial, Allison said, lowering her head. I need to go back to Earth. I'm still looking for something. The cliff ahead was lower now. Scalable. But none of them moved. The river was still carrying them farther away from orc territory, and that was worth more than haste. Luke glanced over his shoulder, back toward the place they'd barely escaped. So, is a Midnight Warden stronger than an orc general? Or does it just not care about fighting them? That second option didn't sit right. The Warden had butchered the orcs. No way there was some non-aggression pact. Midnight Wardens function like machines, Allison said. Yeah. I noticed that too. They're smart, but bound to a pattern. They have a purpose. Anything that gets in the way, they kill it. Then they return to their point of origin, like nothing happened. And those alarm crystals in the fortress. She added. If we hadn't activated that thing, we could have bumped into the crystals when we really needed stealth. At least now we know that place is rigged. Charlie shifted on the log and pointed to the cliffside on the right. They turned, and froze. Ropes, Allison whispered. At the top of the cliff, several ropes hung down the rock face, swaying gently with the wind. Someone's already been through here, she muttered. Or, orcs. The ropes were anchored at a bend in the river, where the current slowed to a gentle crawl. Luke dismissed Charlie back into his soul with a thought. Then he and Allison slipped into the water and swam toward the ropes. They were solid, tightly fastened at the top. Gripping them, they began to climb up the cliff wall, each pull of muscle dragging them away from the chaos they'd escaped. When they reached the top, they found themselves back in the ruined city, outside orc territory at last. Relief hit them like a wave. But neither lowered their guard. It was still night. And they knew what patrolled this place. Midnight wardens. With no other option, they crept through the shadowed streets, sticking to the dark, moving with practiced stealth. Eventually, they ducked into a stone house, slipping through a half-shattered doorway. And then they heard it. The echo. Metal footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Measured. A warden. They pressed themselves into the rubble, barely breathing, hearts pounding in sync with each step echoing just beyond the wall. The sound lingered, then faded. Only after silence returned did they dare move again. They searched the house, eventually finding a narrow stairway that led to a basement. Down there, through a small, grime-smeared window, they could just barely see the empty street outside the city's edge. It was a decent vantage point. Safe. Hidden. We've got no choice, Allison muttered as she sat down. We wait for sunrise. Her stomach growled softly. Luke sat beside her, touching the pendant at his chest. With a small shimmer, he pulled a handful of preserved fruits from his inventory. Hungry? And maybe a little. She said, trying to sound stronger than she looked. They ate in silence, slowly, letting the exhaustion settle. Stolen content warning, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Luke summoned Princess Charlie once more and stationed her near the stairwell, eyes locked on the path that led back to the upper floor. They spoke in hushed tones, trading ideas, unraveling what they'd pieced together. It was the kind of truth that could upend everything inside the safe zone. Which was exactly why they agreed to keep it secret. Bartholomew has one of the 3 mechanisms, Allison whispered. If he ever finds out someone's figured that out, he'd probably have them killed, Luke said without hesitation. Revealing the existence of a second mechanism was dangerous. But worse than that, was exposing what Bastion truly was, and what Bartholomew had done to it. A theory was forming between them. Sharper with each piece they added. The safe zone only exists because Bartholomew took Bastion, Allison said slowly. Maybe he activated the mechanism there, and that created the safe zone. They both recalled what Angelica had told them, how Bartholomew and his team had fought a midnight warden near Bastion. When the warden fell, the patrols stopped. Only then were the survivors able to build something lasting. If that's true. Luke began. It is true, she cut in. Remember what I said about risk and reward? This whole place runs like a game. Luke nodded. 3 lords. Each with a central domain. Their forces spread across the wild zone, but the strongest ones gather near their core. Probably close to a mechanism. But not inside a fortress, he added. Logically, the Orc Lord should have taken that stronghold. It's the most defensible position. But he didn't. Probably can't. Must be a rule. Luke didn't base that on theory alone. He had proof. A special quest. A contract. The assassination of the Orc Lord. And he knew exactly where the target was. Far from the fortress. Out near the mountains. The quest statue in the plaza said there were 3 mechanisms, Allison said. And that the path to each was filled with danger, because of the lords. She paused, thoughtful. It never said the lords were inside the mechanisms. So the fortress really does belong to the Midnight Warden. Luke didn't answer right away. His gaze was distant, thoughts turning like gears. If the safe zone only formed because someone activated the first mechanism, then that territory used to belong to the Midnight Lord. Was he defeated? The Midnight Lord serves the king of this world, Allison said. He's probably stationed at the castle. Far from the first mechanism. She paused. It makes sense for the first mechanism to be the easiest. It's the beginning of the tutorial. If it wasn't manageable, no one would survive the first year. Luke nodded slowly. They probably designed it that way on purpose, to teach humans how to seize territory by activating mechanisms. But Bartholomew never explained any of that. There are 2 people who might know, Allison added. Besides him and his inner circle. Luke turned to her. Angelica and Paul. Exactly. They said they attempted some important mission in the past. What if, it was about the second mechanism? Could be, Luke said. But Angelica mentioned that everyone she went with died. Only Paul made it back. Whatever happened, it wasn't something they could talk about lightly. Was it the orcs? Or maybe they got too close to the second fortress, and a Midnight Warden showed up. Then something clicked. There's one more person who might know the truth. Someone besides Angelica, Paul, and Bartholomew. Who? Allison asked. Marshall. Leader of the Renegades. Allison fell silent. It's possible, she admitted. That might be the real reason behind his feud with Bartholomew. But then, why hasn't Marshall exposed the truth, she went on, frowning. Why haven't the Renegades tried to take that second fortress in all these years? The more questions we ask, Luke muttered, the deeper the hole gets. He leaned back against the cold wall. The real question is, why hasn't Bartholomew ever made a serious attempt to take the second mechanism? If he controlled another fortress, he'd gain more territory, more power. But the orcs are still a problem, Allison said. If he sends too many men out, Bastion's defenses weaken. And with the fortresses so far apart, he'd be stretching his forces thin. She continued, tone thoughtful. If the Renegades attacked while he was spread too thin, they could take one of the bases. And once that happens, they'd have weekly access to the reward event chests. Potions, gear, resources, everything falling into the hands of the people who've wanted him dead for years. Luke nodded. It made sense. Bartholomew was stuck in a strategic deadlock. Pushed too far, and he risks losing everything. That's why he recruits new people so aggressively, Luke said. Why he hoards healers like their gold. A constant tug of war. Bartholomew had far more to lose. The problem, Allison said softly, is that their little Cold War is dragging everyone down with them. It's keeping the survivors stuck in this place longer than they should be. Luke looked at the mission he was carrying, the assassination of Lord Orc, and started connecting all the dots he knew. Piece by piece, everything was starting to fall into place. The territories are guarded by each lord's elite forces. But the mechanisms. He narrowed his eyes. They're protected by Midnight Wardens. A beat passed. If the tutorial wanted to make this truly impossible, he said, they would have put the orcs in control of the fortress. But they didn't. Not even they go near that place. He exhaled, the truth settling like cold iron in his chest. Risk and reward. He thought back to everything he'd learned so far, game logic, territory control, base building, safe zones. The system had been teaching them all along. He remembered the mission orbs. The very first one had asked him to kill 10 wild boars. He'd completed it, but not alone. Charlie had helped. And the orb still counted it. As long as the final blow was his, the system didn't care. That was when the idea struck. Luke pulled an apple from his pendant, then gathered some stones from the floor and arranged them in a loose circle around the fruit. He placed one larger stone at the center of the ring. These stones represent the Lord's armies. This one in the middle is the Lord himself. And the apple, that's the fortress with the mechanism, he explained, glancing at Allison. Our mission is to activate the mechanisms, to reach the apple. And it looks like the system gave us 2 different ways to do that. Like the tutorial was built to accommodate different playstyles. He pointed to the stones surrounding the apple. The first path is offense. We push through the orcs, weaken their grip on the region, and carve a path to the fortress. Luke began removing the stones one by one, clearing the space around the apple. By doing that, we isolate the Lord. We force the Midnight Warden to fight without support. Just like Bartholomew did in the past. It becomes a war of territory. Then he reset the stones into place. But there's another way. Allison remained silent, watching closely. The stealth path. Most people think the Warden's patrolling at midnight is a curse. But, what if it's an opportunity? She nodded. They'd suspected that before. When the Wardens are out, their fortresses are left unguarded. Including the one that holds the mechanism. That gives us a window, midnight to 6 a.m. Luke paused. If we can make it through Orc territory and reach the fortress before the Warden returns, we could activate the mechanism. Without ever having to fight it. A flicker of possibility passed between them. If we succeed, he said, a new safe zone is born. One more foothold for humanity in this world. Allison took a moment before responding. Stealth is the better option. It would save lives. But it would only work with a small group. You can't sneak in with a crowd without drawing attention. And then there's the alarm, she added. Luke lowered his voice. Risk and reward. The tutorial planned for that too, she said. Maybe there's a way to disable the alarm. It triggered when we got close, but what if it can be destroyed beforehand? We just have to test it. Observe the pattern. Strike only when the time is right. Like an assassin would. A small smirk formed at the corner of her lips. Luke gave a short, dry laugh. But those ropes, who put them there? And what really happened to Angelica's group? Too many questions. Allison murmured. And it was true. The closer they got to the truth, the more the questions multiplied. Then, without warning, a message blinked into view in Luke's vision. Special mission, Artemis invention has been updated. The system window opened before Luke's eyes, its glow softly illuminating the darkness. Special mission orb, locate the inventor. Objective, find Samuel, the inventor of Artemis. Location. Reward, profession. Luke stared at the prompt for a few seconds. The mission had changed. He glanced to the side, Allison was leaning against the wall, eyes closed, lightly dozing. A profession. Intrigued, he raised a hand to the necklace around his neck, the storage item, the so-called Artemis invention, and pulled up its description once more. Artemis invention, unique. Description, a prototype crafted by Samuel, the inventor. A gift to help you on your journey. Good luck. It was collecting dust in my workshop anyway. P.S. I am not liable for any discomfort it causes. Samuel. Enchantments. Spatial storage, rare, grants access to a pocket dimension where items can be stored. Artemis. Requirement, soul-bound. The Artemis enchantment was still hidden. Nothing in the description gave any hint of what it actually did. Luke reread Samuel's note, searching for a clue. Samuel, the inventor. But was he real? A person of flesh and thought? Or just a myth, a relic embedded in the system's lore? The necklace had been abandoned inside a ruined church, exactly the kind of artifact you'd expect to find in a dungeon, more a piece of backstory than something crafted by living hands. Or was it? Either way, Luke knew what needed to be done. At some point, he'd have to find Samuel's resting place, if it existed at all. He needed more power. If he ever wanted to escape this tutorial, if he ever wanted to go back to Earth, this path was inevitable. Maybe I shouldn't be looking for churches anymore, but graves. The idea was grim, but it made sense. He'd probably end up combing through headstones from now on. With a sigh, he closed the mission window and returned to the main interface. That's when he noticed it. A new race skill had appeared. 3 options were listed, 2 familiar ones, mental focus, and enhanced 5 senses, both previously ignored. But the third was new. Meditation, common, enter a state of absolute focus, blocking out all distractions. While meditating, your stamina and mana regeneration increase significantly. However, you become incapable of taking any action, and your awareness of your surroundings is drastically reduced. Finally. That was the race skill he should have received at level 5. But thanks to his special lineage, the system had delayed the usual unlock path. He didn't hesitate. You have acquired race skill, meditation. Charlie hadn't received the skill yet. Was he her meditation? He remembered, whenever Charlie returned to his soul, her HP, mana, and stamina slowly regenerated. Maybe that was the connection. Luke opened her status window. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 6. Rank, F. Class, Death Knight, LVL 12. Race, Skeleton. Title, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 93/420. Mana points, MP 200/200. Stamina, 229/350. Stats. Strength, 45. Agility, 29. Endurance, 35. Vitality, 42. Perception, 19. Intelligence, 20. Free points, 3. She's badly hurt. Luke stared at her HP bar, a deep frown forming. The battle against the orcs had cost them more than he'd thought. She had probably triggered basic bone regeneration at some point. If any bones were broken, she must have rebuilt them, at a price. It drained her HP just to stay together. He took a deep breath. Time to spend those remaining points. 1 into strength. 1 into vitality. 1 into perception. Updated stats, Princess Charlie. Strength, 45-46. Vitality, 42-43. Perception, 19-20. Free points, 3-0. HP, 93/420-103/430. With that done, he closed Charlie's window and opened his own. His gaze locked onto the skill, Demonic Blade Dance. He had learned something crucial about it. The skill wasn't just one, it was 2 in 1. The passive granted instinct. Unconscious knowledge. The fluid grace of battle, spinning, slashing, countering without thought. But the active? That's when the black aura emerged. The afterimage. The mimic. 2 layers. 2 natures. A combat style that felt anything but conventional. Name, Luke. Level, 8. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 15. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 348/740. Mana points, MP 29/480. Stamina, 138/300. Soul fragments, 28/1000. Stats. Strength, 65. Agility, 73/83. Endurance, 30. Vitality, 74. Perception, 70. Intelligence, 48. Free points, 1. He reviewed his situation calmly. The story has been illicitly taken, should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Then allocated his last point into strength. Updated stats. Strength, 65-66. Free points, 1-0. Right then, something caught his eye, a new item in his inventory. And it surprised him. Chestplate of Drucker, the Orc Captain, rare. Forged from the armor and bones of Drucker, an Orc Captain. Offers solid defense without restricting mobility. Ideal for those who dislike heavy gear. Bonus, plus 20 endurance, plus 15 agility. Requirement, level 10 plus in any class or race. A chest plate. Exactly what he'd been missing. Until now, his gear had only included a boot, some pants, and a cloak. This piece wasn't just armor, it came with stats. He tapped, equip. The chest plate materialized onto his body, lightweight, snug, comfortable. Dark brown with bone-white accents, its tribal, almost primal design made him look like something out of a nightmare. He felt the difference immediately. His stamina surged, the bonus effects kicking in at full force. Charlie would benefit even more, most of her skills drained stamina, not mana. But for now, he kept it for himself. If I die, it won't matter how well-equipped she is. The bells rang. 6 a.m. They heard the synchronized pounding of heavy boots, midnight wardens rushing back to their dens. Their patrol window had ended. It's safe to head back to the haven, Allison said, breaking the silence. Luke glanced at her. You going back as yourself? Or using the disguise? She looked surprised. Her hand went instinctively to the pendant around her neck, probably the one with the transformation enchantment, but stopped halfway. I'll go back as myself, she said softly. Thoughtfully. Luke raised a brow. You sure? I'm sure. It's the right call. I can't waste any more time hiding. If I want to get back to Earth, I need to give it everything I've got. They started ascending the basement stairs. I don't know how things are going to be at the haven, Luke said. Most of them are dead, including Angelica. Do you think they'll blame us? Think they'll say we abandoned them? Allison paused on the step above, glancing back with a half-smile. You thinking of running? You don't have to, Luke replied with a laugh. If you return as a woman, your male version could have just died during the attack. Oh, the irony. Now you could disguise yourself as a woman. What? No. Luke made a face. I'd rather run and never look back. They kept climbing. Don't worry, Allison said. I doubt anyone's going to blame us. Everyone chose to go. And Paul's team, they definitely made it out. Luke nodded, but his thoughts quickly shifted. Hey, that disguise item of yours. It's soulbound, right? Can anyone else use it? What, thinking about switching sides now, she teased. Obviously not. He rolled his eyes. I just want to understand how soulbound stuff works. No one can even touch my storage item, not even if they try. Allison lifted the pendant from her neck and held it up. A soul-bound item only has one owner. If that person dies, the item gets destroyed with them. But the user can channel its effect into someone else, depending on the enchantment. They can't use it freely, but they can benefit from whatever power the owner activates. In my case, it's transformation. I'm the only one who can trigger it, and whoever I use it on can only take the necklace off to cancel the disguise, she said. Got it. Luke went quiet for a moment, his mind drifting back to two people they'd lost. The archers, he said. The ones who grabbed healing potions and stored them in soul-bound gear. That means they died with everything still on them. Allison nodded slowly. Yeah. It's all gone. Completely wasted. They moved quietly now, slipping across rooftops as they made their way toward the safe zone. The river had pulled them miles downstream, they still had a long way to go. Why'd you join the system integration? Allison asked, crouching beside him as a pack of giant hyenas prowled the streets below. I mean, if you weren't born into a guild family, if you were just an ordinary person, why risk your life entering the tutorial? They hadn't talked much about the past. Luke gave a crooked smile. Come on. Like I knew I'd end up here. Everyone thinks it'll be something mild. Like camping in the woods or whatever. She nodded, but didn't drop it. Still, that's not an answer. Try again. If you tell me your reason, he said, I'll tell you mine. Deal. That easy. We're friends, right? After everything we've been through. I think if one of us makes it out, the other deserves not to be forgotten. We can carry each other's stories. Luke paused, finally understanding. Her reason wasn't money. It wasn't power. It ran deeper, much deeper. He exhaled. I want to find out what happened to my mother. Allison turned to him, surprised. What do you mean? 13 years ago, she left me with another family and entered a system integration. She went for the tutorial, and never came back. I just want to know what happened. So I can move on. Allison lowered her gaze. I'm sorry. Then fumbled over herself. I mean, not that she's definitely. I get it. His voice was steady. No hesitation. I've already accepted that she's dead. I just need to know how. Was it a monster? A system failure? Or did someone kill her just to loot her body? Or worse? His hand tightened around the hilts of his kukris. If someone was responsible, even if they're already dead, I'll hunt down anyone who was there. The ones who saw it. The ones who let it happen. Allison stayed quiet. My reason, it's not like yours, she said after a moment. It's selfish. And cruel. Luke looked at her, not judging, just listening. I want to become a god. He blinked. A god? Yes. It's possible. Gods are just people who reach the highest tier in the system. S rank. Luke had already theorized that the gods were just powerful beings within the system, but now he understood how they reached that level. And why would that be cruel, he asked. Because gods aren't good, she said, voice cold and detached, like she was reciting something she'd long accepted. To reach that rank, you walk a path soaked in blood. And most of it, innocent. So why do you want to become one? Allison didn't hesitate. Because I want to kill a god. She said nothing else. Neither did Luke. They reached the edge of the haven. The moment they stepped into camp, dozens of eyes turned toward them, staring, whispering. Shock. Uncertainty. Grief. The whole place felt like a funeral with no bodies to bury. Blood demon, someone muttered under their breath. Then, a small group rushed toward them. I thought you were dead. Anna gasped, out of breath. In the distance, Luke spotted Paul. And next to him. Angelica. Alive. My God, look who crawled back from the grave, she said with a half-smile. Luke froze. You're alive. But how? Angelica lifted her shirt just enough to show the bandages wrapped around her torso. Thiara's been healing me for days. Barely made it, but I survived. Paul walked up with the rest of the team. You and that tall knight, Charlie, distracted the Midnight Warden while you were escaping. That gave Angelica and one more person enough time to get into a house and hide. He paused. We thought everyone else was dead. When we got back, there were only corpses. We had to run, the warden was still there. But the next day, Angelica returned, with another survivor. Unfortunately, Angelica added softly, we lost everyone else. You, Allison, and Charlie were the only ones we didn't find. She lowered her head. And everything they pulled from the chest, all of it's gone. They died for nothing. Luke exhaled. He reached for his pendant, and pulled out a small cloth pouch. Sustenance was my role. I picked these up just in case, some seeds. It's not everything we hoped for, but it's not nothing. A small smile bloomed through the sorrow. Fragile, but real. Johnny helped us, Angelica whispered, eyes glistening. I hope he, and the others, can rest in peace. The silence that followed was heavy. Until someone spoke. Who's that? Anna asked, pointing. Everyone turned to Allison. Paul squinted. Is that Charlie? I've never seen her without the helmet. No way, said Jonathan. Charlie's way taller. Allison took a breath. Everyone. I'm Allison. The room went still. Allison. They all repeated it at once. Confusion rippled through the group like a dropped stone in water, shock, disbelief, a few murmurs exchanged behind hands. That night, the core survivors gathered in Angelica's room. Allison explained everything. She showed them the necklace. Demonstrated the enchantment. Only for that small group. Angelica listened quietly, arms crossed, then finally spoke. I get where you're coming from. But just to be clear, male Allison is dead. Understood? She locked eyes with Allison. For safety, only the people in this room know about your item. If Bartholomew finds out, he won't rest until he takes it. He's terrified of being assassinated. Allison nodded. From now on, you're a new survivor, Angelica said, finalizing it. No more questions. The tension finally broke. Light chuckles filled the air. Someone even laughed aloud. Angelica suggested they hold a tribute to the fallen, a memorial. The seeds would be the symbol of sacrifice and of hope. They would feed the children. Start a new chapter. Offer a future to a place that had only known loss. But Luke had no idea that today would change everything. He didn't know that somewhere in this room, someone would one day want him dead. He didn't know how dark the road ahead truly was. Or that everyone here would become his enemy. Night had fallen. A group of orcs had set up camp along the riverbank, a crude village carved into the ruins between the dead city and the edge of orc forest. Makeshift tents. Wooden shacks. Open fires crackling under slabs of roasting meat. It was a temporary outpost for warbands pushing toward the city. Some orcs tossed nets into the water, fishing under the moonlight. Others stood watch atop the rooftops, crossbows loaded and eyes sharp. Grease and blood dripped from the skewers above the flames, hissing as it hit the coals. At the center of the encampment sat an orc captain, massive, scarred, broad-shouldered, his skin painted in battles past. He lounged on a rough stone throne, gnawing on the raw leg of a boar. Blood streamed down his tusks, pooling at his feet. 2 human corpses lay before him. Bodies riddled with arrows. Armor cracked. Killed like dogs. They'd dared to explore the wild zone, in search of the mechanisms. Another orc approached, heavy steps muffled by damp earth. He wore a dark robe and carried a staff woven from bone and sinew. A second captain. A spellcaster. High above, an orc sentry scanned the perimeter. His crossbow was steady, eyes locked on the forest. The moon drifted between thick clouds. Torchlight flickered, throwing dancing shadows over the village walls. He heard it, leaves rustling, too deliberate to be the wind. He raised his weapon, eyes sharp, every sense on edge. Then something emerged from the dark, an apple. It rolled to the edge of the camp. Then another. And another. He frowned, confused, lifting his crossbow again, too late. A shape moved behind him. One arm wrapped around his torso. Another drove a black blade clean through his throat. Blood arced through the air. He dropped to his knees without a sound, one hand clawing desperately for the alarm bell on his belt, but it wasn't there. Eyes wide, he turned. A silhouette waited in the dark. Motionless. Eyes faintly lit by torchlight, cold, detached, unblinking. Then nothing. Another orc, stationed below, caught a flicker of movement, just a blur crossing the rooftops. A heartbeat later, one of his own collapsed beside him, choking, hands pressed to his neck, drowning in blood. But before he died, his hand brushed the bell. The chime rang out. The camp erupted into motion. Orcs jumped to their feet, knocking over bowls, bones, weapons. Shouts rang out as steel was drawn. Boots slammed against the ground. Leaders barked commands, soldiers scrambled to form lines, but it was chaos. And then he appeared. Standing alone atop the tallest rooftop, backlit by the fractured moonlight. His face was cloaked in shadow. Human, clearly. But something about him was wrong. Every orc who saw him felt it. A sudden weight in the chest. A cold sweat across their backs. Something primal recoiled. They scanned the rooftops again. No guards remained. All the sentries were gone. Filthy human, the axe-wielding orc captain roared. It was you. You've been the one attacking us night after night. Beside him, the mage smiled. The general wants your head. I personally, can't wait to deliver it. Kill him, the captain bellowed. Archers took their positions. Bowstrings snapped. Arrows streaked through the sky. The mage captain slammed his staff to the earth, activating a command spell. Blades, spears, and axes lifted into the air, suspended in a spinning storm of magic. Then released. Dozens flew toward the rooftop in a single, lethal burst. But the human was already in motion. He leapt from the rooftop and sprinted forward, directly into the barrage. Arrows rained down, some glowing with enchantments. He didn't slow. Twin kukris flashed with each movement, every strike deflected, every dodge executed with effortless grace. He weaved between death like smoke through fire, cutting projectiles from the air as if the chaos were choreographed. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. And then, he vanished. A black streak crossed the field. He reappeared at ground level, slicing through 2 orc warriors before they even saw him coming. His blades moved like liquid, carving a clean arc of steel through their throats. Blood sprayed. More came. He didn't hesitate. He was inside the rhythm now. Cut. Step. Twist. Kill. The mage struck his staff down again. The ground erupted, stone spikes lancing upward, threatening to impale him. A second captain charged from behind, too fast to intercept. The blow hit Luke hard. His body was launched across the clearing. He skidded, rolled, but landed on his feet. He exhaled once. The shadows answered. Darkness bled from his skin. His outline rippled, and another figure emerged behind him, a second presence, spectral and precise, following every motion with a breath's delay. Demonic blade dance, active. Afterimage created, dancing mimic. The mimic moved like a ghost in lockstep. Together, they became a blur of blades. They slashed through the enemy ranks, vanishing mid-dash only to reappear behind their victims. Every movement had purpose. Every kill was deliberate. The field became a massacre. Then the axe captain roared. He dragged his weapon across the earth, the ground splitting beneath it. He lifted it high, channeling a sphere of kinetic energy, and hurled it forward with devastating force. But Luke didn't stop. He moved toward it. Toward the next kill. Luke moved instinctively, dodging, leaping, twisting midair, slashing across the captain's back in a single, fluid strike. Blood sprayed behind him as the wound opened. The status effect was immediate. Bleed, status effect applied. The orc captain staggered, caught off guard, but Luke's focus had already shifted to the mage. A volley of spears flew his way, telekinetically launched with precision. He deflected them one by one, blades flashing with relentless control as he stepped into each parry. The mage raised a shield, too late. The barrier cracked, then shattered. Spiked stone spheres followed, hurtling toward him. Luke dashed once, twice, dodging with perfect timing as he closed the distance, blades ready. Then, an arrow struck him from behind. He stumbled, turning just in time to see 5 archers drawing again, bows glowing with pulsing mana. They released. The arrows burst midair, forming a lattice of glowing light, a mana net that wrapped around Luke's limbs and froze him in place with a vibrating hum. He strained against it, muscles tensing, but it held. One of the captains stepped forward, axe raised high, ready to end it. Luke smiled. A spectral fist erupted from the shadows, smashing into the captain's face and staggering him backward. A figure landed between them, tall, armored, steady. Red-bladed sword drawn. Eyes sharp. Charlie. Luke surged forward, tearing through the mana net with brute force as the light shattered around him. He stepped beside her, breathing shallow but steady. The orc captain spat blood and a broken tooth onto the ground. "I'll kill you," he roared, pointing at the knight. Charlie raised a hand and curled 2 fingers. "Come." It wasn't a threat, it was an insult. The captain's aura flared in response, wild, red, violent. His muscles bulged, veins surging as he charged like a war machine. But Charlie didn't move. Her palm lifted again, and spectral chains exploded from her gauntlet, glowing green and alive. They wrapped around his limbs, halting his momentum just long enough. She spun and sliced his face open with a clean arc of steel. The battle exploded. He broke the chains with a roar and smashed her across the field. Luke moved in immediately, black smoke curling from his body as his mimic reappeared one step behind, perfectly synced. 2 against 1. The afterimage danced beside him, echoing every motion. Charlie turned her attention to the mage. He tried to summon a new barrier, but her blade shattered it. A spectral chain lashed from her hand, binding him mid-incantation. He couldn't finish the spell. Luke dropped from above. His blade spun as he fell, slashing deep across the mage's chest. Charlie was right behind him, her sword gleamed as it drove into the orc's body, pinning him in place. The mage's scream barely left his throat before his head rolled across the ground. Princess Charlie has slain. Only one captain remained, and he wasn't hesitating. He charged. Charlie met him head-on, raising her sword to block the blow with such force that the earth trembled beneath them. Then she dashed forward with supernatural speed, activating her next skill, Spectral Charge. Her offhand ignited. Iron Fist. The strike landed like a silent explosion. Luke joined the attack, flanking from the side, blades flashing. The captain tried to block, but it was too late. Charlie struck from the front. Luke slashed from the flank. Heavy strike. Her sword came down in a brutal arc, cleaving into the captain's face. Blood sprayed. One eye ruptured. He dropped to his knees. She removed her helmet. What he saw wasn't a face, it was bone. Pale skull. Twin green eyes blazing with necrotic fire. Charlie looked down at him and raised her fist. Then again. And again. And again. Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Until there was nothing left. Until he collapsed, lifeless. Princess Charlie has slain Crotar, the orc captain, LVL 22. Asterisk the Death Knight, class of Princess Charlie has reached level 17. Class bonus points acquired, asterisk. You have reached level 10. Half Demon, rank F, plus 1 bonus point to all attributes, plus 1 free point, asterisk asterisk. New race skill available. An item has been added to your inventory. Only one orc remained, impaled between 2 trees. His hand severed. Left behind like someone wanted him to witness everything. Luke and Charlie walked toward him. Charlie gripped the orc and yanked him off the branches, dropping him in the dirt. Luke followed, carrying something heavy in each hand. 2 severed heads. The heads of the orc captains. He dropped them into the orc's lap. Then knelt, gripped the creature's hair, and pulled his face up. His voice was low. Steady. Unshakable. Tell Morvad I'm coming for him. The orc had fled, clutching the severed heads of his fallen captains. Luke watched him vanish into the trees. The creature was mindless, irrational, but even so, they knew the message would be delivered. And even if it wasn't, the heads were message enough. When he opened his inventory, Luke examined the new item he had earned by defeating one of the orc captains. Bracelets of Grom's bones, rare. Description, a pair of bracelets made from the bones of Grom, an orc captain who met his end at the hands of the wearer. Resilient and grim, much like the battle that forged them. Not of the night, but carrying the darkness of a warrior lost. When he clicked equip, the dark bracelets appeared, fusing with the ends of his chest plate. The armor seemed to stretch, reshaping to wrap around his arms. It was typical of system gear, when equipping pants and boots, for example, the pieces would merge into a single integrated set. Now, Luke only needed a pair of gloves. He glanced to the side. Princess Charlie stood still, sword resting against her shoulder. Silent. Without a word, they began sweeping the orc camp. Most of the gear was crude. Orc armor didn't fit humans well. It could be adapted, sure, but it took up too much space in Luke's storage item. He had to be selective. The captain's corpses lay where they fell, but their weapons were gone. Staff and axe. Soul-bound. They vanished the moment their wielders died. Luke crouched beside a fallen warrior and picked up the cleanest swords he could find. If they had once belonged in inventories, they were fair game now. He stashed only the best. Quivers. Arrows. A few crossbows. The real arrows were for the people back in the haven. While survivors with the archer class used mana-forged projectiles and enchanted quivers, those without the class relied on traditional wood and steel. Simple. Deadly. Time to move, Luke said. But then they heard it. Metal. Heavy. Measured. Marching through the forest. They froze, the sound unmistakable, an approaching midnight warden. Without hesitation, they bolted. The forest gave way to crumbling ruins, the outer edge of the ancient city. Midnight wardens didn't hunt orcs unless things got loud. But with humans, it was different. Once you were marked, they came for you. And they didn't stop. Luke had escaped one before, barely, when he leapt off the cliff with Allison. He wasn't eager to test his luck again. They sprinted between broken buildings, darting through collapsed walls and shattered doorways. In the distance, he saw them, glowing red eyes. His instincts screamed. He dove into a ruined house, heart pounding. Still. Silent. Controlled breathing. He was far from the safe zone. Too far. It had been over a month since he and Allison returned from orc territory. Since then, he had roamed the wild zone, close enough to scout the castle. Close enough to see. But never crossed that line. He explored. Mapped. Survived. Outside, the air shifted. A Komodo drake, a sleek reptilian predator, leapt from the shadows and snatched a giant bat from midair. Then. Clang. 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 The warden's footsteps echoed like war drums. The Komodo drake bolted, gone in an instant. Luke remained perfectly still, watching. The creature marched through the ruins, its cloak trailing like mist. It ignored the beasts but would kill anything that got in its way. Its weapon, a spear the size of a lamppost, hummed with dormant runes. After long seconds, the warden turned a corner and vanished into the dark. Only then did Luke exhale. He opened Charlie's interface. She'd leveled up and had unspent stat points. Name, Princess Charlie. Level, 8. Rank, F. Class, Death Knight, LVL 17. Race, Skeleton. Titles, Servant of the Dark Lord. Health points, HP 533/600. Mana points, MP 276/320. Stamina, 438/520. Stats. Strength, 68. Agility, 41. Endurance, 52. Vitality, 60. Perception, 27. Intelligence, 32. Free points, 2. Equipped items. Orcslayer Blade, rare. Pugilist Knight's Helm, uncommon. Ring of Fire, uncommon. Crypt Guardian's Gauntlets, uncommon. Stalker Crocodile Chestplate, uncommon. Knight's Cloak, common. Iron Tusk Boar Hide Pants, uncommon. Cunning Velociraptor Boots, uncommon. Class Skills, Basic Weapon Handling, common. Heavy Strike, common. Basic Spectral Charge, rare. Iron Fist, uncommon. Crescent Slash, uncommon. Whirlwind Strike, uncommon. Spectral Chain, rare. Race Skills, Demonic Servant Perception, uncommon. Basic Bone Regeneration, rare. Bone Endurance, rare. When Charlie reached class level 15, the system had given Luke a choice, a new ability. From the options available, he selected Spectral Chain. It was her first skill granted directly by her Death Knight class. A turning point in her evolution. Spectral Chain, rare, consume mana to conjure an ethereal chain from your hand. It lashes out toward a target, wrapping around them with crushing force. Use it to pull enemies in or hurl them away, reshaping the battlefield to your will. Charlie had quickly learned to chain the skill with others. She would pull enemies toward her, then immediately follow up with a heavy strike. It didn't take long for her to become a force of her own. In the right situation, she could now take down an orc captain by herself. Of course, that depended on the captain. Not all of them were created equal. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Some were absurdly powerful. Others, surprisingly frail. Luke had a theory. It had to do with class level, something the system didn't show directly. Charlie, for instance, was race level 8 but class level 17. Meanwhile, the orc captains they'd faced were around race level 20. If the system worked like his, that meant a captain's actual class level could be double that, maybe even higher, placing some of them near level 40 in class stats. That kind of power should have made them impossible to defeat. And yet, Luke and Charlie had done exactly that. So maybe levels weren't the whole picture. Another theory, maybe the visible level was the sum of class and race. Or maybe something more complex, hybrid progression, passive multipliers, hidden titles. If that were true, then Monster's real strength was deliberately concealed. But what if it wasn't? What if an orc captain really did have a class at level 40, and they still managed to kill him? Then the difference didn't come down to level at all. It came down to this, class mutation. The moment he and Charlie underwent that transformation, they stepped onto a different tier entirely. Before, Luke had the base assassin class. Each level gave him a predictable stat spread, +2 agility, +1 strength, +1 vitality, +1 perception, +1 free point. 6 points per level. But after he became a demonic assassin, everything changed. +5 perception, +4 strength, +4 agility, +3 vitality, +2 intelligence, +3 free points. 21 points per level. That was the true edge. That was why he could fight monsters, and even humans, well above his level and win. And Charlie? Same story. Compared to others at their class level, they were simply operating on a higher tier. When speaking with Allison, he learned something that confirmed his suspicion. Not everyone gets a class mutation. It's rare. Takes time. Requires affinity, adaptation, and something you can't grind for, talent. With Charlie, it had been almost accidental. When she first manifested as his servant, she picked up a sword from the battlefield. That one gesture, her instinct, told him everything he needed to know. He selected warrior as her base class without hesitation and unknowingly set her down the path to mutation. Now, staring at her stats screen, he saw 2 unspent points. He hesitated only for a moment, then made his decision. Stats updated, Princess Charlie. Strength, 68-69. Vitality, 60-61. Free points, 2-0. Health points, HP 533/600-543/610. Luke closed Charlie's stat window, then opened his own. And immediately, he saw it, a new race skill had become available. 2 of the old options were still there, the ones he'd passed up before. But the one he'd been hoping for, Venomous Blood, wasn't. Instead, 3 new choices appeared. Night Vision, uncommon, grants the skill to see clearly in dark environments, limited by your current perception range. To improve the distance or clarity of your night vision, increase your perception stat. Luke read the description carefully. Would have been useful, if I didn't already have a demonic bloodline. The wild zone was pitch black at times, especially deep in the forests and during the night. But with demonic perception, he already saw everything he needed. Pain resistance, uncommon, reduces the impact of pain, allowing you to function more effectively in high damage or high stress scenarios. Does not remove pain entirely, but suppresses its influence on focus and combat performance. Tempting, but dangerous. Luke knew better. Pain was a warning, sometimes the only warning that told him how bad things really were. Turning that off could get him killed. Demonic endurance, uncommon, your body becomes tougher, naturally resisting slashes, piercings, and blunt force trauma. Wounds that would normally cause bleeding or trauma are significantly reduced by the demonic force strengthening your form. Luke's eyes lit up. Now that's what I needed. He didn't hesitate. You have acquired the race skill, demonic endurance. A strange pressure ran through his bones, like his skeleton had thickened. His skin felt denser, tighter. Curious, he grabbed one of his kukris and pressed the blade against his arm. Nothing. The edge slid across his skin like rubber. He applied more pressure. Only then did the tip begin to dig in. What the hell? It was like trying to cut leather with a butter knife. His skin really was resistant. He exhaled slowly, feeling different. Stronger. More grounded. Like he could take hits that would have knocked him out days ago. He opened his status screen. Name, Luke. Level, 10. Rank, F. Class, Demonic Assassin, LVL 18. Race, Half-Demon. Profession. Titles, Dark Lord. Bloodline, Bloodline of the Dark Demon. Health points, HP 900/900. Mana points, MP 570/570. Stamina, 523/530. Soul fragments, 28/1000. Stats. Strength, 83. Agility, 87, 112. Endurance, 33, 53. Vitality, 90. Perception, 87. Intelligence, 57. Free points, 1. Equipped items. Demonic Twin Kukris, rare. Throwing Knife Holster, common. Artemis Invention, unique. Assassin's Cloak, common. Drucker's Chestplate, Orc Captain, rare. Bracelets of Grom's Bones, rare. Arachna's Leggings, uncommon. Centipede Boots, uncommon. Class skills, Basic Blade Handling, common. Profane Knife Throwing, uncommon. Twin Blade, common. Basic Dark Dash, rare. Basic Blood Regeneration, rare. Assassin's Mark, rare. Demonic Blade Dance, rare. Race skills, Identify, common. Demonic Perception, uncommon. Dark Blood, uncommon. Meditation, common. Demonic Endurance, uncommon. Bloodline skill, Servant of the Dark Lord, unique. Servant, Princess Charlie, Skeleton, LVL 8. With that final free point, he placed it into Strength. Stats updated. Strength, 83-84. Free points, 1-0. Without a word, Luke pulled a fruit from his storage necklace and bit into it, chewing in silence as he leaned back against the crumbling wall of the ruined house. The night would be long. He'd need to stay hidden here, motionless, waiting for the Midnight Warden's patrol window to end. Only after 6 a.m. would it be safe to move again. Luke moved slowly across the fallen tree trunk, a massive log wedged between the windows of 2 crumbling buildings. It stretched across the gap like a makeshift bridge, swaying slightly under his weight. Below him, death waited. The drop was steep, dozens of meters down to the flooded streets. And in those waters, half submerged and perfectly still, floated giant crocodiles. Dozens of them. Silent. Motionless. Waiting. One slip, one wrong step, and he'd be torn apart before he could scream. Behind him, Charlie descended the tilted remains of a collapsed building, an old stone structure half consumed by time and moss. The rest of the street ahead lay in ruins. Medieval homes shattered. Walls broken. Trees bursting through cracked stone. Nature was reclaiming the city. Luke came to a stop at the edge of a fractured concrete slab. From there, he had a clear view of the horizon. And there it was, the castle, bathed in the golden glow of sunrise. Towering. Regal. Dominating the center of the wild zone like a crown upon the land. But Luke knew better. That image was a lie. A projection. A hologram. A perfect illusion cast over the landscape by something he didn't fully understand. He had spent weeks exploring, testing, failing. In the end, he saw the truth for himself, the very thing most people thought was just a theory. The castle he saw wasn't real. It was a mirage, an elaborate trick hiding something much older. Something, intentional. Fuck. He muttered under his breath. He reached forward and the barrier pushed back. A soft shock, like magnetic poles repelling each other. He scowled, then began walking alongside the invisible wall, tracing a path he'd memorized days ago. A broken fountain marked the spot. Its basin was overtaken by roots, and at its center stood a statue of a long-forgotten king, hand outstretched. But the real secret lay behind it. A massive gate. Black iron, embedded in the shimmering veil. As Luke approached, the system responded. To unlock the gate, activate 2 mechanisms, or insert the arm of a midnight warden into the lock. Luke read the prompt, closed his eyes, then laughed, dry and bitter. Of course. Both options were hell. Either infiltrate a warden's den or do the unthinkable. He stared at the gate, lips tightening. There's no easy way around this, he muttered. The first path, infiltration, was suicidal. The second was plain and simple. Kill a midnight warden. Luke was making his way through the wild zone, heading back toward the safe zone. It was still a long way off. Each day in that place, each night, only reminded him of home. He tried to forget the Bauman family, but he couldn't. Most of the time, he simply avoided thinking. The wild zone did the rest for him. The ever-present sense of death lurking nearby, the monsters, the unexpected encounters, everything in that cursed territory demanded his focus. Especially here, in the heart of it all. Right now, he sat atop an ancient tower, a moss-covered stone structure cloaked in the dust of forgotten centuries. Perched on the ledge, he chewed on a piece of roasted meat. Having a storage item had its perks. He could prepare meals in advance, store them, and when he pulled one back out, it would be just as he'd left it. Same flavor. Same temperature. A sound echoed through the ruined city. The bell. Distant, slicing through the silence of the night. Luke froze mid-bite. Then, from below, metallic footsteps began to echo across the abandoned streets. The midnight wardens were leaving their hiding places. He watched from above as they moved through the empty roads with mechanical precision. Methodical, cold. Almost robotic. But they weren't machines. Not quite. He didn't know what was beneath those black suits of armor, and truth be told, he didn't want to find out. Not yet. Still, he knew he'd have to. If he wanted to survive, he needed to understand them. Knowing your enemy was the first rule in the assassin's craft. Study their behavior, their movement, their patterns. Memorize every step. Because one day, he would need to kill one. His entire journey through the wild zone had a single goal, to locate the third mechanism. But so far, he'd found nothing. He was searching for a military stronghold, something like Bastion or the Orc outpost. Instead, the wild zone had offered only silence and stone. Now, his theory felt more certain. The third mechanism was beyond the barrier, the one that divided the wild zone into 2 distinct territories. And if that was true, then the other side was likely even worse than this one. The tutorial wasn't punishing them. It was warning them. Requiring the arm of a midnight warden to open the gate wasn't some arbitrary punishment. It was a threshold. A filter. Only someone strong enough to kill one of those creatures would be ready for what lay ahead. But what also kept Luke on edge was the fact that no one had ever mentioned the second way to open the gate. Whenever the Haven leaders spoke about it, it was always with the firm belief that only the activation of 2 mechanisms would unlock it. Do they really not know about the other option? It made sense. No one in their right mind wandered alone in that area. One broken bone, one poorly healed wound, and death would come quietly, without warning. Most people didn't even dare stray far from the safe zone. Paul said he touched the barrier. Jonathan, Quinn, and Gilbert had also approached it at some point, trying to get a glimpse with their own eyes. But only Paul had the courage, or the foolishness, to actually lay a hand on it. That meant he had seen the message the barrier revealed. He knew about the second method. And most likely, so did Angelica. Luke let out a long sigh. His thoughts began to drift away from spirals of conspiracy. From Paul and Angelica's perspective, as leaders of the Haven, it was natural to prioritize the safety of their community. Feeding everyone was already a daily challenge. Sending someone on a suicide mission to try and kill a midnight warden? What kind of reward could justify that kind of risk? Besides, the gate itself made it clear, there was a safer alternative, the activation of both mechanisms. So why rush into a deadly confrontation, especially when the mechanisms were still located in the first area and hadn't even been found yet? Maybe the real fear wasn't about failure. Maybe it was about what waited on the other side. Maybe they feared that opening the gate would unleash something worse than death. Luke looked down at his hands. I need the damn arm of a midnight warden.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.